What do you think about having your masks on? Mask.
Safe.
What do you think?
Safe.
I think youth underestimates the risk of contracting COVID virus. We are young, we're forever young, we won't die.
So guys, what do you think about vaccination? Curious,
Go next week.
Next week?
My hope for the campaign is that more people get vaccinated, that more people get aware about the information that is out there around vaccines, around COVID-19, and also be more cautious about taking care of themselves first. My name is Zikwana Matubela. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a bakery called Streetside Bakery in Cape Town, in Khayelitsha, in South Africa. COVID fatigue in the community is quite bad. I find fatigue in all the information that they're getting. I'm finding ignorance. It's like COVID has passed, people don't care anymore. Are you getting a vaccine?
I don't want to get vaccine.
Why?
Based on the side effects,
Okay, which are?
Which you get dizzy sometimes.
I cannot dispute the side effects of the vaccine to say because it differs from person to person. Like I say, I also had a lump, but over 2 days the lump was gone. But for me, it was the lump for 2 days, and then now I'm happy to interact. I'm happy to go out.
Hello, Annie. We are affectionate, touchy people. We love hugging, kisses to show affection. Now we have to unlearn that kind of love language. For us, it's a challenge in terms of social distancing.
Have you been vaccinated?
Yeah, got all of my 2 shots.
Thank you, girl.
So I'm sorted.
You can actually take off the mask.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
joking.
I'm sorted, and I can even show you my card.
Yes, that's
show
what's
you.
up. No, it's fine.
Okay, no problem.
It's fine. Thank you. Like, what encouraged you to vaccinate, if I may ask you?
It's just on my personal healthy way. Yeah, I don't want to be.
Okay.
Yeah, just to be safe.
And your family?
My brother, not yet, but I'm trying so hard to tell him to get vaccinated, but he's still on the fighting process, he's against it.
We need to be there more for each other than we are on our own. This COVID period has proven to us that we need each other united more.
Thank you for joining me on the program. I am Mary Kanu. With just 37 days to the presidential election scheduled for February 25, both camps of the All Progressives Congress, APC, and the People's Democratic Party, PDP candidates Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Atiku Abubakar, respectively, have continued to trade words. The attacks heightened over the week, with each calling for the arrest and disqualification of the order over allegations of graft, contrary to the peace accord signed by the respective presidential candidates ahead of political campaigns. Tinubu's camp had said Atiku ought to have stepped down based on issues regarding his health and corruption allegations. The campaign council alleged that Atiku had committed a breach of the Code of Conduct Act, criminal breach of trust, conspiracy and money laundering. While countering the allegations and attack by Tinubu's camp, the Atiku Okowa campaign organization said Tinubu had no moral standing to put to disrepute the impeccable character and integrity of Atiku. Now, amid these war of words and smear campaigns, former President Goodluck Jonathan has expressed concern about the trend in the polity and the negative energy it has generated as the elections draw close. What then can we make of this smear campaign? Sonny Maduka, political affairs analyst, joins me on the program. Thank you very much for joining me. First things first, I must ask what you think of the exchange of words, from Tinubu's camp to Atiku's camp. Do you think there is an outer of truth in some of your words, or would you say they are mere allegations?
Thank you for having me, Mary. It's unfortunate what is happening, really. It's giving our country a bad image. And let me take you back to our African palace. He says, when elders are seen in the market square dancing naked, it means that those elders have sold out their reputations. But the unfortunate thing there is that it is not the elders that have equally sold their reputation. The naked dance that born by these elders, it has a very negative effect to the children. It is even more disheartening, seeing what is being displayed by the spokespersons of APC and PDP. It's showcasing certain psychotic disorder, let me put it that way. Because there are things you don't come out open to say. But we are all seeing the dirtiness of both parties. Let me take you back to this issue about the allegations. And truly, I think the allegations are not something we can just wave off our sleeves. The allegations are true. I will give you an instance. If the whistleblower that talked about Atiku, SPV issue, was wrong. Let me put it that way. I think the best thing that Atiku could have done is to take the guy to the court for defamation of character. On the other way, if the allegation being leveled against Tinubu, they are equally not correct. The best way for them to tackle this issue is to take whoever that alleged to court for defamation of character. But you see how others are dancing naked, bringing more facts about who they are. And it gives you the idea that, look, there are more to these allegations. In a sane society, let me tell you, these two shouldn't have been allowed to contest because the allegations were weighty. And I'm asking myself, what is the complicity of the government? The government is complicit because we heard and we've seen, even from the primaries, where money was exchanged without anybody being prosecuted or arrested. We saw so glaringly how this issue has become an abusive issue instead of expression of issues. And the complicity of the government is because right now it's like nobody's in charge. And it's like corruption has become part of this regime's whatever you can call it. Let me give you an instance. These allegations, why are they not being investigated? 2, why are our security agencies still protecting these guys? 3, why is government not talking?
Sorry, I have to cut you here to ask another question. You mentioned Senate climbs, but during the time of Joe Biden and President Joe Biden, the U.S. president, and Donald Trump, we saw something like this happen. You know, the unending exchange of words. You know, this doesn't just happen in Nigeria alone. So why then would you say this constantly occurs?
Well, let me take you back to issue about society. The society you were talking about, vis-a-vis where we grew up. We grew up in a society where morality is very important, where principle is very important, where what inflects people are what is culturally accepted. In America, irrespective of whatever you're talking about, they talk about issues. There are a lot of allegations, but they are being investigated. They are being investigated even as of today. You had recently went, so it's not about, it's about the society. If a society loves purity and uprightness, we will take the standard as the morality value of our elders. Because what makes an elder is not the age. It is your morality value, your principle in life, and the uprightness. And of course, the self-control. But you can see that those two, they are nowhere close to morality. And if you look at it, like I said in some other places, in this kind of accusation, I expected those people culpable, or those who were talked on, to come to the aid and clear their names. It's not about the spokespersons. It's about the people, the individuals. Just like you mentioned, Joe Biden came out to talk to the American citizens. Even Trump is still talking. But here, these people who have become untouchable, they don't feel like coming to clear their names, and they are using surrogates. That is the difference. So the Biden case is a case of personal encounter with the people.
Are you now implying that Atiku and Tinubu, the major candidates in the elections, are you implying that they lack the moral ground to rule a country, or better still run for the election?
It is very clear. It is very clear. To rule a country, you must be seen at least, I won't say everybody is going to be sane, but at least 70%. But you can see right from the beginning, it has been accusation to accusation. And most of these accusations are not being defended by those culpable people. And these accusations are very weighty. And these accusations are in public domain. These accusations are something that the government is aware of, or everybody is aware of it. So why can't they come out? If they want to clear themselves morally, they should come out and defend themselves in public glare. So that is the issue. I just want to give you an issue. When Tony Blair was accused of buying a bigger house in London, all Britain, they all attacked him. But he came out to the open and explained how he got the money to buy the house he got. He sold the old one, buy a new one, and gave analysis of how income were gotten. But here, the arrogancy and the impunity of most of these candidates is so much that you can't even understand if they have become the president or they are just trying to, muzzle Nigerians into believing what they think that is right. And of course, it's not right.
All right now, the presidential candidates, and the national chairman of different parties were made to sign a peace accord committing themselves to a peaceful campaign for the 2023 elections. Now, this has not been the case so far. Would you say the peace accord is just a piece of paper and, not actually a binding document?
Well, if it's a binding document, and if INEC is following the rule, by now, some of them will have been disqualified or called to order. But nobody is calling these guys to order. So it's just a mere normal signing. Of course, don't forget that Asiwaju Tinubu didn't sign that accord. So he could equally exonerate himself. But every other one signed. But what I can't understand is why they bringing the reputation of Nigeria in a global image that is tarnishing Nigerians abroad, and of course all of us here. The allegations are weighty. And instead of them to talk about issues, they are abusing themselves. It's not abuse. They are using the abuse to cover up the weighty allegations. And I am challenging the EFCC, the ICPC, if they are truly, truly independent, if they are truly responsible for investigating certain crimes, these crimes should not be just put under the carpet. They are weighty, they are something that is tangible, they are something that you can feel, and all Nigerians should feel that no one is untouchable when it comes to law breaking. But we have seen it. And the reality is just the issue about the society. We have measured ourselves to the extent that these people who feel they are untouchable can do anything and go scot-free. And why am I talking about the government, which is very, very core here? The complicity of the government is very, very, very important. Let me take you all through. This government came on the banner of, fighting corruption. And we have seen corruption at every stage of this regime. I've said something about the primaries. The primaries, we all know, we are more or less purchased by the presidential candidate of APC and PDP. We have seen how 109 billion naira was taken off, and the person returned 30 billion, and everybody is celebrating. We have seen how CBN governor is under watch, and somebody is protecting them. We have seen many things happening, and nobody is talking. Okay, recently in Kano State, it was very, very open. It was spoken about that somebody carried 10 million naira cash to a campaign ground. Until date, nothing happens. So the impunity of this political, whoever you call it, is getting out of hand. And
I'm sure you can go on and on and on this topic. It's quite extensive, but I must ask you about the electorate just in a few minutes, because we've almost gotten to the end of the show. But there are accusations, or are these accusations and, the counter accusations, are they heavy enough to influence the thoughts and, the actions of citizens and, consequently determine how they'll vote on election day?
Definitely. If we have intellectuals, if we have people with sane mind, we have people that have an idea about normalcy and how things should be. These accusations and counter accusations will influence the election. It is not even something that anyone can doubt about. It should be a very veritable factor to influence this election. And anybody who is voting these guys who have been accused and counter-accused with allegations, I think that person should examine himself, because we must take back our country. This Nigerian, as of today, is in ICU, and we cannot give it to people who have certain characters that we cannot be, happy about. So it's time for us to look back, look at the antecedent of everyone that is contesting, and see the best among them and choose rightly. Thank you very much.
All right, now, Sonny Maduka, political affairs analyst, thank you for your time and insights. We'll take a short break now and be right back to stay with us. Welcome back. The move by the federal government to establish 2 new academic unions, the Congress of Nigerian University Academics, CONUA, and the National Association of Medical and Dental Academics, NAMDA, has continued to generate criticisms. This comes shortly after the Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, presented certificates of registration to both unions on Tuesday. During the presentation, the minister said the unions have been officially gazetted, hence entitled to all labour rights as enshrined in the International Trade Unions Constitution, while adducing that both unions came into being to unbundle ASU. Addressing newsmen in his office after the presentation, Ngige said the alleged lack of democracy, transparency and failure to render a proper account of check-off dues by ASU culminated in grievances that spurred the federal government to consider the registration of CONUA and NAMDA. Meanwhile, President of CONUA, Ni Sumonu, said that the high-handedness of ASU's leadership gave birth to the association, stressing that the era of incessant strikes in the university system was over. ASU recently suspended its 8-month strike over alleged discrepancies in welfare and order remunerations. The body has maintained its differences with the federal government. Well, right now, Oriyomi Ogunwale, co-founder, EduPlanner, joins me to speak on the rationale of the establishment of these institutions by the federal government. Thank you very much for joining me. Now, the Labour Minister, Chris Ngige, he says the move to establish these 2 academic unions would help liberalize the academic subsector and also allow for freedom for university workers. Do you believe his statement?
I think this is another square peg in a round hole, in the sense that you expect the federal government to address the issues on ground, which are some of the issues that the ASU has been raising for years now. But rather than address ASU issues, the federal government has now gone the way of recognizing CONUA, which I think now poses a grave danger to education in Nigeria. And what you see that the federal government is doing now is that it's using a divide and conquer rule, which means that if tomorrow universities are facing issues, for example, that means if ASU recognizes these issues, CONUA can also pick it up also. And the federal government has to deal with 2 different unions on their own. And that means if you satisfy one union, you cannot meet the other union, then that means you have not resolved the issues, which means that our universities will now be having one part of lecturers saying, we have been satisfied, we can go ahead with lectures. And some others saying, oh, we have not been satisfied. The people who suffer the most for this are students. And it also comes back to what you look at in terms of the federal government, for example. This administration is going to be leaving office by May or June of 2023, which is this year. Now it is laying precedents down for the next administration to actually say that this is the way you can go in terms of dealing with ASU. These are not ways you can deal with university issues, for example. These are ways for you to deflect. We've not heard anything about universities. We've not heard anything about their demands. What we are seeing now is power play, which was what resulted in the ASU strike that lasted for 8 months last year, for example, which is the second largest ASU strike in Nigeria, for example. And now with adding CONUA to the picture now, what it means is that whenever the next strike, for example, will happen, that means we are looking at the mother of all strikes, because what you'll be having is back and forth, because there is no one leadership that you can say, oh, this is the only leadership we are addressing, and once we can meet at the middle point, then we've addressed all the issues and the strike can be called off. It means you need to satisfy ASU and you need to satisfy KUNWA, which is a very, very bad precedent for what we are looking at, for example.
Well, just like you said, many also believe that the government has ulterior motives, like, distracting ASU from its struggles and probably reopening the universities without fulfilling the union's demands. Now, do you think this is the case?
In terms of meeting the union's demands, right?
Yes. Exactly, in terms of meeting ASU's demands.
The federal government, especially this administration, has, from its investment trend, for example, in the education sector, what you discover is it has not prioritized education. I think that's a verdict from us here, for example, because we had less than 10% of the budget that was allocated to education, and that does not mean that is the amount that is released. But looking at ASU, for example, the union, for example, and which is part of our advocacy during the strike last year, in terms of saying that the ASU itself also should address the public more about what is happening. We don't even know what is happening at the moment in terms of the negotiation, the ongoing negotiation, in terms of different demands that the union is raising. And this is a way for the government to now say we have a higher hand over you because we are no longer discussing with ASU, we are discussing with KUNWA. And this sort of confusion, this sort of divide and conquer tactics will only mean that universities are going to stay a long time before they address their issues. And which is also what gives birth to us saying that if the federal government is not ready to actually meet the demands of ASU, or okay, they are bringing KUNWA now, they should allow universities to have autonomy to manage their own affairs themselves. Then that way we can begin to say what is the state of university education in Nigeria and how do we address them, so that students on the long run can actually enjoy quality education, especially at the tertiary level. Because what you see is that we keep playing with the lives of young Nigerians, with the lives of the youth, for example. And instead of addressing these issues, we have now made it even worse by saying we want to recognize KUNWA. And that means we are looking at, I won't be shocked if we have another university strike this year.
You talked about the mother of all strikes, and the unions already have branches in some universities in the country. Do you see the same fate as the continuous industrial actions that befall ASU? Do you see it affecting or happening to KUNWA and NAMDA? Do you think the newly registered unions will last?
I think first and first, NAMDA is for the health sector, which is doctors, for example. So I think more of we're looking at the education sector and universities. So when you look at KUNWA, for example, even for ASU, when you look at how ASU comes up with a final decision when it comes to calling off the strike, for example, what you discover is there's a lot of demands. You have to look at the UNIBEN chapter of ASU, you have to look at the OAU chapter of ASU. These are strong bodies, and they make their demands, they make their things known even to the National Secretariat of ASU to say this is what we want, these are the demands. Unless this is done, we don't think we will agree to calling off the strike. And there needs to be a middle point before every party can come together and say, okay, let us all agree to call off the strike while we look at what the government is going to do in the nearest future. But now the whole process has now become more complicated in the sense that KUNWA has branches in few universities as of now, for example. But, well, maybe in the nearest month or before the end of the year, they might have more chapters in other universities. And you need to look at the basis for KUNWA coming together was that ASU, high-handedness, or they are not being given their own remuneration, or the fact that their voices are not being heard even within ASU, or their members being suspended. And those are some of the reasons why KUNWA is coming together, which for me, I don't see it as enough reasons for them to now say we want to form another body that is parallel to ASU. And also the sense that the federal government has now gazetted them, for example, say every other power of any labor union can also be recognized CONUA. Now, what that means on the long run is, if we have a strike, for example, the university system, the university environment is now very, very divided, because there will be one part for ASU, there will be one part for CONUA. So you can have some certain type of lecturer saying, we are going to resume academic activities because we have been addressed. And then another part would say, we have not been addressed, we have not been attended to, so we cannot. So students suffer, and this divided community does not bode well for
all right, now,
future.
away from the strike action, sorry to cut you here, away from the strike action, human rights activist Femi Falana says the labor laws in Nigeria, do not permit the registration of more than one union in a sector. But the Labour Minister, Chris Ngige, doesn't, he thinks otherwise. Briefly before I let you go, do you think this case has a fighting chance in court in the event that it gets to that point?
Yes, I think I would love, I'm not a lawyer, right? But I would love if it has that fighting chance. Because like I've mentioned on this call, it's a divided house, it's a divided community, and it's not good for the future of university education in Nigeria. So I'm hopeful that we can find a way around this and actually ensure that only one union body is recognized, especially at university level, and we can have a united house that wants to engage the federal government on university issues in Nigeria.
All right, now, Oriyomi Ogunwale, co-founder, EduPlanner, thank you for your time and contribution. Well, that's how much we can take on this edition of the program. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for Western Media School, one vote woman, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The banks took over the news on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
My name is Ibia Blessing, a sculptor artist. hail from Benin, Edo State, Oredo. My artwork is generally all about me, my environment, and the society I found myself. And those are the things that influence my art. Most of my artwork, some of them are political statements underneath with beauty, like the ape you just saw, titled Vagabond in Power. Today in Africa and the world, we seem to have a lot of vagabonds in power, and they have made life so difficult for the common man. I see those leaders as an animal, so I decided to represent some of them in the form of an animal. Like in art, in Dadaism, white forms are represented in animal forms. So I see them in that way. You can also find such leaders in our university, in our offices. I see them like an animals. That's why some of my sculptures piece you can see around, some of them are animal forms, some of them are human forms. And generally my art is highly being influenced by my environment. I love nature. I love people. I love faces. That's why I keep seeing them playing around my work. I see myself as an artist because I don't just sculpt iron. I sculpt, I paint, I do anything in art, I perform. I believe art is not supposed to be limited to a setting area. To say I'm a metal sculptor, I'm a tile sculptor, I'm a wood sculptor. No, you are an artist. Talking is a form of art. Dancing is a form of art. Performing art, everybody do art, but unknowingly to some people. Actually, I can say that I was blessed in all ramifications. From my mother's side, my grandfather was a traditional carver in the ancient Benin court art by the Great. He was a Benin court artist. He carved wood. In my father's side, my father was an art dealer when it comes to Atik. I was so privileged enough to be born into the center of art, the airport art, the ancient Benin airport art. My father's house was the airport art in Mission Road. There, traditional carvers comes around from all over to come and carve and sell. They carve their traditional art, like wood carving in shadow. They carve some artwork, shadow and human forms, abstract and human forms. So I was born into it. I grew up to meet my uncles, my people I call mentors and masters. They were all carving wood. I was also privileged enough. My late uncle Ben Osawe, of blessed memory, the famous sculptor, he was also a sculptor, my uncle. I was privileged enough to work with him. As the last I worked with him in wood carving, in modeling. What really made me dive into metal? I realized that everything around me has been wood. My grandfather and my mother's side, wood carver. From my father's side, wood carver. Everybody is wood. And I used to carve wood, but the pain of carving wood in my shoulder is too much. I say, what can I do that I will not be eating too much of hammer, igbam. I see the way they are eating their hammer. I say, if I continue like this, now die you. So I said to myself, I want to turn iron to look like wood. At the same time, I want to be better than my fathers. My fathers were limited to traditional carving. There were no opportunity to go to school. I said to myself, I will go to school and I'll study school of art. Then my late uncle said, he himself also went to school. His father was also a carver. It was an opportunity to study in London too. I said, uncle, if you can go to school, I for 1 year, I will go to school. So I was opportunity to get admission into Aunchi Polytechnic. So I started from the scratch, from pre-ND. Like play. I like using broken alongside my English because I'm a very down to earth. I'm an African man. I love my where I come from. So from Aunchi Polytechnic, I went there. I was privileged enough to study general art. From general art, I found myself in sculpture after some challenges, whatever. So after the school, even when I was in the school, the lecturer would tell me, this is not how to do metal in this school. We cut hole here, we cut hole here. I say, but this is the way I want to do it. My classmates will be laughing at me. You are saying my style. But this is my style. This is what I like. This is how I like it. They say we will not score you. I say it doesn't mean. And most importantly, I'm coming out as a sculptor. So I left school. I was privileged enough after my school. I wanted to serve in Benue State. After my service in Benue State, I stayed back for another 4 years in Benue. I never wanted to come back to Benin. I realized if I should go back to my family house, they will want to start dictating my life. I want to be free. So I stayed in Benue for 4 years. From Benue, I started making my sculptures, bringing them to Lagos to sell, to clients, to various people. There I was opportunity enough to meet Mama Nike of Nike Art Gallery, Art Foundation. She likes my work. Over the years, he started patronizing my art. I was also privileged enough to meet Mr. Jeff, Third Pyramid Art Gallery. He likes my art, he started patronizing my art. But the originality about my work is that by my metal sculpture, I try as much as possible to make my work look like wood, so that where I'm coming from will not be lost. Why I say that I see myself as an artist, not a sculptor. I see myself as an artist because I felt to myself, if I call myself a metal sculptor, I have cut myself off from the origin where I'm coming from, which is the wood carving. If I call myself a wood carving, I have cut myself off from where I went to learn in the school. Okay, if I call myself tire sculptor, I have cut myself off from the other side. The only thing I can call myself is just an artist, because I see myself as just an artist. Since I started art, I will not lie to you. It has really been a game of thrones. Game of thrones, you win some, you lose some. But I try to make sure that my wins will be more than my loss. Some people like my work, some don't like my work, but I keep going. The beautiful part of it is that I love what I'm doing. I can say most time I don't even say, but I keep working. It's just like somebody that is an addicted to singing. Even though you put him in the prison, he will keep singing. He's addicted. And there's a song that says I'm an addicted. I love what I'm doing. It gives me joy when I'm doing my art. Whenever I handle my materials and I'm working with it, I feel this kind of joy in me. It's not the money. If you are looking for money, I don't think art should be where you should run after money. The money won't come in time, just the way people think. Art is something you do for the love of art, for passion. With time, money will join. But for me, I do art for the love. Through the love, money comes in good. I pray that money comes in, but I love what I'm doing. To set up a sculpture studio, an art studio, no matter how small it is, it's not easy. Things are sculpture is very expensive. This is art. It's very expensive. In Nigeria today, we don't have power. One of the greatest limitations as a sculptor artist is power. If you are to buy a diesel generator, you need to owe nothing less than $500,000 to be able to buy one. If you are to buy a normal generator, you need to own almost 400,000 to buy one. If you are to buy other soft machines, they are very expensive. When I started from the scratch without no family support. My father was not rich. My mother was not rich. But I believe in what I'm doing. The little money I'm making, I try as much as possible to save and buy my equipment, because I know that those equipment is what that will take me to another level. And I'm still buying some. I have not bought some, but I've got most of them. So the journey of art and artist, you need to be dedicated. You need to believe in yourself. Whether people say that you are doing it right or not, you don't need to. Criticism may come in, filter it, pick the one you know is good for you, and let go of the shafts. In the course of sculpture, because of art in general, other challenges, one is to make a work of art, two is to get a buyer. Making a work of art is as easy, but getting the buyer is the main cocoa, is the main war. Some people will just say, I like it, I like it, I like it, I like it, but to come bring money, no be play. Not everybody that likes your work that want to buy them. Some people just want to use you, as in get your work, make some money out of it, and throw the shaft to you. But as I always say, if you close your eyes for bad things, you don't want to see bad things passing. When good things are passing, your eyes will still be closed. But the beautiful part of it, art is not really easy to sell. But if you love what you are doing, keep doing it. As an artist, some days may go by, you may not have money to even buy a recharge card. Sometimes you may not be able to feed yourself. Let's be sincere to ourselves. But what keeps you going is the passion and love you have for what you are doing. Because if you love what you are doing, you keep doing it. No matter what you lay your hands on, you keep working. You keep making more research to get more affordable material to work with. In the course of art, general milestones that I've achieved, there are so many. There are so many. Through the grace of God, I have been able to make some international connections. I have works in US, I have works in France, I have works in notable places in Nigeria. And I have been able to meet some great men and women all around the world. Like the famous Timaya have my work of art. A musical artist, my work of art, you can get to see some of them in the walls of Top Pyramid. My work of art, most of them are in abroad, in private collections. I don't want to mention names, although I've mentioned some. I've achieved more. I've been able to see things for myself, get to meet people that matters. And you have been able to meet great men and women that have positive impact in my life and in my heart. If I have not gone into art, I may not have met them. Actually, I've done some exhibitions, some group exhibition here and there. In 2016, the Connected Gallery. I've done another one at Nikki Art Foundation and done some other exhibitions like that. But when I finish my sculptures here, I often exhibit my work of art in Nikki Art Gallery. There you can get to see most of my work. I also exhibit some of them in Top Pyramid Gallery. As I earlier said, this is just a studio. I exhibit more of my work in those places I earlier mentioned. And some private collectors can come around and say, we would like to exhibit your art in our show. They exhibit, we make sales. Yes, I do exhibit my work of art for now. Instagram and Facebook have played a very big role in the art industry. A very big role. Most of the people that do give me calls, I don't know them from Adam. They saw my work on Instagram, EBA Blessing or Blessing EBA. They'll just message me. We like your work, we like to have one of your pieces. We get to talk. Some of them come around to the studio, some make an order, we deliver. Instagram, the social media have been of great help, which is few people have been of great help to my profession and to me. As I earlier said, I work with several materials. But for now, the materials I'm really working with are metal sheets, nut and tires for now. If I'm making a sculpture with metal sheets, first of all, I make a sketch. I make a sketch with my rod. The sketch I make with my rod, I take a paper trace from the rod sketch. After the paper trace from the rod sketch, I cut out my metal sheet. I beat to form. I weld it with an arc welding machine. I fire it to the form. I patinate. That piece is ready. If I'm working with tire, the first thing I do earlier on, I get a maquette or I make a sketch. I make a construction, which is the framework. After making the framework, I get my tires. There are tires that are suitable for tire sculptures. They are called tread tires. There are two types of tire in the market, tread tire and iron tires, iron tread tires. The iron tread tires cannot be cut. Even though you cut it, the metal inside will still be of hazardous to the client or the person using it. So I normally use tread tires, and you can get to see more tread tires in bike tires and bicycle tires. After cutting my tires into strips, then I use my drilling machines to drill them. I use electric riveting machines. I order for some of my machines abroad, which I'm using to band the tires and the iron together. After banding them, the form of whatever form I want to build will erupt. Then I patinate it by being painted. That is what it is done. The process of making that kind of a sculpture piece, one, you get the clay model. You model with clay. You set an armature, you model with clay. If you are working on a resemblance, you get a picture of the resemblance, you model it on the clay. You prepare the mold with concrete. Concrete is cement and sand. You prepare it, you now mix it together. After done with the clay work, you oil it, you divide it with metal chins. Metal chins are aluminum to divide the clay. You apply the cement, which is the concrete, on the clay work all around. By the time it's set up, you liberate it, which one you earlier saw. After liberating it, you open it. You chip up, you clean it up, clean up the clay from it. The form that was in the clay will now appear on the concrete. Then you get your nut. You arrange it inside the mold, you wet it out, you pull it up, you clean it with iron brush, you join them together neatly, and that is how that piece is being achieved. I believe knowledge is meant to be shared. I receive CWE students from several schools, IT students. From now, we have some students from Osun State Polytechnic. We receive students from several schools. In the far north, some student comes around. I do train people. I love to teach people what I know, because people will remember you for how you impact their life. So I teach people. It's a great future projection. I believe every art piece is a masterpiece, and every masterpiece has a future projections. What is the future projection of an art piece? The longer it becomes, the more valuable it becomes. Like the works of masters like Picasso, Michelangelo, at their time, at their era, the work may not be too expensive, but today it sells in billions in our money. I believe as time goes by, the more I work, the more I exhibit, the more people get to know about me, the more the value begin to rise. An artwork value is priceless. It keep growing, the value keep appreciating, you don't depreciate. That is how I see art. That's how I see mine. Me personally, as an artist in my business, in 5 years' time, by His grace, I see myself being in the next level, being able to touch more lives, train more students, help more people to become self-independent as well. Because what will be of your benefit after you made all the money, you made all the fame, you didn't touch any lives? It would not be good. In the next 5 year times, I see myself being able to touch more lives. I may have trained more students, I may have helped a lot of people to achieve their own goal, to be able to take care of their family too. That is how I see fulfillment. Fulfillment to me is not you having a big house driving all around or living in big mansions. I see myself in 5 years' time, I should have been able to touch more lives, teach more people art, encourage more people to remain in the profession. At the same time, be a mentor to many upcoming artists, a mentor that will guide them to the right path of light. If you want to be an artist, as somebody that want to call me, hey, I want to be an artist, I want to learn to become an artist, the first stage, if you are not privileged enough to go to school, some artists are not, you can work under an artist tutelage to get knowledge of being an artist. After some time, by the time you have mastered the profession, working with a master, you'll be able to sell 1 or 2 works, even though you don't have access to material, to machines. Through that process, you can be buying the utility of your machines and be doing something. But if you have the art of moving to the next level, you can pick a course, have an ND in art, then it's good to go.
Well, many thanks for joining us. So news now, I am Fola Shade Ogurinde. At least 27 persons have been reported dead following an explosion in Doma, a community between Benue and Nasarawa states. Raman Nansel, police spokesperson in the state, confirmed the development on Thursday. Abdullahi Sule, governor of Nasarawa State, also spoke on the development while addressing journalists on Wednesday. He said the explosion occurred on Tuesday when some Fulani gathered a considerable number of their cattle to be transported from an area that connects Benue to Nasarawa State. He, however, said security agencies and relevant stakeholders in the state are making efforts to salvage the situation. The Abia State Governor Okozie Ikpeazu and Peter Obi, the presidential candidates of the Labour Party, have announced the suspension of their campaign activities over the death of Uche Okone. Ikone had died on Wednesday morning at the National Hospital, Abuja. In a statement, Ikpeazu directed that all flags in Abia State PDP offices be flown at half-mast and all campaigns suspended until January the 30th. In a statement, announced a suspension of the Labour Party presidential campaign scheduled to hold in Abia on January the 31st. The death of the PDP governorship candidate has raised questions on what the Electoral Act states in the death of a candidate. Speaking in an earlier interview with TV360 Nigeria, legal expert Liberus Oshoma explains that according to the provisions of the Electoral Act of 2022, the PDP has 14 days to conduct a fresh primary election.
There's been rumors that the PDP governorship candidate is not healthy. He's been lying critically ill in the hospital, and all of that. So I think this will bring an end to the rumors, that said. But constitutionally speaking, there's majorly no serious impact because, a lot of people also have expected that what played out in Kogi will play out here. But Section 33 of the Electoral Act has taken care of that lacuna. And if you permit me to quickly read the provision so that for the benefit of our viewers, Section 33 of the Electoral Act, a political party shall not be allowed to change or substitute a candidate whose name has been submitted under Section 29 of this Act, except in the case of death or withdrawal by the candidate, provided that in the case of such withdrawal or death of a candidate, political party affected shall within 14 days of the occurrence of the event hold a fresh primary election to produce and substitute the candidates to the commission for the election concerned. So in this case, the political party, that's the PDP in this case, has 14 days within which to inform INEC and then conduct a fresh primary. They can't just, substitute a candidate. They must conduct a fresh primary within 14 days to substitute the candidate. And so that had been taken care of. Even in Section 34, when election is already, taking place, also Section 34 of the Electoral Act 2022 also makes provision for that in the event of death, that INEC is empowered to countermand or revoke that election and extend it for another 14 days within which the party can provide a candidate. So there's really no lacuna here. Apart from the demise of the candidate, if the party is able to put his house together within 14 days, then they are fit and strong and back in the race. So you can't say the law did not make provision for the first runner-up to inherit, in the event of death. The law simply says in the event of death or withdrawal, the party has 14 days within which to conduct another primaries. So that primaries that had been conducted died with the demise of Professor Uche Okone, and so another primaries will be conducted to nominate another candidate that will, now take over that baton. So all those votes that have been cast, in that primaries had been gone and done with. So there must be another primary. That's the provision of the law. That's Section 33 of the Electoral Act, and it's very clear.
The United States government has declared that people involved in undermining the electoral process in Nigeria will be slapped with visa restrictions. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, in a tweet, said the country supports Nigeria's democratic process and desire to uphold the rule of law. The U.S. Embassy and Consulate in Nigeria, in a statement shared on its website, said the visa restrictions are specific to certain individuals and are not directed at the Nigerian people or the government of Nigeria. He added that the decision to impose visa restrictions reflects the commitment of the United States to support Nigerian aspirations to combat corruption and strengthen democracy and the rule of law. The House of Representatives has urged the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, as the sole importer of petrol, to urgently ease off queues in filling stations. These resolutions were reached following a motion of urgent public importance by member House of Reps Leke Abejide, drawing attention to the lingering fuel crisis across the country. The Green Chamber mandated the relevant House committees to investigate the matter within 48 hours and deliver a report on the situation, while the regulatory authority is to meet with the leadership of the House.
Nigerians are exposed to all sorts of hardship, which has resulted in hike in transportation, fares, and high costs of some major food items. Also worried that as a result of the petroleum scarcity, Nigerians are not finding it easy in their day-to-day livelihood activities. The House resolved to, 1, urge the NNPC Limited as a sole importer of these queues in filling stations. 2, also urge the relevant security agencies to fish out those oil marketers and other economic saboteurs that may be responsible for fuel scarcity across the country. 3, mandate the relevant House committees to investigate the matters within 48 hours and report to the House.
The federal government has banned aviation workers from going on strike, saying they were essential service personnel. It also apologized to those making use of air transportation and vowed never to allow strike in the aviation sector anymore. The declaration came against the backdrop of recent strike embarked upon by workers of the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company, NACO, which paralyzed both domestic and international flight operations in Lagos and Abuja last week. Aviation Minister Hadi Sirikawu made a declaration while feeding questions from State House correspondents at the Presidential Villa in Abuja, described the action as wrong, inhuman, and against the law. He said the FAN Act, signed into law by President Muhammadu Buhari last year, prohibits industrial action and riots in the aviation sector.
First, we apologize to them, our team passengers, in this difficult moment. And 2, also to know that this may not happen in the future with the grace of God. And the reason is simple. Aviation is an essential service. The act has been assented by Mr. President. So strikes and riots around our airports are prohibited by law of the land. And now that we have the act in place, assented by Mr. President, passed by National Assembly, we will deal with it according to the law. We will ensure that no essential service is being disrupted by anybody, no matter how aggrieved. There are other channels of channeling issues when they arise, but they are not permitted to hold strike because aviation is an essential service and is by the law of the land now. I'll give you an example. There was an air return, there is a return by one of the airlines back to base because they couldn't land. Imagine if there's a patient in that aircraft. Imagine somebody tending to a very serious issue or matter at hand, or business, or a student trying to catch up with an exam, or something like that, of that kind of nature. And then because of some body who's aggrieved, some other person will die. Government will no longer allow that.
As the deadline for the collection of permanent voters' cards draws closer, a coalition of civil society organizations under the auspices of Community Life Project and Justice Development and Peace Center has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to extend the January 29 deadline. Speaking at a press conference in Lagos on Wednesday, the group spokesperson Achike Chude explained that due to INEC's inadequate capacity to match citizens' demands for PVC, more than 3.5 million Nigerian youths are at risk of being disenfranchised. As a solution, the group has urged the chairman of the electoral umpire, Mahmood Yakubu, to, as a matter of urgency, address these issues so as to guarantee a free, fair and credible election.
INEC has not been able to match the demand for PVCs with timely and effective supply. It is imperative that it extends the deadline. It will be most unfair and unjust and inequitable to expect that those citizens who have made several trips to PVC collection centers without getting their PVCs, and those whose PVCs have only just been made available this week, would forgo their rights to their PVCs and vote in the elections simply because, and not vote in the elections simply because they were unable to receive their PVCs before the current deadline.
That there is a need to audit the PVCs that have been sent to places like that, especially in Lagos State. So that if you have sent 1 million PVCs and only 700 persons have collected, you want to see a list of the number of PVCs and the names that have come, and then let's know what has happened to it. The INEC Lagos will have to explain why those cards are no longer available.
There was a lot of mobilization to get students to register. They took this registration to the campuses just to encourage them to register. Why would we do that when we know that in the PVC distribution process we will be so rigid that these students will not be able to collect their PVC? So that we are appealing to INEC. We need to, for certain categories of people, if the proper identification, please allow process collection of PVCs.
We are calling on INEC, just as we have said in the press conference, to deploy more staff in those areas to ensure that those bottlenecks are removed. Because 3.5 million is a lot of number. And I'm sure that those numbers, when INEC put things in place, our citizens will be able to collect their PVCs.
No fewer than 2,000 unemployed young people have been selected for the federal government's T-Max project in Edo, with many of the beneficiaries excited about the opportunity. The senior special assistant to the president, Obafela Bank Olemo, alongside the Edo State Commissioner for Education, Joan Osa Ovawe, and other officials were at some of the approved training venues in Benin City. Speaking at the event, Bank Olemo emphasized President Buhari's commitment to take advantage of technical and vocational training to reduce poverty in the country. Bank Olemo also disclosed that majority of the participants are university graduates with degrees in various disciplines who have now chosen to learn skills after years of unemployment.
We try to make up the days and to learn very fast and to put our effort about the learning. I want to have my own skill. At least the madam, she has her own, so let me learn from me so I can support my husband and my children.
I have this passion for catering. Even when I was in secondary school, I had this passion. I like to bake. I like to cook. I love anything related to baking, cake, decoration. So that's why I applied. Well, I would like to say a big thank you to the federal government of Nigeria for elevating the citizens of this country. A very big thank you.
Since they've started, the application from people and residents of Edo State have also been quite impressive. And from that large pool of applicants, I'm sure they will be able to get outstanding 2,000 people. It's not about who you know, it's about what you can do. And so it's been very encouraging to meet applicant after applicant saying that they saw the announcement on social media and they applied and they were called. So nobody called on their behalf. So when people work for something, they tend to value it more.
What we did was that based on your location and the trade you are asking for and where the centers are, that's our first level of screening. But I think the key thing, like you've heard everybody say, is that everybody here is here because they heard about the program, they registered online, and they were contacted. So for us, it's exciting to know that you don't have to know anybody to be part of TMAX. You know, you are here based on the fact that you're a Nigerian, you're a resident here in Edo State, and we're asking and begging the participants to take this program very, very serious. Like you said, over 22,000 people registered for this program in Edo State, only took 2,000. And nationwide, over 500,000 people did, and we're only taking 15,000. So for anybody that is part of this program, you know, it's a great opportunity, you know, that we encourage and charge you to take very serious.
With just weeks to the 2023 general elections, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps (NSCDC) has declared that the protection of all critical national assets and infrastructure, as well as the provision of measures against threats and any form of attack against the citizenry, remains non-negotiable. The Commandant General of the Corps, Ahmed Audi, gave the assurance in Abuja at a capacity building workshop for all state commandants and the management of the NSCDC towards the 2023 elections. Speaking on the incessant attacks on INEC facilities and insecurity in Imo State, the Civil Defense boss assured that NSCDC and other sister agencies are leaving nothing to chance in ensuring and restoration of peace. On her part, the resident representative, Marija Perrin, while lauding the efforts of all critical stakeholders involved in election matters in Nigeria for the giant strides so far, expressed confidence that the 2023 elections would be peaceful and credible.
The hoodlums and the criminals have changed pattern. What they now use is they use bread, soak it into a gasoline, light it, and then throw it into an INEC building to cause arson. You know, but we have developed strategies to combat that by using covert operations. However, despite the recorded incidences, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps will continuously provide an enabling environment to officers and men to enhance optimal discharge of their core mandate, most especially in the protection of critical national assets and infrastructure and threats that may arise from the elections.
Every election has become stronger, and Nigeria has shown that it is a proper functioning democracy. But of course, it needs to gain strength and it needs to grow as a democracy. This has been shown. And very early on, not only this year or in the last few months, the government as well as the security agencies charged with securing the elections have understood the importance of these elections that will sure have a huge implication of in which direction the country is going to go within the next years. Now, of course, there are challenges. We are all realists and we are pragmatists. But again, Nigeria has never been as well prepared as this time ahead of the election.
The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, has asked the Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NATO, to ensure that their drivers adhere to vehicle weight regulations in an effort to protect roads across the country. Speaking at the annual general meeting of NATO in Abuja on Tuesday, Fashola said the federal government has been able to source supplementary funding like Sukuk to ensure roads are rehabilitated and constructed across the country. The minister urged the association to ensure that the drivers are trained and told to adhere to speed limits for the safety of all road users, while calling on the authorities to investigate the destruction of their trucks and the killing of drivers. President of NATO, Lawal Othman, urged members to desist from illegal bunkering, smuggling and diversion of petroleum products.
We have developed policies that ensure that trucks are not overloaded. My first appeal, therefore, in this area is to undertake some more self-enforcement within yourselves, within your allies like PTD, within your allies like NURTW. If you self-regulate, really and truly, why should FRSC or NSCDC or any of the bodies be chasing you around if you professionalize? You will be your own internal policeman, able to sanction one another And you will need, and that's the best discipline, really. Because somebody once told me that the greatest and the best discipline is self-discipline.
Our other short-term priorities include continued and sustained partnership and collaboration with Central Bank of Nigeria to maintain our place as the most preferred transportation of agric input and produce throughout the country. Secure and enter into partnership with Nigerian Commodities Exchange for the transportation of farmers' produce to market. Strengthen our existing partnership and collaboration with the Independent Electoral Commission by working hard to discharge our responsibilities of delivering election materials and personnel in a safe and timely manner to polling units and collation centers in 2023 general election.
We are partners in progress. I know not quite long we had a meeting with them in our office, and we look at issues of safety, the current trend, particularly as it relates to tankers that carried weight cargo, particularly petrol, the issue of valves on the tanks, and several other safety standards.
Well, we'll take a break now and be back with more stories right after this break. Just stay with us. Welcome back. Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletin or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. The World Health Organization, WHO, says in the past 8 weeks, no fewer than 170,000 people have died from COVID-19. Tedros Ghebreyesus, WHO Director General, said this during an online media conference on Wednesday. According to him, these are just reported deaths as much higher. He said that while the organization was clearly in better shape than 3 years ago when the pandemic first hit, the global collective response was once again under strain. According to him, too few people, especially older people and health workers, are adequately vaccinated, while too many people are behind on their boosters. We'll take a breather now and return with more stories in business, the foreign scene, as well as sports. Stay with us. In business, President Muhammadu Buhari has urged African leaders to show political will and recommit themselves to transforming agriculture on the continent. Buhari made the call on Wednesday in Senegal in his goodwill message at the Feed Africa Summit of Heads of State and Government. In a statement by Femi Adesina, his spokesperson, Buhari encouraged his counterparts to adopt innovative policies that ensure people on the continent consume what they produce and export the excess. With rising inflation globally and the effects of the Russia-Ukraine conflict on food prices, Buhari listed measures that African leaders must take to change the status quo. The federal government says Nigeria generated over $250 million from cashew nut exports in 2022. Mohammed Abubakar, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, said this at the Nigerian Cashew Day and Cashew Season event. Represented by Ernest Umakihe, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Abubakar added that the crop is also expected to bring about $500 million to farmers in 2023. Abubakar said the agro-product has grown in importance as an export-oriented cash crop since the 1990s and have become an important source of non-oil export income. Away from business and now to the foreign scene, Ukraine's president has thanked Western leaders for sending tanks to support the fight against Russia, but said they needed to be delivered quickly. In his nightly address, Volodymyr Zelensky also urged the West to send long-range missiles and fighter jets. His comments came after the US and Germany announced they would send Abrams and Leopard tanks to Ukraine. Russia condemned the announcement as a blatant provocation and said any supply tanks would be destroyed. And sports chairman of the Nigeria Football Federation Referees Committee, Faith Irabo, has assured that the body will continue to keep the men in the middle on their toes in order to rid Nigerian football of bad officiating. This is coming in the wake of the recent suspension of 3 officials by the NFF Referees Committee over questionable decisions in their games. In a notice of suspension for poor performance signed by the Secretary of the Referees Committee, Sani Zubairu, the body summoned 2 officials over incidents of poor officiating in the games between 3SC and Kwara United on match day 2, as well as a center referee of the game between Rivers United and Niger Tornadoes on match day 3. Before now, the committee had suspended 9 officials for questionable officiating in the Niger Women's Football League. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Flashadi Ogurinde. Bye for now.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
technology continues to advance globally, Nigerian youths are ensuring that they take the center stage of the fast-paced world of innovative inventions. From creating impressive programs to inventing new products, Nigerian youths are daily enhancing the quality of life and entrepreneurship that has a huge impact across Africa and the globe. Hello and welcome to another episode of Startups with me, Abisola Adebayo. On the program today, we'll be talking to two of these geniuses that are using technology to enhance the country's development. In Oyo State, Southwest Nigeria, Olushola Ayola has established a center to train Nigerians on robotics and artificial intelligence. And in Lagos, Onyeka Owika has created an application that helps save power consumption. How exactly are these guys able to do all of this? I'm just as curious as you are, but we'll be finding out in just a moment.
What RAIN does is the first of its kind in Nigeria and perhaps in West Africa, because we receive applications from Egypt, Liberia, Ghana, and so on. We do training and certification in robotics and artificial intelligence, which is the future. And developed countries are already beginning to struggle to take a position there. So normally Africa or Nigeria should just wait for all of that to be developed first before we take interest. But RAIN is saying no to that. My name is Dr. Olushola Ayola. I'm the founder of Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence, AI, is the technology of making machines perform tasks considered possible only with human intelligence. This technology has ushered in tremendous opportunities, leading to leapfrog development and attainment of economic growth and prosperity across developed and developing nations of the world. However, in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the pace of innovation and artificial intelligence adoption has been slow, mainly due to the lack of adequate knowledge about the technology. Having lived and schooled in the United Kingdom for years, helping the country with developing ground and underwater robots and artificial intelligence, Olushola Ayola decided to return home and help his home country with the skill set and experience he's acquired. This electrical engineer was determined to prove that AI can improve the livelihood of Nigerians only if there can be enough Nigerian-based experts in the promising field. In 2019, he founded Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Nigeria RAIN, a foremost training, research and innovation center focused on the creation and development of artificial intelligence-enabled technology.
When I was done with my PhD and I was done with saving and I was done with working there, even though I was working in a robotics company that was helping the UK government to decommission their nuclear storage sites, I felt it was time to go and develop that skill in Nigeria for my people. Because many times when the UK needs to get a particular robot built, they do the design there, they send it to China. So China guys would actually build the robot and send it back to UK. And I felt, wait, why can't they send it to Nigeria? Because after all, I'm the one in the company that China will send it back to, and I'll try to get it back to standard. Unfortunately, whenever I tried to contact people in Nigeria, do you know how to use this? Do you know how to use that? They all say, no, we were not taught, or we were not taught very well, or we don't remember it because we've not been practicing it. So I felt, let's have a new kind of education system where we get projects to do, we get people to train, and we get research to do. So it's all busy. It's like a Silicon Valley of ideas here in Nigeria. And so we set it up. If we had said you can only come to RAIN if you are a computer science graduate with 2-1 or anything, we'll be limiting a number of people. because you would agree with me that many people are very good when it comes to hands-on, but may not be good when it comes to WAEC or NECO or all those JAMB exams. And so, for us at RAIN, to get into RAIN to study, you need to be above 15 years old. So that means you should have finished secondary school, and you should have a credit pass in your mathematics at O levels. That's it.
Ayola prides in the quality of training and infrastructure RAIN offers its trainees. He says the plan is to compete with standards from developed nations and produce the next generation of AI experts to contribute to the country's development.
It's been a series of eureka moments, like, wow, we did it again. Typically in Nigeria, and this is one thing we have learned a lot from the experience in the past, you don't set up an institution to look like the normal African standard, Nigerian standard. You have to raise the bar. So we were not competing with anybody in Nigeria. We were competing with the standards I met in the UK, which were my vision for Nigeria. You know, a school that is homely, the teachers are friendly, the environment is friendly, you have a hangout spot, you have a kitchen, you have relaxation, games and all of that. Then you have internet. You have power supply, you have facilities, like you have the kind of ambience that makes you want to learn. You have projectors, you have all of those IT facilities that will encourage students to want to learn. We have all that. RAIN is actually taking care of unemployment in the future by providing the skill that the government or the people need. That's one. Secondly, RAIN is helping to attract foreign investment, because just by having a pool of talent in the area of AI, you're a leader, global leader. Now, when people look for AI solutions globally, they just go on Google and search artificial intelligence developers across the world, and RAIN puts Nigeria on the map.
Since establishment, RAIN has been experiencing a steady growth. Ayola says students in the tech field are eager to enroll and is also been receiving partnership proposals from the government, local and international bodies. Beyond this, the institution has been building and developing impressive artificial intelligence products.
It's been growth upon growth as we've been going. At first we were training only, and then later we started doing research for people, and now we're doing product development. So it's like we keep going higher. Of course, investors have been coming as well to say, can we buy this company off you? Can we take over? Can we expand it quickly enough? And I'm like, let's just all calm down. Let's see where we're heading, because I can't quantify the worth of the company until we get to a point where I can see everything from up there. We've had business deals, project deals with major companies. I can't mention their names now, but then about 3 major companies. One is on drone for parcel delivery, another one is on energy management, and another one is on waste management. Now, this is to say a few, because we have other engagements with government in some areas that we cannot talk about. But then, for us, it's a milestone, because we started off as a training institution, and now we are moving into product development. You know, and this is the curve that if we can continue in that trajectory, there is no way saying we've got to the end point yet. We haven't.
But these achievements did not come on a platter of gold. Ayola says setting up RAIN was not a walk in the park, especially in a country where electricity is a luxury.
You know, money is never enough. You want to set up a world-class institution, you're competing with people who spend billions and trillions to set up the same thing. So how do you set up the same thing with lower and lower budget? That was the biggest challenge for me. How do I make this place look expensive even though I'm not spending all of that money? Because I'm not the richest in Nigeria to be able to set up something like this. People walk in here and say, wow, billions have gone into this. Well, yes, billions, but not billions in money, but billions in ideas. Because my first challenge was, I must make this place look like $1 billion has been spent on it, even if I don't have that. And that was the first challenge. We did that. We did that very well. Then the second challenge is the power aspect. We run on 24 hours power. We can't do without power here. This is not a place where power will go off and everybody will be like, let's just wait for NEPA to bring light. We must have constant, because we do 3D printings. And 3D printings, you dare not wait for any second, otherwise you might lose the entire quality. So we do a lot of work, we do a lot of research, interfaces, meetings and all of that, and we need power. So the challenge there has been, how do we maintain steady power? The concept of generator, solar and all of that have come, but they can't meet our needs. We just need constant power from the government. But that's going to be a thing of the past now, because we are working on a project with a UK company on developing homegrown power solutions. And it's going to be a very large project. So one of the big power engines will be domiciled here at RAIN for demonstration and all of that.
Ismaila Surajo is one of the student trainees at RAIN. Surajo used to be a self-taught technician in his little village of Rubuchi in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, where he's been inventing locally made tractors and machines. Surajo got a scholarship to study at RAIN in 2020 after inventing a local water provider in his village. In less than 2 years, the 23-year-old is now developing smart water meter.
I've learned how to program using my system. When I was in school, I can build a car. I'll be the one to control it. But now I can use my system to control it. I intend to become an engineer in robotic design. I can design a robot that can help the community to solve some problem. I make smart water control device. Once you put your card, it on the water for you. You can subscribe on my own water device. I have other projects I'm going to work on.
It's been sponsored by one of the people in government, because he was given an award by the president in November 2020. And now he's developing solutions that will benefit his community directly. He's building a smart water meter that people in the locality can just slot in their card, their smart card, and water is dispensed in their bucket. So that way, what he's trying to do is to encourage lawmakers or people in government to donate boreholes to communities, because the people will not take it for free. They will pay a token using that smart water meter, and by using that token, the money for maintaining that facility, that water infrastructure, is provided.
Ayola has indeed paid his dues in starting up RAIN. His vision is to make an impactful change in Nigeria's development pace and education sector by imparting his knowledge and skills of artificial intelligence. And the company's milestone so far shows he's right on track.
Give RAIN about 5 years or less, and you'll be surprised that many things we look for outside would be produced in-house. And it's not going to be RAIN only, it's going to be offshoots of RAIN, people that RAIN has actually promoted or produced, and they are the ones that would begin to solve these problems. So if you look at 10 years from now, you'll see big entrepreneurs saying, I decided to set up this business after my training at RAIN, and I figured out that this was a major business need for the country. And of course, there you go. So we are really helping the country to prepare for the future now. The structure we've set up, fine, AI and robotics is not new in the world, but the structure we have set up for AI and robotics, no facility in the world has set that up. Where you do training and certification, where you do research and projects for everybody, not for your company. For example, Toyota, they have the Toyota Research Institute, where they do research in AI and robotics for their company only. But we are now setting up something that does AI and robotics research and product development for anybody. So what that means is that we are taking this to people's homes. So in the future, RAIN may be not a Nigerian-based company any longer, but a global body, competing with the likes of SpaceX and so on. Because we have all of that model embedded in what we are doing.
The technological advancement of any society is hinged on its ability to invent and innovate, as these are the cardinal bedrock upon which development is built and sustained. With RAIN's drive to nurture and train the next generation of AI experts in Nigeria, one can say the country is well on its way to achieving sustainable development. I'm actually excited for the country. I mean, imagine the potentials of these experts that RAIN will be churning out. Anyways, this next innovator will blow your mind. With its invention, you wouldn't even need to lift a finger to reduce your power consumption and control a lot of home appliances.
Okay, at Ving Global Technologies, we create solutions for human with our full home and office automation. We do that with our OVO products and our OVO Smart app, where we make life easy for everyone. They can have total control of their home, their offices, and their hotels. And they can do all that without a human intervention using our OVO Smart app. They can control everything in their home and save the cost of their electricity bills. They can know who comes into their home at every given point. They can turn off the electrical appliances and every of the appliances at anywhere they are in the world. My name is Onyeka Onwuka. I'm the CEO of Ving Global Technologies Limited. Computer, turn on bedroom lights.
Okay.
Who would have ever thought that in decades to come in Nigeria, words of mouth will be able to control gadgets without having to move an inch? From carrying out big tasks to attending to menial errands, engineers across the world are leveraging technology to make life easier for people. One of such innovative engineers is Onyeka Onwuka, a 32-year-old graduate from the National Metallurgical Training Institute in Anambra, Southeast Nigeria. Bothered by the high energy consumption plaguing his country, Onyeka decided to establish Ving Global Technologies, an engineering technology outfit, under which he developed a comfortable solution to help people control their home and electrical appliances from anywhere in the world through an automatic systemic app. He calls it the OVO Smart application.
It has been a very long time. I started developing this app. And the reason why I started developing it was I've seen people leaving their home appliances on. They left their home appliances on and went out and then came back and started complaining about their electricity bills being piling up, forgetting that once it's turned off, your electricity bills won't be reading. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that. I've seen people turn on their gas on and leave it. Then they forget to turn it off. They might be carried away seeing a movie, or they might be carried away watching social media. So I started looking for a way to help people do all that without human intervention. I started looking for a way to help people turn off their appliances off, turn off their gas. Then that was what led me to create the OVO Smart app. Let's say if you want to control the light, you buy our OVO switch lights. When you buy it, you don't need to change your bulbs, just the controller. So you buy the light and then remove, you don't need to break your walls. All you need to do is to change the fittings. If you already have the old fittings, the manual fitting, you just change the fittings and then use our fitting. So once you use our fitting, you sync it with the OVO Smart app, and then from there you can control your lights. If you want to control your gas, we have our gas controller that you can use in your gas cylinder. Then if you want to control your TV, you use our IR, our OVO IR controller to control your TV. You can use it to control your AC. You can use our OVO water heater switch to control your water heater. You can also use our gate controller to open your gates and close your gates. Within Global Technologies, we make sure your security is intact. Within Global Technologies, we make sure that your electricity bills is being slid down to 60%. Within Global Technologies, we make sure your comfort is what you need. We'll make sure that you have comfort, total comfort. We make sure you have that easy lifestyle.
By connecting their devices to the OVO Smart app and the internet, users can control them all without moving an inch. All they need is a voice command, smartphone, or fingerprints. Onyeka says the OVO Smart app is connected to all the OVO products designed by his team. The customers then connect the product to the appliances. When the customer then orders the app to do a task, it gets notification once the task is completed.
What our OVO Smart app does is whenever it does any command being said by you, it will notify you that it has done it. So let's say someone comes to your home and you unlock remotely. Once the person gains access, it will notify you on your phone that the person has already gained access. So you can see the person with your OVO camera and you can have a conversation with the person, and once you turn off your gas as well, it will notify you that your gas is being turned off. So it doesn't just turn it off and leave you blindly. So once it does the command you set, it will notify you immediately that it has done this for you. Even hotel owners, they use our sensors. Once you have a guest and the person check in, you can see it will notify you that a guest just checked in your room. So it will notify you as a hotel owner. You don't need to be in the hotel to ask your management what rooms we are fully occupied. Is my rooms fully booked? So from your OVO Smart app, you get notification. You get notified that your rooms, if it's fully booked, you will get the notification. If 20 rooms we are booked, you get notification. So all those things, you get notification from anywhere you are in the world.
Onyeka launched the OVO Smart app in 2020. Working in a country where electricity is not stable, he says achieving this feat was not a walk in the park.
You know, developing an app, you have to do the graphics, you have to write the codes. So I did all that with my team. In my team, I have a graphic designer that designs the graphic that I need to do. The commands, I wrote the commands on my own. So the challenges I was facing that time was I need to always stay strong. The challenges I was facing was the power issue, because I have to test my app with a generator and also test my app with the power from the government. So if I want to test it, I'll have to wait for the lights to come so that I will test it. So those were the challenges I was having at the moment while developing the app. But after all said and done, it came out a success. I'm trying to set up the internet to be able to run the program using a minimal internet to charge in kilobytes and not in megabytes. So with 1,000 naira subscription, all your appliances will be running. And we also try to make it work with every internet providers like MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, every internet providers. We also try to make it work with all that.
Since the launch of the application, Onyeka says he and his team continues to work to improve on the application and introduce more features to make life easier for customers.
We have our competitors, and that is why we are working hard every day to make sure we give in the best quality. When we started our app, there was no virtual assistant. What I mean by virtual assistant is using your voice to control everything. You know, it's not every time you go to the app and start scrolling, looking for the light that is on and off. So we brought in, because as each day goes in, we keep on pushing pushing. And now you can sync our OvoSmart app with your Siri, with your Google Assistant, with your Alexas. So we keep on bringing the best every day. That is why we work hard to make sure we are at the face of everyone.
Since the OvoSmart app broke into the market, Vin Global Technologies have continued to record accelerating growth, and even though the tech firm is yet to get a major investor, it now has over 20,000 customers across Africa.
At first when we brought it out on social media, few people came to patronize us. They saw that it was good and they started spreading the news. They started spreading everything, letting people know that we are using this thing. Like our smart locks, people have been using it for 2 years, 2 years plus without no issues. So you don't need electricity to run the smart app. It uses a finger battery. So after 1 year, all you have to do is to change your finger battery. So people started advertising for us, people we don't even know. They started advertising our product for us because they've used it and it's working. So we started, we have influencers that helps us to do all that as well. And when the influencers does that, people use our product and see that it's of good quality because we chose quality over quantity. So people saw that our products were of good quality, and then that was how the marketing level started. We started moving from places to places, going to real estate developers, showing them what we have, and from that we keep on. That was how we started expanding. Right now we don't have investors at the moment, but we have up to 23,000 plus customers. We have a lot of customers that are patronizing us already, and we have more coming each day. We have customers coming from South Africa, from Ghana, from Cameroon, from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria. We have people buying our product from all these African countries. We don't have investors at the moment, but our product is growing because it's of good quality, and all our products are 2 years warranty.
Onyeka says the future projection is for his innovation to break into the international market and in extension save Nigerians from bogus electricity consumption, which makes them pay more.
In the next 4 or 5 years, I want our company, Vin Global Technologies. I want my company, Vin Global Technologies, to be talk of the world. I want us to be the #1 in automation system and all that. I'm making sure that every home, offices and facility have our products all over the world.
At a time when authorities in the country continues to seek a lasting solution to energy consumption and increased electricity tariff, Onyeka's innovation, if expanded, might be the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm actually impressed by the good work these guys are doing to improve technology in Nigeria. Anyways, this is where we'll be signing out on the program today. Until I come your way next time, I am Abisola Adebayo. Bye.
Top of the morning to you, Nigeria, and welcome to What's Your Take, a weekly news program in which Nigerians from all walks of life get to express their opinions on the big stories that broke the previous week and which have the potential to impact our daily lives and well-being. My name is Dayo Akintobi, and I will be taking us through those stories that made the headlines this past week. Well, as you all know, today is a significant day because President Buhari is visiting Lagos. He's here on a 2-day working visit to commission some projects. And I'm sorry to disappoint you, he's not here to commission the big one that we were all looking forward to. That's the Dangote refinery. Despite everything that's been said, unfortunately, that project is not ready to come on stream yet. So he's not going to be commissioning that one today. However, having said that, he will commission the Lekki Deep Sea Port, which is a very big project for the federal government and for Lagos. He will also commission the rice mill at Imota around Ikorodu, and he will commission the Blue Line light rail train in Lagos, which is something we've all been looking forward to. So President Buhari, we welcome you to Lagos, and we wish you a pleasant and fruitful stay. And to all Lagosians who are being disrupted, whose schedules are being disrupted by this with the detours and the road closures, well, it's just another experience that we have to go through to live in this metropolis. So grin and bear it and consider it something for the best for all of us. All right, having said that, with me on the program this morning is our newscaster, Yetunde Afolabi, who will be telling us all about the big stories we'll be discussing today. Good morning, Yetunde.
Good morning, Mr. Dayo, and a very good morning, Nigeria.
I'm certain you have a bunch of interesting material to share with us. Last week saw some significant developments across the country that made the headlines.
It was indeed a bumper news week. Let me get to it without further ado. The stories for this program were culled from the headlines and pages of the mainstream newspapers across Nigeria, including The Sun, Daily Trust, Leadership, Vanguard, The Nation, Punch, Guardian, Nigerian Tribune, New Telegraph, and This Day. The really big story of last week is the lingering fuel crisis and the hardship being experienced by Nigerians, from the scarcity of the product and its high cost at the few locations where it is available. Worst of all, there seems to be no end in sight to this problem. Some of the headlines that spoke to this issue during the week include: fuel scarcity bites harder. Marketers blame the National Oil Company, NNPCL. Fuel crisis won't end soon, say government, marketers. List insecurity, dollar scarcity, crude swap problem as challenges. Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria, MOMAN, says only fuel subsidy removal will stop fuel scarcity. Queues are caused by high demand in bottlenecks in the fuel distribution chain. Gradual removal of petrol subsidy starts in April. Price hike, NNPCL keep mum. Major Marketers Association blames logistics. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timipre Silva, says no increase in PMS pump price. The second major news story for today is about the fears and frustration mounting among Nigerians over the scarcity of the new Naira notes, even as the deadline nears for the exchange of old notes, and the Central Bank of Nigeria remains adamant about not extending the deadline. Some of the headlines that address this, issued during the week, include: CBN accuses banks of hoarding billions of new Naira notes, threatens sanctions. CBN deepens sensitization on the new Naira notes and new cash withdrawal policy at major markets across Nigeria. CBN meets with POS agents on Monday. Supermarkets, eateries reject old notes. CBN introduces cash swap policy for new currency in villages, other rural outposts. State governors. Nigerians are facing huge challenges over Naira redesign. Clash with Nigeria Financial Intelligence Unit, NFIU, over cash withdrawal policy. From today, all Nigerians can exchange old notes for new notes at deposit money banks. Our next news item for today is the Edo train abduction of the previous week and the subsequent rescue of the victims by a combined team of police, DSS, vigilantes, and hunters. Is this a ray of hope that a solution to combat the kidnapping scourge has finally been found? Some of the headlines that address this issue during the week include: 1. Armed herdsmen invade Igweben train station in Edo State on Saturday, January 7, and abduct 32 persons. Police working with the vigilante and hunters comb through the bush around the area and apprehend one suspect who begins helping police with their investigation. 6 victims are rescued just 2 days after the incident. 1 week after the incident, all 32 victims have been rescued and 10 suspects arrested, including 2 village chiefs who allegedly gave assistance, to the kidnappers. Edo State Governor Godwin Obaseki stated that no money was paid for the release of the victims, as special forces engaged in a joint operation and overpowered the kidnappers and rescued the hostages. We paid 2 million naira to the kidnappers for my sister's release, laments a family member of one of the kidnapped victims. Next in the queue for today is the so-called Chatham Houseization of Nigerian politics. There's a mad rush of Nigerian politicians to speak at the British think tank Good for Our Democracy and Self-Pride. The background to this big story is that in the past week, first, the presidential candidates of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and then the presidential candidates of the NNPP, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, and then topped off by the chairman of Nigeria's Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Prof. Mahmood Yakubu, all visited Chatham House in London to address its executives, and a diverse audience on the upcoming Nigerian elections. And our final big story for today is on the resurgence of COVID. 42 new COVID-19 infections have been reported in Nigeria. Some of the headlines that address this issue during the week include: 1. Despite the new cases, federal government rules out imposition of restrictions. Chinese authorities express concern over outbreak of deadly flu. 3. A known flu. Federal government may reintroduce COVID-19 measures as 3 Nigerians die in China, 7 in critical condition. And that's all the stories we have for you in this edition of What's Your Take? I will now hand back to Mr. Dio, who will introduce our guests who are in the studio today to give their opinions on these issues. Over to you, Mr. Dio.
Thank you, Yetunde. And what a week of news it was, from fuel scarcity to new Naira notes scarcity, to the reappearance of COVID-19. Last week was a hectic week on the news front. Politics, of course, was not left out. There were the brickbats thrown at each other by the presidential candidates of APC and PDP, lawsuits seeking to disqualify, and petitions demanding arrest, anti-party suspensions and voluntary defections. The political sector was rife with intrigue, scheming, gamesmanship, and one-upmanship. Add to that the seeming must-do visit to Chatham House, and we have an election in the making. Well, D-Day is just slightly over 1 month away, so we can just imagine the vaudeville show that awaits us in the coming days. Go ahead and grab a bottle of Coca-Cola and some cabin biscuits, and armed with your PVC, claim a spot in the queue at your polling booth to play your part in what will likely be the definitive event in the trajectory of Nigeria's destiny in the 2020s. Joining me to take a look at the big stories that dominated the headlines last week is Olukemi Onabanjo. Olukemi is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. She has several years' experience as a chartered accountant and is currently a consultant in strategic human resources and business re-engineering. Olukemi currently makes her home on the island after growing up for over 25 years on Lagos mainland. We'll take a break, and when we come back, you will meet Olukemi and my other guests. Okay, welcome back. It's What's Your Take? And today, as I mentioned earlier, we are joined by Olukemi Onabanjo. Good morning, Olukemi. Thank you for joining us on What's Your Take today.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Also joining me to add breath to our discussion on the big stories of the past week is Prince Marcus Ogunshusi. Prince Ogunshusi is an entrepreneur. He prefers to be referred to as a trader. He's based in Magodo, Phase 2. Good morning, Prince. Thank you for joining us on What's Your Take today.
Good morning, fellow Nigerians. Thank you for having me on the show.
Very good.
It's a pleasure being here.
Thank you for joining us. Very good. So as we heard our newscaster Yetunde go through the list of the big stories of last week, let's take the one about the lingering fuel scarcity, because that has hit all of us where it hurts. And even this morning, just getting to the studio was a challenge for all three of us, as this issue of fuel scarcity, fuel queues, traffic, and there's also the intriguing aspect of the fact that we've now developed a parallel market in the fuel sector, to where there are some stations that are selling at a lower price, those who get it from the NNPC directly, and those who are getting from the private depots are selling at a higher price. And government in itself said last week that it has not raised any price. So what is the point of, since we've not removed the subsidy and we've not deregulated, how do you see, Kemi, what's your take on this notion of the fact that the government is saying it hasn't increased prices, but yet prices have increased all the way above board? Is government a toothless bulldog now in this issue of fuel?
Thank you. I don't feel they are, but I think the reality on ground is that individual marketers and major marketers all have their different pricing strategies, and all of them are playing out now. If you look at the value chain of bringing in diesel or petrol or aviation fuel into this country, there are a lot of players. There's the marketers, there's the logistics, there's the tanker drivers. It is so fragmented. And until you have a very, very efficient value chain from the beginning to the end, we're still going to continue to stumble on this. Added to this is there's no accountability. There's nobody being held responsible for when we have issues like this. Aviation fuel is hiccup, petrol is hiccup. We have filling stations now that are charging 250 naira. We have some charging 180 naira. In Port Harcourt, they're charging 600 naira, 700 naira. This is telling us that yes, they will deregulate soon. But it's scary because you're deregulating and there's still so much inconsistency in the value chain. We continue to wait and we continue to pray, but it is very, very worrisome. We don't know what has caused this recent 2 weeks chaos, because it has been chaotic, especially after Christmas. Depending on who you ask, they have different reasons.
Very good. Prince, do you think it's a coincidence? Looking at it from a conspiracy theory point of view now, for those who have conspiratorial minds, doesn't it look too coincidental that at the run-up to an election, we're having a lingering problem like this? Do you think there's sabotage involved? Do you think it's incompetence on the part of the government? Yes, in the recent past, there have been sporadic fuel scarcity problems, but none has been sustained extensively, at least in the last 7 years or so. We've had them off and on, come and go. But this particular one seems to have stretched for much longer than we've been used to in the recent past. Do you see this as possibly an intentional move by some people to either malign the party in power, sabotage the process, gain some advantage towards themselves in the coming election? Do you see something untoward or underhanded going on here?
Thank you very much for the question. For us as a people, I think there's so much tied to us when it comes to conspiracy theories. And I refer to us, some Nigerians, that they are the greatest conspiracy theorists in the world, because we are quick to add that to every issue. Now, what we have on ground that is happening right now, you can't take the players away from the issues, because most of the politicians have their hands in the oil and gas industry. They are, as a matter of fact, they're the biggest player in the sector. So if we want to align that, this could be the reason why we're having this unending fuel crisis. Because in the last 6.5 years, we've not had one that is this prolonged. We'll have a short one, maybe a week, and it will disappear. But this now, as we get closer to the election, it will look like it's going to go tomorrow when you wake up. you just discover that the queue are getting longer. So when you say, what do we have against the government? That is from the opposition part of you now. It's okay, let's present them before the electorate as being failed. Now, if they are failures, it is because the political parties, all of them are all but one. Those in government and those in the opposition. Because you never hear about Nigerian when we talk about Nigerian. You only hear about their interests. So these issues now is about, okay, the government is playing about, let's deregulate, let's commence a month after the election, after all the elections. That is, they are speculating April now. Okay, some of the players are saying, okay, let's make it impossible for them to even get there. Again now, let's see how much money we can quickly make before the regulation proper. There's another dimension to it now that it could even be tied to the opening of the Dangote refinery. That, okay, let's push it to the highest that we can, so that by the time the Dangote refinery come on stream, that they can begin to sell from the point of how much Nigerians now have accepted to pay for premium, which is a minimum liter of fuel. So if you look at the issues generally, you cannot detach the multi-dimension players to it. It's not just a problem of, initially when it started, they said it was a war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine was making vessels impossible to come over to Africa. But now we have discovered that the crisis in Nigeria had players actively ready to make sure that we don't get out of it very soon.
And the man in the street, the average Nigerian, is the one who bears the brunt of, as usual, is the man in the street who bears the brunt of whether you want to call them scheming, manipulations, shenanigans, however they may be. And that is quite unfortunate. But well, we hope that one way or another the issue is resolved very quickly, so that if they're going to remove the subsidy and deregulate, let's do it and get it done so we can go about our normal lives. I believe that the average, my take is that the average Nigerian won't mind paying as long as we can get the product. Yeah. But at this point, we just want products so that we can go about our daily lives.
We can run away from the regulation if it guarantees us availability.
Availability is
and
key.
Stressless product. Because when you have to leave your house each day, I've never done it. I've never get myself on the queue for 1 minute. I don't, because I don't have that patience. But each time I do come out and see people on the queue, I just said, look,
it breaks your heart.
This is time wasted.
It breaks your
heart. How can you leave your house, come queue on the queue? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. You have so many other things to do with your time. And you don't know the adage. I said, even if you don't have nothing doing, you sleep at home.
And thank you for that, Prince. And let's move on to the next issue that is hitting us in our pocketbooks, which is this issue of the new Naira. I don't know about you, and I don't know how it's working for you, but I do know that the banks are not giving out the Naira as easily as they should. The latest news that came out between yesterday and the day before was that we'll be able to exchange our old notes for new ones. But the bottom line is that there's still a scarcity of the new notes till today. Even the banks that are giving them out are rationing them. Now, CBN is saying it's not going to extend the deadline beyond the 31st. Now, market women, eateries, some petrol stations, they're not accepting the old notes anymore because they're all scared of the fact that come January 31, the money will go obsolete in their hands. How do we reconcile this gap between supply and demand of the new notes, Kemi?
I get worried when CBN threatens banks because they say that they have the product availability, they have the new notes there, and the banks are not picking it up. And the banks are like, how is this possible? What CBN is doing, really, they're the only ones that are empowered to do this. Yes, you can change a currency note, but we need to look at the time frame. You tell us there's 3.2 trillion in circulation, in money in circulation. You tell us 80% of it is outside the banking system. That's 2-point-something trillion. You tell us in 6 weeks you've only managed to maybe bring in 1-point-something trillion. Can we really use this 6 weeks to bring in all the Naira outside and exchange? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And the logistics of it and the fact that this is something that is affecting the entire country, one needs to just sit back and be careful. By the 31st of January, I honestly don't know what is going to happen. Fortunately, with those of us in urban areas, a lot of us are used to ATM. So the reality is we did not have as much cash that we would have normally have had. But really, if you want us to move from a cash system to a system with alternate e-channels, there has to be timing and there has to be efficiency of these e-channels. The reality is right now a disputed transaction in a bank, they tell you your funds will be refunded in 7 working days. So it's a bit scary. There's a lot of the country that does not have banks. I can't remember, is it in Yobe? One of the states today even said, look, they don't have enough banks right now to deal with this. And so therefore, what can CBN do? That is my take.
Thank you, Kemi. Prince, what the concept behind redesigning the Naira and cash withdrawal limits that the CBN has come in of late, what do you think of the concept itself? The idea behind it that we should go cashless, that transactions need to be tracked when they're done electronically. We have more transparency about who has what, who is spending what. Every electronic transfer leaves a footprint, an online footprint. So clearly CBN is trying to sanitize the financial sector. Do you think the motives are pure? Do you think that the country is ready for it? Do we have the infrastructure? Do we have the power, the networks, the online networks? I mean, the rural areas, for example, how will they be able to do seamless electronic transfers when they have sporadic internet service? So is Nigeria really ready for these radical changes from being a cash economy to becoming a cashless economy that the CBN is trying to force and make happen by force at this time? Are we ready for this?
I think as a people, we are not. You said, is it sincere? I could say, okay, maybe 75% the CBN could be sincere. They said they act, empower the CBN to do what they are doing now. They're supposed to do it over a certain period of years and withdraw the money in circulation and they change the face or remain completely, alternate the colors. But when you now come back again and want to do so many things at the same time, it's like trying to travel overseas. You don't have a passport, you've not gotten a visa, but you want to buy a traveling ticket. You need to take the process from the first, getting an international passport, applying to get a visa, before you come back and say, okay, let me buy my traveling ticket. Now, the CBN has about 3-4 different policies or programs modeled into one in an election year for a people who are illiterate in banking like we are. You know, because when we sit in the urban centers and say Nigeria is a wonderful place, we don't have any problem, it is because some of those people are forgetting that they are from villages. And our villages in Nigeria constitute the majority of our population. And that most of these people are disconnected. They are disconnected from reality. They don't know what we know in the urban centers. So when the CBN come and said the ATMs will get loaded with new currencies, those in the rural area, are they going to get the ATMs loaded in new currency when those of us in the urban centers don't even have the currency? So I think my take is that there's an agenda behind of this, either to make it impossible for certain players to have access to cash. Because for me, if you said you're doing mop-up and you want to mop up over 80% of the money circulation under some other people's bedroom, and yet up until now, you have just less than 10 days to go, and still you've not gotten more than half of what you claim you want to get. So what happened to the other half that you have not gotten? So for me, my take is that the CBN should listen to Nigerians. Everybody's feeling the pain. Do an extension. 6 months is not too much. You don't need to be in a hurry. Say, okay, let's do a gradual withdrawal. The UK had just done that. They just changed their currency with the new king, and they are giving the citizen 3 years to return the old currency. Nigeria is not matured enough. We don't have the sophistication. We don't even have the manpower to do what greater countries like the British economy are not doing. And we want to do it just in 2 months. I think I'm very sure that we're going to have an extension. We've traveled this part before, and I'm sure we'll get back there again.
Thank you, Prince. So in sum, essentially, we are looking at the CBN to extend the deadline to mitigate the effects and the impact of this currency redesign and cash withdrawal limits on Nigerians. Having said that, why don't we look at another issue that relates to cash, which is kidnapping. Big in the news in the last couple of weeks was the kidnapping of victims, passengers on the train in Edo State. And what we discovered was that the state government rallied around very quickly and was able to rescue those victims, and they said they didn't pay any ransom. Within a week or so, not only did they rescue all the victims, they also arrested some of the alleged perpetrators, including 2 village chiefs who supposedly gave succor and assistance to the kidnappers. So that is starting to look like a very positive sign in terms of finding the solution, a permanent solution to this kidnapping problem that we have faced up to this point in Nigeria. The Edo denouement, the way it ended, is giving great hope to the fact that maybe our security personnel and architecture have finally got a handle. Because all along we've always said that kidnappers are not spirits, they're not ghosts. They use telephones to call for ransom demands. They use petrol to fuel their bikes and their generators. They have to buy food for themselves and for the victims. So they have to interact with somebody somewhere to keep the supply chain going, but so far they seem to have stymied government efforts to bring them to book. So Edo seems to be a case in point, and it was done very well. Prince, how do you see this playing a role? And also the fact that the government said they didn't pay any ransom. As you know, ransom is the incentive for why kidnapping is carrying on. Although there's a dispute on that issue with one of the relatives saying they actually paid 2 million, so we're not really sure what is true. But looking back in time to how kidnapping has become a lucrative industry in Nigeria, do you see any hope from how Edo has played out?
Thank you very much. I think Edo is a signal to what we failed to do from the onset. What we failed to do from the onset was that we blanked our mind to believing that there cannot be a successful kidnapping if there's no collaboration within. And now, when it happens, we choose as a people, choosing to label a certain tribe as the only kidnappers that we have in Nigeria. So when it now happens, you look for the wrong, you look for the wrong criminal, leaving the main criminal the access to go, even if he's walking by you. Now, what happened in Edo was, okay, a few of those who felt cheated out of the settlement gave away those who were involved. So it made it a lot easier for the government of Edo and the security people to quickly nab those people, and they gave confessions. And the confession led to the hideout of the criminals. And that was what led to the quick rescue of the victims. So if we had played what they are playing out in Edo now, before in other states or in other regions of Nigeria, I'm sure what we have today as kidnapping syndicate will not as big as it is. But because we choose to look a different direction and allow the criminals to do a free walk away. But now, Edo now is going to send a signal, maybe to the southern part of Nigeria, because what is happening in the northern part of Nigeria, excuse me, you cannot use the Edo issue to solve them. Those guys have become like warlords in the northern region. They've taken territories. They now force people to pay them taxes to go to their farms. They force the kings to vacate their stools and all of that. So if we look at Edo and say, okay, what did they do right? What they did right was that they kick the criminals right in their houses. Now, if it is possible for those guys who felt cheated not to have been cheated, we will not be saying what we're saying today. If everybody that was just like 419, sorry for fraudsters, having a deal, and some felt, okay, I contributed more using my brain, my laptop, my data, so I should take more from this, then you should take less. So a case in study was, I think, 3 young Nigerians who were involved in Yahoo. I think they got 21 million, and the guy said, oh, my MAGA had not paid, so I am going to give you this, and I'll give you this. The other girl and the other guy got to know later that their friend actually got 21 million, and they set him up for kidnap. The guy was kidnapped. It was in collecting ransom. They now got to know that these are fraudster syndicate. So cheating themselves out of the deal was what gave Edo away. And I'm sure if the security apparatus work that way, then we'll get better results.
Kemi, when the reports of Edo first came out, they said they were herdsmen. At one point, they even said they were Fulani. Then, when the arrest occurred and the names started coming out, we saw they were all locals. And that seems to have even been what made it easier for the apprehension and the arrest to occur, was that there were people from that very area. So all of a sudden now we've maligned an entire ethnic group that had nothing absolutely to do with this, and they've already been labeled because they've been stereotyped that kidnapping is by herders. Do you think that it is a fair representation to say that kidnapping has suddenly become a lucrative enterprise that's engaged in by every single sector of the country, as opposed to the way we have narrowly pigeonholed it to one group? And how do you relate this to what happened in Edo in terms of the perpetrators, the people actually involved?
First of all, I must commend Edo State for the speed in which this was handled. It was handled with a not on my watch, a zero tolerance approach. Secondly, as to whether a wrong set of people have been labeled, we don't know what happened. We don't know whether the perpetrators wore Fulani outfits to let people think that, look, there must be Fulani herdsmen. Honestly, we don't know. But I do believe that really the governor is the chief security officer of any state. Their security architecture and security framework must be all-encompassing. If you look at all the players right now, even in finding them, the traditional rulers, the hunters, the police, every layer of security honestly suddenly came out to find these people. And I honestly think if we have states that are doing that, where our security seems to be reactive. It's only when things like this happen, everybody runs around. Is there any state that can boast and say, look, our security detail is such that when this happens, before the end of the day, either from airtime, data, chatter, or so, or from checking the base stations, you would be able to see increased activity and know that something is afoot. As to whether we're labeling a part of the country or the other, the reality is there's excruciating poverty in the land. That's the reality. And I'm not making excuses, but poverty is causing people to do desperate and stupid things, all in the name of they want to feed. My colleague has spoken about the internet fraudsters. The kidnapping is sad because it could have been decisively dealt with at the beginning. And yes, efforts were made, but the efforts were not enough, such that it is now like an industry. And like you say, in the North, there are now players and rules of engagement and territories and all. We do hope that this is something that each of the states would deal with more decisively. I feel sorry for the rail industry, because the rail industry is sort of crumbling to its knees. Now, nobody wants to go anywhere by train, whether it is southwest or north, or nobody, because it's like, look, we are going to be exposed, and it is sad. It is sad. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kemi. It is sad indeed. And from what I hear you saying in terms of the states providing the security, that is starting to speak to state police, which speaks to restructuring, which is a very big issue in Nigeria today, which we will take up another day. But yes, indeed, definitely we are pleased that there is some advancement in this aspect, and that leads us to our next issue, which is a very big one. COVID is back, or did COVID never leave? Did we just take our eyes off the ball for a minute? It was reported, as Yetunde mentioned in the news, that 42 new infections occurred in Nigeria in the previous week, and also in China. Apparently there's a new unknown flu. I think it might be a mutation of the coronavirus, and 3 Nigerians have died in China and 7 are critically ill. So initially when the story first broke, the federal government said, oh, we're not contemplating any restrictions in light of all of the stuff we suffered from the first lockdown. But as the number of infections begin to rise and people are starting to get sick again, the government is rethinking this. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, said over the weekend that the federal government is really seriously contemplating reintroducing some measures. Perhaps not a lockdown, but maybe asking things like face masks, like social distancing, like washing hands all over again. For those, Prince, who believe COVID was a scam from the beginning and just a way to make money, what does this say to the man in the street that all of a sudden, if it was a scam and they made their money and they were happy and they've moved on, why is it suddenly that we're seeing a resurgence again?
Yeah, thank you. I think COVID didn't leave us. COVID has remained in China since 2020. What has happened to us is we just choose to be indifferent. That because of the low fertility in Nigeria, that was why Nigerians just felt once we are black, the sun is shining, COVID cannot kill you. Now, COVID remained with the Chinese. They were the biggest, let me choose to use this word, exporter of COVID. But what we have done was pretend that it is gone. People are now getting to treat COVID as they treat malaria. Now using anti-malaria drugs to treat COVID, because it has now become so common. The symptoms of eye malaria and typhoid and that of COVID is the same.
It's just like the flu now.
So when you get it and you go to a lot of friends that I have treated COVID since after the lockdown. Now they go to the hospital, the symptoms, the doctor tells them the symptoms are this, you just get to stay at home for 3 days as you undergo your treatment, or you stay in the hospital while you undergo your treatment. So what we are having now is that the government are not suddenly waking up because Nigerians are just caution into the air. No regard again for the face mask. Nigerians in our usual way of always disregarding everything that had to do with our health until Nigerians had to wait to fall ill before they seek medical attention. So now the government is saying, I think we need to begin to wake up that COVID, you're still here. COVID never left. COVID never left. It will be impossible for us to just wish that COVID has gone. So it's back now. It's always been here, but now it's creeping back to Nigeria. It's always, I have a few friends, not less than 5, who have undergone treatment in the last 12 or 16 months. So for us to not be thinking that it has left us since 2020 or since 2021, I think we're just deluding in illusion.
Thank you, Prince. Kemi, based on how our economy is now, can we afford, not even going to the extent of a lockdown, can we afford social distancing? Can we afford to start washing hands again? Can we afford to start buying face masks? Can our economy, we're still just recovering from the depredations of the first COVID pandemic effects. Can we so soon after afford to begin to have to face restrictions again? Is this something government should seriously consider?
I think that we can afford it because we have to look at what if we do not. The costs of not doing it is what we should compare to the costs of implementing it. And it is something that the private sector and the public sector will do. You have a lot of companies now that they adjusted their medical policy after COVID to include the things that they will do. I think for us, we just need for the government to continue to educate, It's up to each person, it's up to each home. How do you want to protect your husband, your wife, your kids? What activities do you want to do? Do you want to continue sanitizing? Do you want when your kids go out for them to use the mask? A lot of us have been empowered more than before. 2 years ago, we all didn't know what to do. But starting with the family, the establishment, the institution, the state, the government, we know the minimum steps to take. I'm not sure that we're ever going to have a lockdown. Even developed countries in the world, a lot of them were rioting, as in, look, they cannot afford a lockdown. But there are things that we ourselves can do. We know the basic things to do to take care of ourselves. And hopefully the impact in Nigeria, like we saw in 2020, will not be as much as the impact in other cold climates, where anytime there's winter and there's a flu, you have an upsurge in the COVID. But really, really, COVID is here, and now more worrisome, even kids are catching COVID for this particular this particular strain that we have right now. We continue to pray and continue to protect each and every one of our families and our offices.
Yes, and coming to think of it, how about vaccinations? All of a sudden, it seems like the entire vaccination exercise has just completely been abandoned. I remember that when we were at the height of the COVID fear, that vaccinations were an everyday thing, people were going, people were queuing, although there were some who didn't believe in it, but vaccinations actually played a major role. But that seems to have fallen by the wayside, as we generally do in Nigeria when we get complacent and relaxed about things. So perhaps it's a time for government to look into bringing back the notion of vaccinations for those who haven't had it yet.
All the vaccinations were always 70, 72% effective, 80%. So maybe it's a residual 20% that we are suffering now. They were never 100% effective.
Absolutely,
never.
Because we know they were rushed to market because of the crisis situation at hand. And let's talk about our final story now, which for today, for this edition, which talks about politics again. You might have noticed the trend, as Yetunde mentioned, of our Nigerian politicians running to the UK, to this institution called Chatham House, which supposedly, quote unquote, is something similar to our Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. It's its equivalent in the UK. And there are some Nigerians who've been asking that why do we have to go to the UK? The people we're talking to in the UK are not going to vote in our elections. Even Nigerians in the diaspora don't even have the facility to vote yet, let alone non-Nigerians, British people. That what is so important that seems that we have to go to the UK for validation? Is it that we have an inferiority complex? Is it that we still have this colonial mentality that our colonial masters need to validate us as individuals? And what is even more worrisome is that one or two of those who've been going to Chatham House have refused to address our people here in this country and prefer to go and speak to foreign people who have no say whatsoever in Nigerian elections. So, Prince, let's let you take that. What do you think about this whole concept of going overseas to go and address foreign agencies or foreign organizations and begin to tell them your plans as a candidate for Nigeria if you are elected, knowing that these people don't have any say in the outcome of the election?
Thank you. I think for me, I never like valuations done outside the shores of Nigeria, valuating any African leader or any African country. We're Africans. We have gotten our independence years ago, so we should be allowed to run ourselves the way we want to run ourselves. That is, you're the father of a child does not mean you're going to dictate to that child from age 1 to age 50. When the child gets of age, he leaves your home and begins to run his own family. So now for us, I think the biggest problem of the average Nigerian politician is complex that breeds ego. You know, because if it is not your ego issue, why would you imagine that an institution in the UK is more superior than an institution in your country that you are going to pass law or you're going to govern over? So why would you run to Chatham to talk to Nigerians from Britain? Some other people will say, when was the last time a British Prime Minister come to Nigeria and tell us the reason why he wants to be a Prime Minister? Or an American presidential candidate comes to Nigeria or come to an African country and tell us Africans the reason why he wants to become an American president for the benefit of African countries or African people. So for me, I don't see, and if you can't say that I will not attend a media event in Nigeria, I wouldn't attend any media event anywhere in the world. Let me talk to the people any which way I choose to, maybe in a stadium, in the marketplace, in a bus terminal, or on the streets. Okay, the media out of it for me, just like the former American president, Donald Trump, used to reject questions from the CNN journalists in the White House. He tells you, no, next question. You know, so for us, we can't travel that road. But the complex of the black man, who still sees the white man as more superior. Some people will tell you the British came here, they took us as slaves, and they're going to pay for it. And yet you want to go die in their country. You tell me because the infrastructures are better. We killed our infrastructures. The British people did not contribute to killing our infrastructures. If we have gained independence since 1960, that's 62 going 63 years ago, then by now we should be talking to ourselves that our country is better. No matter how bad it is, we're going to stay here and work it out. So I think the Chatham House thing cannot leave us Because like I said, the biggest problem of an average Nigerian politician is complex and ego.
Thank you, Prince Kemi. Some people have said we live in a global village now, that the world is so interconnected that when a butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, it rains in Gambia, that the whole world is interrelated. Can you see a point of view that believes that you must engage internationally, and as a result, those who are going to Chatham House are already telegraphing the way they will interplay in global geopolitics? Can there be a basis extrapolated out of this Chatham Houseization of Nigerian politics if you look at a global perspective? Does that justify this trend?
It does justify. For me, I think that the Chatham House is just a world stage. There's nothing else. I don't believe that we seem to be going back for validation. I believe Chatham House has a reputation providing an independent, objective platform for seeking to deepen democracy. So politicians feel as if for them to be taken seriously, they must speak from the Chatham House platform. Our current president right now, before the elections, he went to Chatham House. After the elections, he went to Chatham House. For him, I don't know why, a lot of times they give more foreign interviews than local interviews. So I think we should ask our press, what is it about us that is not allowing all these candidates to want to come and use Nigeria as a world stage? What is it about us that is causing our politicians to go to the Chatham House stage? It's self-validation. Because I listened to a lot of the interviews. I would be more interested if they went and addressed the Nigerian British or Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce, so that at the end of the discussion, you can say, candidate 1, 2, 3, these are the plans that you have for our country and your country. Then I can come back and say, that was a good discussion. But other than that, all the conversations is really just self-validation. I went, I was invited, I went. I really, if you go online, anybody can go to Chatham House. There's a process. You can even apply to be a Chatham House member. So, but for them, in their, not little, in their own understanding, they feel there's validation from saying it from a Chatham stage. We just pray that very soon we would be able to have that kind of validation, or we'll be able to have that faith in our own Nigerian infrastructure, such that they can, even if you invite Chatham to come, so let it be Chatham Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. It's more acceptable, but really for them, they are touting their own personal horns, and they've gone, they've come back. Although there are some candidates that have not yet gone, and they're not the worst for wear. They're not.
Thank you. Perhaps our democracy will eventually evolve. We're still a work in progress, and so hopefully our democracy will evolve to the point where our candidates begin to feel that they have a local platform, that speaking here in Nigeria will give them the same sense of self-validation, self-worth, same sense of self-pride as they seem to be desperately seeking from foreign shores. And that's the much that we have for you today on this edition of What's Your Take. I want to thank my in-studio guests, Olukemi Onobanjo, thank you for joining us today. We've had great fun indeed. Prince Marcus Ogunshusi.
Thank you so very much. It's been a beautiful day.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our audience, for having spent some time with us. So.
Yes, indeed. And to all of Nigeria, we say thank you for joining us. Don't forget to like, share, and follow, subscribe to this program on TV360. And we look forward to joining you again next Monday with a look at all of the stories that transpired during this week, and bring in some additional guests from among those of you out there who will give us their take on what happened this week. Thank you, and have a brilliant day.
Deep inside Ekpe, along the Lagos Lagoon, more than 145 villages are tucked away, far from the bustling city life. Lagos State, a vast expanse of lagoons and creeks with substantial coastal terrain, is both a place of interest and enigma. A beautiful disaster, a seaweed from South America, has taken over the lagoon, stopping life in its tracks. As far as the eye can see, water hyacinths create the sensation of endless green fields peppered with brilliant pink flowers. Women are giving birth depending on nature only, and their children are growing up, waiting for power and education, hoping for the future.
Kò jẹ́ ká jẹun àbá síkì kò jẹ́ ká rí bí jáde tá olóyún ó máa ń bímọ sínú ọkọ̀ a lè lọ́jọ́ mẹ́ta ká tó gúnlẹ̀ sí tọ́ọ̀kì wàhálà yẹn wá pọ̀ jù rí bí jẹ àwọn kọ́sítọ́mọ̀ wa tó bá lọ sí ọ̀sà báyìí a máa gbé oúnjẹ lọ fún wọn lọ́hùn ni rí bí jáde ó dìtẹ́ẹ̀nì wa nílùú rí bí lọ síbì kankan àdẹ̀rí iṣẹ́ kọ̀ọ̀kan ọ̀sà là ń ṣe iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà là ń ṣe ṣé ti yẹn sìn ọ̀nà mọ́tò yẹn gangan kán wá bá wa ṣe kọ́dà wá bá a la bíbí kán apá àkógbèmù kán bá a ṣe títì wa bá ti bá a ṣe títì wa à ní gbádùn.
From Ologbokere to Bodun, Oriba to Ibon. In coastal villages in Ekpe, people urgently need access to healthcare, clean water and sanitation, energy, and the means to ensure their livelihoods.
Omi mímu ó jẹ́ ìṣòro fún wa. Sometimes tá bá máa mu omi àfi ká gbé ọkọ̀ ká cross lọ sí other side láti lọ pọn omi borehole. Kí cross sí other side yẹn máa ń dojú kọ water hyacinth tá bá máa cross. Ìgbà míì ọmọ mi lè lọ kó já lò 3 hours ní ìrìn tí yóò yẹ kó ju 20 minutes. Tí ilẹ̀ bá ṣú wọn ẹ̀fọn mosquito ló máa jẹ wọ́n tó máa tó wá fa àrùn sí wọn lára. A ò ní hospital tí ìjọba lè fi máa care fún. Ìṣòro ńlá là ń dojú kọ tí àgbàlagbà bá sick, especially tí àwọn obìnrin bá lóyún tán bá máa bímọ. Èmi ọkọ̀ la máa gbé láti bí ká tó dé Ìjìnrìn, èmi àti bímọ sínú ọkọ̀. Èmi ọmọ ẹ̀ á bímọ tán máa bleed tó jẹ́ pé èmi faint ká tó lè dé Ìjìnrìn. Àdẹ̀ tí ìrọ̀gbọ́n dá sí di wákàtí ìjọba náà láyé ń wojú ẹ̀. Àwọn àgbàlagbà wa tán bá ti dàgbà díẹ̀ tó tútù bá ti mú wọn àti gbé wọn dé hospital náà wàhálà ni. Èmi tó jẹ́ pé ìrìn hospital tí ò jẹ́ kó ju 10 minutes or 15 minutes tó jẹ́ pé òbèlè kenú la máa lò ká tó lè gbé wọn dé hospital. Èmi àti dákẹ́ ká tó dọ̀hún.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀sà ni ọkọ mi ṣe àdẹ̀ máa ń ẹja yẹn máa lọ ń tà so àwọn ìgbébùnrin tó bá ti gbà mí báyìí ó máa ń wùkú wa àráyè ń jáde a lè lo 3 days 4 days ní ẹ̀yìn bíbà yìí a ní ráyè jáde rárá láti jáde lọ ta àwọn ọjà wa kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣàṣọ ìgbébùnrin yẹn gbogbo wọn iṣẹ́ tá à ń ṣe yìí òun la fi ń ṣiṣẹ́ ń bí la fi ń jẹun so tí gbébùnrin tá bá tún wá ti lọ dẹ ohun kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ó máa ń ba gbogbo iṣẹ́ àwòrán yẹn ó máa ń bàjẹ́ so máa pcc ẹ̀ òun dẹ̀ la fi ń manage la fi ń jẹun bí so tá bá dẹ̀ ti pé nǹkan yẹn bàjẹ́ ṣá àbí kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sí ìfẹ́fọ̀ láti ẹ̀tún máa wá owó láti tún fi lọ fi ra nǹkan ẹ̀mí so àwọn gbébùnrin yẹn dẹ̀ máa ń disturb tẹ́ kó máa ń ba nǹkan yẹn jẹ́ so dẹ̀ máa ń pcc ẹ̀.
Mo jẹ́ ọmọ Ìkòròdú. Mo wá sí bíbá láti wá ṣe iṣẹ́ apẹja torí ọmọ apẹja ń lu yìí. Torí ẹ̀ mo kọ́ṣẹ́ mechanic. Mo nídìí owó torí pé iṣẹ́ tí mo kọ́ mo fẹ́ ra irinṣẹ́. Mo dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe freedom. Torí mo wá sílùú láti wá owó láti wá ṣiṣẹ́ ọ̀sà.
Nǹkan tí mo rí ìgbà yìí ni pé bí ìgbà yìí bó ṣe wà kò sí iná ń bẹ̀. So school tó dẹ̀ wà ń bíbá yìí náà kẹrì kò tí sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbẹ̀ kò sí tíṣà púpọ̀ níbí báyìí school tó wà níbí báyìí bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ wọ́n textbook tó máa ń fún wọn ní ìgboro yẹn wọ́n gbé wá sí bíbáyìí fún wọn student wọn ní bíbáyìí kò dé tí wá sí títì kò tún sí omi kò tún sí anything bọ́ọ̀ oríṣiríṣi àwọn bọ́ọ̀ tó wà ní gbogbo kò sí ní bíbáyìí so nǹkan tó ń tẹ́ wa ní bíbáyìí nìyẹn.
Basic sanitation is absent, since their source of drinking water, the lagoon, also serves as the main conduit for waste disposal.
We need to create a coastal development agency at the level of Lagos State that can look at housing, infrastructure, water supply, health system for these people. We need to make this environment comfortable for these people to live in. Lagos is not just about the central Lagos or metropolitan Lagos. First and foremost, we need a short-term intervention. Government needs to come and reach these people at their health, especially in the area of health challenges, water supply, and schooling. Secondly, as a long term, we need to create a coastal development agency at the level of state to address holistically all the problems encountered by these people.
This project is a call to action to support the sustainable development and human rights of these riverine communities.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I am Simisola Adigun. At least 27 persons have been reported dead following an explosion in Doma, a community between Benue and Nasarawa State. Raman Nansel, police spokesperson in the state, confirmed the development on Thursday. Abdullahi Sule, governor of Nasarawa State, also spoke on the development while addressing journalists on Wednesday. He, however, said security agencies and relevant stakeholders in the state are making efforts to salvage the situation. The Abia State Governor Okeze Ikpeazu and Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, have announced the suspension of their campaign activities over the death of Uche Ikone. Ikone had died on Wednesday morning at the National Hospital, Abuja. In a statement, Ikpeazu directed that all flags in Abia State PDP offices be flown at half-mast and all campaigns suspended until January 30. On his part, Obi, in a statement, announced a suspension of the Labour Party presidential campaign scheduled to hold in Abia on January 31. No fewer than 2,000 unemployed young people have been selected for the federal government T-Max project in Edo State, with many of the participants excited about the opportunity. The Senior Special Assistant to the President, Obafela Bank Olemo, alongside the Edo State Commissioner for Education, Joan Osa Oviawe, and other officials were at some of the approved training venues in Benin City. Speaking at the event, Bank Olema also disclosed that majority of the participants, applicants, are university graduates with degrees in various disciplines who have now chosen to learn skills after years of unemployment. The World Health Organization says in the past 8 weeks, no fewer than 170,000 people have died from COVID-19. According to Tedros Ghebreyesus, WHO Director General, at a press conference on Wednesday, these are just reported deaths, as the actual number of deaths is much higher. Ghebreyesus said too few people, especially older people and health workers, are adequately vaccinated, while too many people are behind on their boosters. In business, the federal government says Nigeria generated over $250 million from cashew nut exports in 2022. Mohammed Abubakar, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, said this at the Nigerian Cashew Day and Cashew Season event. Represented by Ernest Omakihe, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Abubakar added that the crop is also expected to bring about $500 million to farmers in 2023. Ukraine's president has thanked Western leaders for sending tanks to support the fight against Russia, but said they needed to be delivered quickly. In his nightly address, Volodymyr Zelensky also urged the West to send long-range missiles and fighter jets. His comments came after the US and Germany announced they would send Abrams and Leopard tanks to Ukraine. Russia condemned the announcement as a blatant provocation and said any supplied tanks would be destroyed. In sports, chairman of the Nigeria Football Federation Referees Committee, Faith Irabo, has assured that the body will continue to keep the men on their toes in order to rid Nigerian football of bad officiating. This is coming in the wake of the recent suspension of 3 officials by the NFF Referees Committee over questionable decisions in their games. In a notice of suspension for poor performance signed by the Secretary of the Referees Committee, Sani Zubairu, the body summoned 2 officials over incidents of poor officiating in the games between 3SC and Kwara United on March Day 2, as well as the center referee of the game between Rivers United and Niger Tornadoes on March Day 3. Before now, the committee had suspended 9 officials for questionable officiating in the Nigeria Women's Football League. Well, that's all on the newsroom at this time. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The River State Emergency Management Authority was serving for Western Media School, 1 vote woman, and the 1.0 illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
The Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove in Osogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria, is one of the last remnants of primary high forest in southern Nigeria. The site, a natural habitat that has been preserved for over 400 years, has served as both a pilgrim point as well as a tourist center for millions of people who visit the site annually to worship and celebrate the Osun goddess that is believed to inhabit the river that runs through the grove. giving the water the ability to heal and grant wishes of its believers.
Osun Grove happened to be a site that we all refer to as a living site. It's a living site just because activities that have been carried out over the years are still performed the way it used to be then. And secondly, it is a site where the worshippers do come to perform every 5th of the day, which means 5 days. They do come. For example, in churches, we go to churches during the week, but on Sunday, we christen it to be, we go to church on Sunday. Likewise, the Muslim goes to mosque on Friday. So despite the fact that the devotees do come interval, but they have a 5 day, which they call Ojose. Aside this, the uniqueness of this site is the name Oshogbo was derived from this site. The appellation of the king was derived from this site.
From the entrance, one could feel the tranquility that comes with the well-preserved forest. A little further down comes another feeling of an elevated being's dwellings. This is the Osun Oshogbo Sacred Grove, one of the last sacred forests in Nigeria, along the banks of the Osun River, just outside the city of Oshogbo, Osun State, southwest Nigeria. In this forest of 75 hectares of undisturbed areas of land, no residential building is allowed, no killing of any kind of animal, no fishing, no hunting or felling of trees.
Apart the fact that it is 75 hectares of the core zone and 47 hectares of the buffer zone, is one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa and the second UNESCO World Heritage Site in Nigeria. The kind of people or crowd that comes around, one will be marveled why this. But it is a festival and a river that people believes in. Because of the sacredness, you can't cut a tree, you can't fish. And if you are not a devotee, there are certain activities you don't do so that you don't blame yourself.
The one path that cuts right through the grove is lined on either sides with sanctuaries, illustrations of traditional Yoruba deities, and primary high forest. Adekunle Olatunji is the curator and site manager of the grove that has existed for over 4 centuries. On a tour of the sacred forest, Olatunji describes how the name Oshogbo came about and what the grove stands for.
At Ikpole, some kilometers from here is in Iboku. There's an hunter. It's not just an hunter that going to the bush to kill rattle. It's a big hunter that hunts for elephants, bigger animals. In one of his sojourn, then from Ikpole looking for where they can get water, they now got to this site. On getting to this site, he was astounded. We were looking for almost a 40 kilometers from here, looking for water, still large water here. So he decided to go back to inform the king that, my brother, we are hunting, I got to his place and I saw this river. So the hunter then was Oguntimeyin, while the king then at Ikpole is Laroye. So the two of them came down to the site, seeing what they wanted. So they decided to settle down at the bank of the river. So in one of their trying to rent the tent, a tree now fell into the river. And a voice came out of the river saying, Eyoma darling, you have broken my time, but 84 kokwa. So everybody the two of them were so shocked. Who is this person? Simultaneously, the spirit now answered, Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo brother, Oshogbo pele, Oshogbo. That was when they knew they are in Oshogbo. Literally meaning Oshogbo. So now, they now felt, what is the next thing to do? In Yoruba then, something strange happened. You do divination. During their divination, they wanted to know what's happening. So the Babalawo now said, Osun, dwell here. You cannot stay with Oshun. So they move from the bank of the river, move up. They now built a hut. That hut today is what we call the first palace. And there's these promises between them that if we say we should leave this place, as a powerful person, they felt, how will somebody in the river be telling us to leave? So if we are to leave, what will you do for us? And I said, okay, if you are to leave, I will make you prosper. There is no war that will conquer you. Do my bidding, and every year there must be somebody from your lineage to come and bring object of appeasement to me every year.
But the grove wasn't always this beautiful and serene. In fact, there was a time it was completely infested with termites until an Austrian artist, Susan Wenger, and her husband Uli Bayer arrived to save the sacred monument. Wenger devoted some 50 years of her life to preserving the forest, and with the help of local craftsmen in the city, she transformed the sacred grove into a sculptural garden with compelling artworks and objects of habitation. Because of them, this 200 acres is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
When Mama started with the Oshun Groves, she started at the area we called Ayedakun. Ayedakun is also part of the groves. Our first two sculptures are still there, where we have Obatala and Yemo. And she did that, not in one place, at the main shrine, Ebu Yamako, and inside the forest there are the sculptures there that she made. And Mama would do the heart with meditating, like communication with the deity before doing any form of art. And Mama got her inspiration, from there because she stayed there for a while.
She was invited to come and see or assist us in treating this termite attack. In doing that, she now fell in love with the culture. So she is so powerful and mystic that if she sleeps, revelations of what she is expected to do for this place will come to her. Then she now felt, for somebody of her status, there's a need for her to have people to work with. Then she now got in touch with the Oba. Then there and then some interested indigenes that were into art then were introduced to her. So that was why they formed what we call a new sacred art movement. With this new sacred art movement, from instruction from her, that's why we have all these structures.
Shaded by a canopy of trees with a flight of stone leading downwards, the inner grove lies within a natural depression, marking the exact spot where the first palace of the founder of Osogbo was located. The ancient palace with its ornate pillars and elegant designs has remained in its original state for decades, and its sacredness upheld for as long as it stands. A short walk away from the palace will take you to the Oshun River, which on a normal day looks just like any other river except for the utter stillness that pervades the atmosphere around it and the occasional calving in the midst of its waters. Otherwise called the Herbs of Oshun, because according to its devotees, this calm flowing river transcends ordinary water.
Everything about the Oshun Grove revolves around this river. It's like the life of this place. You take it away, the entire place becomes lifeless. This is where the history of the grove actually started from. And every year, thousands of devotees of the Oshun goddess converge by the bank of this river, where they pray, believing that all of their problems will be solved by the goddess.
If it is just a mere river, why the crowd? If it is just a mere river, why are people taking this water? I'm using this water in context because here we don't have river, we don't have water. Please, we don't have water. Once you are here, you want agbo, apps. People that needed one thing or the other comes here to seek for assistance from Osun goddess. Believing, as I said, it's your faith. Believing he or she will do it for them. Whatever is being taken here is apps, is agbo. If you take it with your faith, be you me, you'll be healed. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt.
While the grove is the site of Osun's most sacred shrine, many Yoruba deities are also depicted here with sculptures that are centuries old and shrines where their devotees worship. Despite the sanctity attached to it, managing the grove is not without its own challenges.
There's no lumber that will come into this site that will not pray will sleep off 72 hours. So that before we wake up, we would have cut down all the trees. We do have butchers, and despite the native laws that we do use to operate, because here you are not supposed to hunt. If you are caught, you'll be taken to the enforcement agency through the authority of Osogbo. And because of developmental pressure, as the town grows, you are bound to see people wanting to build closer to the site, thereby giving you problem. You have a challenge, but God is helping us through that native law. That native law, don't cut, don't fish. And aside that, the native law, I will tell you authoritatively, because if all of us goes home, we have night security if they are here. If you eventually decide that you want to catch any fish, you will cook it from now till that kingdom come, it will not done. So you will definitely put yourself into trouble.
Once sparkling and clear and home to a variety of fish, today the sacred river is murky and brown. It is now under constant threat from pollution from waste disposal and other human activities. Another fascinating thing about the grove is this standalone suspended bridge right at the heart of the forest and just above the Osun River, built some 87 years ago. The bridge has no pillar holding it because they say the Osun goddess forbids it.
One of the unique things to see at the Grove is this suspension bridge. We understand it was built in 1935, commissioned in 1936, and the reason why the bridge was constructed was to enable people around here move goods now, especially palm products, from one end of the bridge to the other. And up till this day, the bridge is standing. It's one bridge a lot of tourists who come to this area love to see.
Despite the gradual fading away of celebrated African culture and tradition, the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove is one cultural phenomenon that has not only stood the test of time, but also become a reference point for people from this part of the world. The grove remains more or less pristine, leaving visitors with this sense of peace and a connection to the dwellings of an elevated being and the ancient Yoruba tradition.
Train from Warri to Itakpe derails. Amongst many other bad news in the last 1 week, I keep on praying may Nigeria never happen to me, because I cannot imagine being a passenger on a derailed train. We thank God for all 148 passengers who were unhurt, but the anxiety, trauma, and fear of being attacked in the middle of nowhere, that's just too much of a risk. We just lost passengers last year on the Abuja-Kaduna route, and passengers kidnapped in the Edo train station. So much insecurity and confusion on this our refurbished infrastructure. What are other countries doing that we refuse to emulate? But as is our norm here, we will pray The government will make excuses, blame everyone else except themselves. The matter will become politicized with supporters of the political party in power telling us it happens everywhere else in the world, or opponents will say it is incompetence of government agencies to reduce these happenstances to the barest minimum. I've spoken about these refurbished locomotive trains and the billions in borrowed money we used for them many times in the past. May China not happen to Nigeria, and how safety measures weren't built into the system from the beginning. You want to install old refurbished trains, yet you wanted a security budget for them approved differently. How? Why? And Minister of Transportation shrugged during the terror attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train last year, like the abductions could have been prevented if only they'd been allowed to spend extra on securing the tracks. Shouldn't that have been a part of the entire project from scratch? A few people suspected sabotage, suggesting people stole parts of the rail tracks. Hence their suggestions that the tracks be electric tracks. Some others were thankful that the tracks weren't electric, which may have electrocuted passengers. I ask, why does everything Nigerian have to be complicated? We're not the only multi-ethnic or multiracial country in the world. Where is the Nigerian dream? Some people are already suggesting that if a new party gets into government, the old establishment will frustrate them. Meaning, like Chibok abductions were used to bring down the Jonathan government, some people may actually sabotage government policies and initiatives just to say, I told you so. This your new president doesn't have the capacity to lead effectively. I shudder. Does that mean Nigeria, as constituted, may never succeed? Several analysts have predicted this, that the current constitution, even though amended, cannot bring development, as different segments of the country want different things. Will restructuring help? So each state can develop at its own pace. Won't that mean many Nigerians will migrate to the states doing well, overburdening such states? Pretty much close to what we see now, with many migrating to the big cities from our rural areas to get a better life. Will Nigeria ever succeed? I know she will. We must agree, and we have to start with a government that will lead the conversation. Don't sell your votes. Every single vote counts. If some people want to be led by religious tenets, let them agree. If others want to be led by justice, equity, and fairness, we shouldn't impose religion on them. Have you collected your PVC? This is the last week to do so. Please check the INEC portal now to be sure that you're not a ghost voter and educate yourself and people around you on how to cast valid votes. What's with our senators voting against the use of biometric machines 1 month to elections? Do these people want the best for Nigeria, or it has to always be about them? For the first time in Nigeria's history, we're going to use machines to prevent and reduce rigging. And a few people who have perpetuated themselves in government are opposing the idea. Nigerians have tolerated Nigerian politicians for far too long. They no longer know that they are public servants. They believe they are our parents because of their ages and the ages of their ideas. 2023 is a turning point for Nigeria. It's not the time to sit on the fence or think politics is not your business. If you're 18 years today, you'll be 26 in another 8 years. Nigeria's next leader will definitely impact your life. It is therefore very important to get involved. It may seem like we've rolled back 40 years in terms of development, yet now is the right time to jumpstart Nigeria and move her forward speedily. There's no time for entitled politicians, selfish leaders, nor a docile citizenry. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will succeed in 2023.
I don't know how to swim. But when they load me in the boat, we were like 155 people in one boat. So when we are going to Italy, we have run many hours. So on the way going, our boat now capsized because of the waves. And our boat is pumping boat. So when the waves throw in and they load us about 3 boats, 2 at the front, we are at the back. When the waves come in a big way and throw, it capsized our boat. 65 people died in the same boat with me. About 30 girls and 35 boys died in the same boat. So when they are dying, they are sinking down. Some was catching my leg. Some drawing my clothes on my bag, shouting, "Biggie, Biggie, Biggie, Biggie." That's how I remove the clothes. I stay hanging, holding the rope that I'm holding on top of the boat. That's how. So after everything, all of us, about 55 people, well, 155 people, the people that remain on top of boats, maybe they are not more than 80 people again. So everybody was crying that we are dying, no rescue. From 4 o'clock in the morning, our boat capsized. We are on top of the water till the next 4 o'clock in the evening. On the afternoon time, a helicopter come on top of us to come down like this a little bit. All of us was crying, raising hand up. They now carried the newborn baby, one woman having over there, to raise it up, to raise the baby up in a way the helicopter will see the baby. So we are shouting for rescue, rescue. So all of us was crying. I said, God, is it today I will die on top of sea? All of us crying. So as we are crying, the helicopter, they wind up, but I believe that they will be seeing us through the screen. After everything, when the helicopter left, it's like they called out the police people in the area. The police people now coming with a small boat to come and rescue us. When they rescue us, they will carry us to the prison to go and lock us. And when they lock us there, the Nigerians that are in that very highland will come and bail us with like 500 dinar. 500 dinar. When they bail us like 500 dinar, like they were using in form of 50,000 Nigeria. They use it to bail us out. They will go and lock us somewhere. Our family in Nigeria, we can be calling our family in Nigeria to pay 150,000 in their account. Then we get like 100,000. They use me to do business. In my life, even if they told me that Libya is like America again, I cannot try that country anymore in my life because I suffered a lot, honestly.
nata mi ro hwe ure pigbe wu e ma nata mi ro hwe de pe wa wo lele bile ko yin re you know go mi yan na dran de wuga lo wo lo iku do re we no mi do ohun lo do wa do lo ohun lo wa.
We want to beg the government so to talk to Femi Adelaja. When he's coming here, we bring the white boat, that the last one boat, will come with it with many soldiers. Nobody can near the boat. So we are only begging God to help us.
Look at Torubami. Torubami, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we'll settle you in another community. Torubami people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they have been putting fears in your body, they will kill you so that you will not be able to move front, to come and push them away.
Makoko community is an urban slum, which the Lagos state government considers a dent to its megacity ambition. The government wants to relocate and resettle the people of the community so it can redevelop the place. But the terms of relocation, resettlement and compensation are not clear.
For years, the Makoko, Shoguro and Okeagbon communities have made this place their home. But recent efforts to develop the waterfront threaten their very existence.
So where exactly does the government plan to relocate the locals? What happens to the fishing community? And how does a mega upscale property solve the city's housing deficit? TV360 Nigeria launched an investigation into the redevelopment plan of the Lagos state government and sought to find answers to these questions. Every morning, 55-year-old Godonu Ojo paddles his canoe to the Lagos Lagoon, just meters away from his ancestral home in Makoko to fish. Like thousands of other fishermen in the Makoko waterfront community, Godonu survives on the daily income he gets from selling his daily catch. But the reclamation activities of the Lagos state government, in partnership with the private developer FBT Coral Estate Limited, threatens not only the livelihood of Ojo and other local fishermen here, but also their homes.
I'm a fisherman too. I used to go to fishing, but when that dredging come, there's a time that they put it on the water. That time the water float with it. When somebody pass, that boat with it, there's something that's used to bring sand will disturb the person. Even though the big wave is coming, the boat can capsize. So we try to manage until they put it on the ground of water. But that thing drive the whole fish to the sea. So that thing now can drive the whole fish to the sea and drive them moving around. They will not come nearby.
From the fishermen who toil all day on the lagoon, to the women who smoke the fish, and then finally to the fishmonger who trades our wares at the popular Makoko seafood market, the survival of each resident is tied to the Lagos Lagoon. But residents say the sand-filling activities on the community waterfront has made fishing very difficult. According to the Lagos State Commissioner for Agriculture, Abisola Olusonya, the artisanal fisheries subsector of the state's fish supply chain presently contributes 80% of local fish production, which accounts for 40% of the state's total fish demand. She added that it also provides a major source of livelihood for fishermen in the state, and Makoko is one of the sources of the city's fish supply. But despite its economic viability, the Lagos State government would prefer that Makoko Iwaya waterfront community does not exist. Rather than cars and motorcycles, canoes bump into each other here in Makoko, an informal waterfront settlement in Lagos, Nigeria. It is often called the Venice of Africa, but its floating slum status where thousands live in wooden houses nestled on stilts in deep murky waters tell a different story. The multicultural nature of this riverine community reflects in the language, majorly Egun, Yoruba and French. Despite being a slum, life here is tranquil. Residents engage in routine business activities, offering various forms of services such as grocery shops, door-to-door salesmanship, canoe manufacturing workshops, and even schools that cater for both English and French-speaking people.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Trouble began for the community on July 20, 2012, when the Lagos State Demolition Task Force stormed Makoko and began pulling down houses barely 72 hours after an eviction notice by the Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development. To speed up the eviction process, armed men set the wooden houses on fire. In a disturbance, one person lost his life and many others sustained injuries. Again in 2020, the Lagos State government announced the reclamation of 54.58 hectares of Makoko for redevelopment by developer FBT Coral Estate Limited. But this plan has been widely rejected by residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community.
Tí a fẹ́ kí wọ́n kó wa kúrò nínú omi bí ọkọ̀ tó wà ńbẹ̀ a fẹ́ a láìkì ẹ̀ lálálálá ni mo wí torí bó ṣe wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe fún gbogbo wa àwọn èèyàn wa bó bá ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ nísìn wọ́n á kó wọn kúrò wọn ní níbi kankan fi sùn sí gbogbo wa nìkan wà nínú bòté wà nínú ọkọ̀ bó bá níbi kan wá sùn sí kò dáa àlọ́mọ wẹ́wẹ́wẹ́ ọmọ pọ̀ mo fẹ́ a fẹ́ kó wọn sí a lè kúrò ń bí but bí ìjọba fẹ́ tún àwọn sukùl ṣe fún àwọn ọmọ wa ó dà.
I'm a graduate of BSP Polytechnic. I graduated there, and it's from this fishing money that I was sent to school. We have many students here. We have more than 200 students, more than 300 to 1,000 students that are schooling here. We are all trained, all sent to school with this fishing money. If there's something that place, how are we going to survive? How are these people going to survive? Fine, they are talking about development. I know it's not good for we to be staying like this, like wasted. There's no way, there's no place to put waste, dustbin, you understand? No good health center, no government school here. But we ourselves, we support their motion that said they want to develop, but it shouldn't be that way. If truly they will develop the community, they should come. We, the youth, the community, everybody will discuss in a democratic way. They can't just go there and impose dredging or impose any forced eviction on us.
There's no place that can be free to them other than fishing ports. I don't know where you want to take them to. I don't know where you want to develop for them. The only place they can live peacefully is at the fishing ports. So, no to the land grabbing. You know, we have experienced a lot of things, and now we have come to say no to the land grabbing, and let us not be chased from our homes.
The locals, made up of 3 fishing communities, Makoko, Okoagbon and Sogoro, have organized themselves on different occasions to protest the government's relocation and redevelopment plans. They say rather than build the much-needed infrastructure the community needs, the government is employing subtle means to steal their land and redevelop it for the benefit of the city's rich. In 2017, thousands of people in Otodogbame, an informal fishing community, were left homeless when officials of the Lagos state government and armed policemen conducted a forceful eviction. The raid led to the destruction of homes of about 5,000 people and the death of a man who, according to the Justice and Empowerment Initiative (JEI), was shot in the neck.
Look at Torugbame. Torugbame, they just wake up in a day and start pursuing them up and down. They even promise them that don't worry, we'll settle you in another community. Torugbame people, they are in Makoko community when they pursue them away. Ikate people, they are in Makoko community. Bariga, they are in Makoko community. Now, everybody now in Makoko community, all the people you have chased away, you have promised to relocate them in another community, which you didn't even do. And you now chase them to, they run into Makoko community. Now, the government and the developer again, they came in that they want to collect Makoko away from us.
These particular people are the people that spoil Otodogbame. They went to Otodogbame. They sound-feed the waterfront. They make it impossible for the people, the fishing people, to move outside. Since they can't move outside, they use the sound to block the waterfront and then wage war on them, calling the touts, the police, without informing the governor. So when they started this thing, they killed more than 5 people were killed during Otodogbame first eviction that took place in 2017.
In an apparent move to avoid public backlash, the state government chose to adopt a new approach of dialogue with the representatives of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. But things quickly turned sour when the locals felt sold out by their leaders, or bales, as they are called in the local language. Residents showed us an MOU where the bales signed an agreement with a private developer, FBT Coral Estates Limited, giving consent to the state government's proposed redevelopment and regeneration plans. The residents, however, argued that the MOU was signed without the general consensus of the community.
When they came, they proposed the plan. The youth, everyone in the community doesn't support their motion. So we said no. Suddenly they went to meet with the developer Femi of FBT Coral Limited. So when they met with Femi without our consent, they signed. We heard that they signed an MOU. They signed a MOU. When they signed the MOU, we heard about it. We are not happy because we didn't meet together to discuss this. So we were angry. We asked them that we are not in support with this MOU they signed. So they were like, we are the leaders. Anything we want is that. Anything we want is what you will take.
What I've learned so far, speaking with members of this community, is that while they are open to development in terms of better schools, healthcare and other infrastructure, they want all of this on their own terms. Now, their fear is that these developers could take advantage of them and steal their land. Now, they say that fishing is their primary source of income and any form of relocation is not welcome.
It is important to understand that the MOU speaks of several redevelopment projects that the community will benefit from, such as jobs and other social amenities. But a part which speaks of a displacement and resettlement at a later date worries the residents. The Lagos state government, on one hand, promises to redevelop the area and turn it into an upscale estate in line with the themes agenda of the state. But in the same breath, the MOU speaks of a relocation and resettlement of the locals. This contradiction raises 3 major questions. Since the MOU did not mention the construction of low-cost housing for the residents, how will the construction of an upscale mega estate be of benefit to the fishing community? Where does the government plan to move the fishing community to? And how would they be compensated? These are the questions TV360 Nigeria put forward in these letters to the Office of the Public-Private Partnership, whose special advisor is Okpe George. The Lagos State Ministry of Waterfront Infrastructure Development, headed by Ahmed Kabiru, and the Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development, which was headed by Salako Idris at the time of this report. Sadly, all attempts to get a response from these three agencies, who play vital roles in the redevelopment plan of the Makoko Iwaya waterfront community, have been futile. After an initial cancellation of a scheduled interview by the Special Advisor to the Office of Public-Private Partnership, Okpe George, we finally got a response months into this investigation. In a signed letter, the Special Advisor gave vague assurances of the state government's resolve to work in partnership with the locals. His responses did not give clear and direct answers to the questions and demands of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community. We have also tried to get answers from Felix Moka, who is named as a legal representative of the Makoko Iwaya fishing community in a memorandum of understanding. All calls to his numbers were unanswered, and he did not respond to his text messages.
Despite several protests, reclamation activities on the Makoko waterfront continues. As you can see behind me, that's a dredging machine set up by FBT Coral Estate Limited to reclaim more than 50 hectares of land of the Makoko waterfront. Now, fishermen say the dredging activities, as they call it, has made fishing quite difficult.
While the questions of the residents of Makoko Iwaya waterfront community remains unanswered, the sorry state of housing deficit in Lagos is better explained in these numbers. An estimated population size of 23 million residents, a housing stock of 1.49 million units, and a household size of 4.9 people puts the housing deficit of the state at 3.2 million housing units. The Lagos State government is not unaware of this problem and says it has delivered 14 housing schemes in the past 2 years, contributing 7,000 affordable housing units. While this number of homes can barely solve the city's housing problems, these houses do not come cheap, as houses range between 4 million naira and 20 million naira. With Lagos having a poverty rate estimated at 8.5% and the vast majority living below extreme poverty levels, the construction of mega estates and even the low-cost housing estate is unaffordable for an average Makoko resident. This will further worsen the housing crisis and push more of the state's population into slums and, worse still, homelessness. To better understand the state's housing situation, I paid a visit to Lukman Oshodi, an infrastructure and development expert who led a research team in 2016 on the Lagos State government's past and present policies and projects that border on urban regeneration, housing and infrastructure development in the state, especially mega projects. Oshodi tells me some of his research outcomes.
If you look at the city of Lagos and the development orientation, all this resettlement, relocation, they are yet to be fully adopted as a culture of development processes in Lagos. If you look at development trajectory of Lagos, there is no way you can have a new development without some level of demolition and all that. But the process of going about that demolition so that it doesn't really expose the dignity of the people who reside in those places into danger, into ridicule. Those are the key points that need to come into play.
Sadly, the problem runs deeper than mere numbers suggest. When evacuations are carried out, families are torn apart and may never be properly compensated or resettled decades after. This was the case of some residents of Old Morocco who were lucky to be resettled in this substandard housing in Ikota area of the state. Now 70 years old, Roslyn Odimoko was a young mother and wife in 1990 when she and her husband lost their homes when the then military governor of the state, Raji Razaki, ordered the forceful eviction of more than 3,000 residents of Morocco.
when they give us notice 7 days that they're going to let everybody pack away, we think say that is a joke. Before the 7 days, they bring bulldozers, soldiers, surround all the whole Morocco. That day of 7 days, they start demolishing all the whole places. That's during Rasaki regime. That 1990. Like I myself, I sleep for main road for good 2 weeks because nowhere to go. I have children. My husband is there. Many people, we don't know where to go. 7 days notice to go out is how Morocco. Some people are sleeping on that bridge everywhere. The government still call us when we are reporting. Where are we going? Where are we going? Then give us say that we come and take our allocation paper for this 8 years a year. We went there. Then give them like we have 2 houses. They not even give us 1. Some people have 3. Then give them 1. It's by luck. The house at Morocco is 10,000 houses. But the people they locate for this place, both Jakonde and this, it's not all to 6,000 or 5,000. You see, when this thing happen, then give us allocation paper. Everybody comes to find the zone house here, and when we get, some people get the place.
February this month, we just say this year, we just say Caterpillar just coming. They say, who send you this work? Because we know because they have gone and this OPC people, and then we cannot go and meet them. We send people go and meet them. Where are you coming from? Who send you? They say they want to develop care. If you want to develop, not be develop. If you never see us, why you say you want to develop this place? Nobody against developer. The only thing, if you want to develop, you have to come to our community and ask us, say, what happened? This is our landlord or this is the landlord. Well, we don't discuss with you, just continue to break our house. We just begin the drag. After when we drag, they don't give us any results. We have to go back. We go to, during that time, there's a one court when they go for Yaba. We went to the court, we complained, they said we should bring our allocation paper for court. We submit all our allocation paper. Still, we tell the court, say they are breaking the house. Let's give us stop those people for us, Joshua. They say no, they cannot stop.
This is how they normally treat us in this community like this. You see these people you are seeing there, so he's accusing the landlord association. They are the land grabber and they are the agent of the land grabber. They are working for Manuel Eberu and they are working for Yemi Idowu, which is the Aircom owner. So that is the way they threaten our in 2017-2018. They kill like our 4 or 5 men. When they come again, this 2022 again now, there's an old woman, slum. So also a pregnancy woman also die in these cases like this. Even though around 2:30, they also tormenting. If you are a landlord, you show your first data like this, they will start tormenting you that they will be putting fears in your body. They will kill you so that you will not be able to move front to come and push them away.
We're just about running up our interviews with the residents of Ikota Estate when a security operative who did not identify himself came to us and ordered us to pack up our cameras. He also accosted some of the residents. He said they encroached on the area, and he also threatened to identify them and deal with them if they do not leave that area. He was also seen filming some of us and the residents to leave. Now, in response, the residents have told him that this is their land, and they also tell me that this is the way these unknown security operatives come around to harass them.
Makoko isn't the only community in the threat of an eventual displacement, and Old Morocco is just one of several communities that have ceased to exist.
Believe it or not, this part of Lekki in Etiosa local government area used to be a thriving town of Morocco, which more than 300,000 residents called home. Morocco was adjacent to Ikoyi and east of Victoria Island. While all traces of old Morocco has been destroyed To make way for this affluent neighborhood, the original residents make do with substandard housing given by the Lagos State government as compensation.
The human and psychological effects of their eventual eviction and the apprehension of what the future holds reflect in the dynamics of human dignity, protection of aquatic life, and preservation of indigenous communities in Lagos State. Folashade Ogurinde, TV360 News.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Welcome again to the newsroom. I am Mary Kanu. President Muhammadu Buhari has arrived Katsina, his home state, on a 2-day official visit to commission some selected projects executed across the 3 senatorial districts of the state. The president arrived in Katsina after the 2nd Dakar International Conference on Agriculture in Dakar, the Senegalese capital. The projects to be commissioned on Thursday and Friday are mostly executed in the last 7.5 years by the Aminu Masari-led administration. The Central Bank of Nigeria has launched the Nigerian National Domestic Card Scheme, Afrigo. Launching the card virtually on Thursday, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, said transaction charges on all cards will henceforth be paid in Naira except for international transactions. According to him, Afrigo would be cheaper and a matter of national pride with the potential to boost financial inclusion. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed has slammed former Vice President Atiku Abubakar for promising to resolve all the challenges that have stalled the completion of the Ajaokuta. Atiku made the promise during his campaign tour of Kogi State a few weeks back. At a press briefing in Abuja on Thursday, Lai Mohammed said Atiku was part of the problem that has stifled the development of Ajaokuta, which the Buhari-led administration has virtually resolved. And health officials are looking to secure additional COVID-19 testing kits for Jersey. The health department has invited tenders from companies for the supply of 375,000 kits so residents could test themselves if necessary. It comes after the government announced that several coronavirus measures will be scaled back at the end of January. In business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has dismissed claims of a scarcity of a new Naira notes. Speaking at a media briefing in Jos on Wednesday, CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele said the Apex Bank has massively supplied banks with a new currency and directed them to disburse it to the customers. Emefiele advised citizens to deposit their old notes at any commercial bank and acquire new ones with immediate effect, insisting that the January 31st deadline remains sacrosanct. And France has said it was recalling its ambassador from Burkina Faso a day after agreeing to demands from the ruling junta to pull out troops from the former French colony in Africa's Sahel region. Burkina on Monday said it had asked France to withdraw within a month its contingent of some 400 troops currently stationed in the country, and on Wednesday Paris agreed to do so. It marked the latest scaling down of France's military presence in Africa after the junta in neighboring Mali also insisted French troops leave, and President Emmanuel Macron drew the curtain on the over decade-long anti-jihadist mission. In sports, Nigeria's Golden Eaglets will know their group stage opponents at the 2023 CAF Under-17 Africa Cup of Nations in Algeria on Wednesday, February 1st. This was disclosed in a statement released on CAF's website. The Golden Eaglets qualified for the 2023 Under-17 AFCON after taking part in the WAFU Zone B tournament held in 2022 in Ghana. The coach Ndụka Ugbade-led side emerged champions of the regional tournament after beating Burkina Faso 2-1 in the final. And that's all in the newsroom. Join us again for more updates. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's no need of one vote woman and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The bulls took over the wheels on the Nigeria stock market today as sellers eased.
My name is Jumoke Olowo Okere. I'm the Creative Director at African Creative Sustainable Synergy Hub. We were initially known as African Creative Hub, but now we have added 2 wings, Sustainable Synergy. And we are based in Ibadan, but we reach out to the whole world. We are a social enterprise company on a mission to create a sustainable world without waste. And we do this by education, by upcycling. We want to show people how to convert their waste into wealth. We want to let people realize that waste is actually not a waste, but waste is wealth. And so we don't want to talk, we want to show. For 12 years now, I've been working with waste. And I realized that each time we meet a new person and during our interactions, once we are talking about it and they keep asking questions like, what do you mean waste is wealth? What do you mean I can turn my waste to this? What do you mean I can use my waste for this? I realized that so many people have a lot of questions. But one thing I noticed is that if I don't say anything and I just show you the wealth that we've created from waste, the person gets the idea faster, the understanding is there faster, and they become disciples faster. So I don't need to sweat once I can show. So we realize that instead of trying to talk to people about waste is not waste, waste can be reused, just show them. Because in our interactions, we realize that once we show people, they catch the idea fast and they are willing to join on board because they can see that they can actually do it also. So then I asked myself, I said, can there be a space where we can create different works of art from waste and the people can come in and see, so that more people are coming in to see, and then the message is passed across faster and we can all together. You know, there's this prediction I read about recently that said by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than species. It means that we are counting down. If I don't do something about it urgently, you don't do something about it urgently, then that disaster is going to happen to us. And the earlier we join this train, the better. And the more people that are on this train, the better. So I started looking for waste museum and I realized that there is no waste museum anywhere. There's no place that is dedicated to waste, that people can come in and see waste in their natural form and see waste in their finished product. What we call finished product is also a natural product for another artist, because you know art is unending. If I create a design, for example, with this bottle waste, this is a 4-liter keg of oil that has been used and discarded. Now, if I create a work of art from this and I put it on the wall, somebody can get this and add some other things to it and turn it into another thing. Then somebody else can take it from that level, add something else to it. So it keeps evolving depending on who is using it. So I realized that there's no space like that. And then the next question I asked myself is, if there is no space like that, why don't I create that kind of space? Then I asked myself again, you know, I like asking myself a lot of questions. And so I asked myself again, what do I have that I can use to create this space? Then I answered myself that I have a small space that I can use to start. The vision of the Waste Museum is very big, like on a community, like a 20-acre, 30-acre land. But I have less than a plot. And I said, okay, you know what? Let me start with what I have. So I have the skills, I have the space. Let me start. Then it can grow. So that when you come in and you see what we can do, then you can say, oh, I want to go and do this, and then it will keep growing. And so that was how we came up with the idea of the Waste Museum. And we have been working on it, and we are still working on it till now. There's nobody that hears about this that doesn't ask questions. Now it's like an icebreaker. You heard about it and here you are. If we didn't do this, I won't meet you and you will not be here today. So that is the reception we've had. Anytime people hear about it, they're like, waste? You mean waste? Ibadi? And I'm like, no, W-A-S-T-E. And they're like, you dirty? And I'm like, yes. And then they ask, what do you mean waste museum? So are you dumping waste in the building? I said, then you need to come and see. Because we want to show you crazy stuff that you can do with this. So the reception has been interesting. There's been filled with a lot of curiosity. People come in to see what is here, and then when they come, they go with, wow, so it's possible. Oh, so we can do this. Wow, so you can use this for this. So it's been good. There's nobody that will come here that your lives will not change. It's not possible. I've not seen anybody that comes to the Waste Museum and they don't go home with something. And guess what? Because it is not just about the waste, like this center is supposed to be a showcase. What our mission for this place is for you to see circular economy practically. That is, now, circular economy is an economy whereby there is no waste. Presently now in the whole world, many people in the world are using linear economy. So it is straight down. You produce the material, you use the material, then you discard. Example, you bought a bottle of drink, you take the bottle of drink, and then with your own hand, you throw the bottle of drink away. And do you know that the bottle of drink you bought, the liquid content is like less than 40%. The container costs like 60% of the price you paid. So let's assume that you paid 200 naira for your bottle of drink. The liquid content that you just finished taking is just like 40 naira. The container is 160 naira. So if you take that bottle of drink and you continue with the linear economy by taking the bottle of drink, drink it, and then you throw it away, by yourself, you have just thrown 160 naira away from your hard-earned money. But imagine a circular economy whereby you have that product, you finish using the product, then you ask yourself, what else can I do with this product? And we brought a simple solution, and we call it our 5 R's and a U. So reduce, reuse, recycle, refuse, repair, and upcycle. So with these 5 R's and a U, you can ask yourself, this product that I just finished using, what can I use it for? What else can be done with it? Instead of me using my hand to throw it away. So then you start thinking. So if you pick out of any of these 5 R's and a U, whichever you do, it means that your waste is going up again. You are reusing it, so it's going back. So it is not wasted. So it is a zero economy. And that is what we run at the Waste Museum. Now, it is a perfect ecosystem for plants, animals, and humans. Because if you look at the definition of environment, environment is a place where plants, animals, and human beings live together in harmony. So what we want to create for you, what we want people to see is that perfect ecosystem where animal, plants, and humans are living together in harmony and they are not creating any waste. So the waste from the plant will be used by the animal, the waste from the animal will be used by the plant, and the waste from the plant and the animal will be eaten by the woman. My vision is for it to be turned into a tourist center in a community like minimum of 20 acres, where we will even have residents, we'll have universities, we'll have hotels, we'll have rooms, we'll have halls, and people can come in and experiment and explore and be innovative around the waste that human beings generate. And not only human beings, animals generate their own waste, plants also generate their own waste. So where we are going to is a center, very big, like a community, where you can see the actual perfect ecosystem and there's not going to be waste. So everything everybody is using is going back to the system. So the buildings where we are going to is also going to incorporate the circular economy, because the buildings are going to be eco buildings, and we are going to make use of both our black water from the toilet, our grey water from the bedroom, and our normal rainwater, which is the regular water. So when you get to where we are going to, You will see all this. We don't want to talk. We want to show. We have different programs that we do in primary school, in private schools, and we also have interns that come in, and we also have people that come in here for excursions, and depending on what they pick, they can pick just for the tour, or they can pick a workshop. If it is a workshop, it means that they're going to sit down and actually practice. They will take a particular waste. Sometimes we ask them to come with waste as part of their payment to coming into the waste museum. So they turn that waste, we teach them, we show them, we empower them with the skill, because we are also a school, we train. So we empower them with the skill that is needed to convert that particular waste into wealth, into works of art that they can take back. So sometimes when they do that, then they donate to the waste museum. So some of the arts you see here are some that I made by myself, some of the ones that our students make from school. And then we also have a competition. We started a competition 2 years ago. We call it Creative Eco Summer, Creative Eco and Day competition. It is in secondary schools and primary school, in public and private school, and they are supposed to explore waste, any form of waste, in 3 categories. So we have fashion, we have art, and we have science. So each of the students will go into their own community, pick up any waste of their likeness, and then turn it into either a work of art, or in science, or in fashion. And so they come in and showcase their work. We had the first edition that came in 2019, and then 2020 we couldn't do it because of COVID. And so 2021 we are not going to do it, and then we'll start again, after everything has normalized, by the grace of God, in 2022. So some of the works that they do, they donate to the waste museum. But everything you see here, most of the artwork you see here are all from waste, apart from the structure, apart from the creation. There's a difference between recycling and upcycling. So recycling involves converting that waste into another product, and it requires the process of machine. So example, if I want to recycle this plastic bottle maybe into a nylon, or I want to recycle it into a t-shirt, I will need big machines that will break this down, convert it into flakes, turn it into pellets, melt it, turn it into string, and then convert it into whatever they want to use it for in the final product. That is recycling. So recycling is more capital intensive, and it requires a lot of manpower, skills, and all that. But upcycling, which is more of what I do, means everybody can do it. Upcycling means you take that particular waste, just add some little touches to it, and turn it into a work of art. So when you're done, you can still identify that waste and say, this not okay. Example, check out my jewelry. This is a jewelry, but it is made from bottle covers. So this is upcycling. Anybody can do it. Any young person can do it. Once you have the brain, you have the skill, and you have the hands, and you have the waste. You don't need a lot of money. You don't need 10 million naira to set up the company. Less than 50,000, you can start upcycling. And so that's what we focus on, because we know that is what we want as many people as possible to join us. And so we don't want people to be looking for a lot of money to start the business. We want people to come, learn, and with a little, even with ordinary scissors, you can start upcycling. I didn't do this in school. It actually started in my kitchen. Over 12 years ago now, I gave birth to twins, and I was home on maternity leave. And for the first time, I noticed the amount of waste I was generating in my flat. My twins were taking 1 can of naan every day. So it means that every 7 days, my store is filled with 7 cans. And we just finished taking food from these things. They are still solid. Why do I have to throw them away? I started asking this question: why do I have to throw the waste away? And that question led me to becoming an artist, because I kept asking questions, and then I realized that the fastest and easiest way I could convert each of these ways to is to turn them into a work of art. I know art is very versatile. Art is very, very wild. You can keep working on a particular product, and as soon as you work on it one step, somebody likes it already, and then somebody else will say, oh, I can add this to it, and so it started evolving. So what I did initially was to gather all the materials together, started experimenting, because all this is a new field. Ecopreneurship, as far as I'm concerned, is new because we don't have any manual. We are the one coming up with the manual every day, working trial and error. We'll fail today, we'll bounce up, we'll learn from the mistakes of the failure, and then we'll, work it again tomorrow. So it's a new field. And we have some artists already that are trained, that are beginning to come into waste now. They were artists before. They went to school to go and learn how to do artwork. But now that we started talking about waste, they are also getting interested. So I have a couple of them that are also my friends now, that because they met me, they started infusing waste into their own art materials also. So the more people that can incorporate waste into whatever they do, then the less waste that will end up in the ocean or in the landfill. Everybody needs to take conscious effort of what they do with their waste, because everybody is generating waste. And let me now shock you, waste that we're talking about is actually man-made. Nature harbors waste. In nature, there is no waste, because if you look at the cycle, everything that nature produces ends back in nature. But when we're talking about waste of plastics, waste of cans, waste of that, human beings created this thing, and so if we created it, we must solve it. And if you are a human being, whether the only time you don't, even when you are sleeping, you are generating waste, because at least when you sleep you will sweat. So it means that for every day you are living, you are actually generating waste, and it is high time you started taking cognizance of the waste you make and try to introduce the 5 hours to it. It means that you will start with reducing first as a human being. Normally you generate 10 kilograms of waste in a week. You must look at how you can reduce it to 5 kilograms, to 3 kilograms. After reducing, the ones you now reduce it to, you now ask yourself again, what else can I do with this waste? So you can pick reduce, you can pick reuse, you can pick recycle, you can pick upcycle, and that is what we are here to do. For as many people that can join us, what we want to achieve is that once you come to our hub, you take it back to your own space, because we don't have to come to your own space. So you come here, you learn from us, take it back, then you from there spread it to your own community. So that way, we don't have to be the one doing everything. So you come, you learn, you take it back. You take it back to your community. People in your community take it back to their own community, and then it keeps spreading, and then it becomes, like the tentacles that can reach the world. So, as human beings, you must be aware that you are generating waste, and if you don't manage that waste very well, it is going to end up in the environment, and if it ends up in the environment, it will affect the coming generation, and that means you are not living a sustainable life. A sustainable life is about living today without hindering the future generation from enjoying the same benefits that you enjoy. Let me give you another example. If you get a parcel of land now, the first thing you want to do is to cut down all the trees on it. Those trees that you've just cut down, somebody, your forefather, your grandfather, your great-great-grandfather planted those trees 30, 40, 50 years ago, and that is why you can say, oh, this is a tree. And then you cut it down, and then you don't plant another 10. Not even 10, not even, at least plant another. For every tree you cut down, you must plant 20. Because it's not all the 20 you planted that will survive. And so if you want to make sure that your children are alive, grow up in the future, your great-grandchildren, see what is called a tree, then you must plant 20 down. Because if you cut one down and you don't plant any, and I cut one down and I don't plant any, I want to predict that by 2050, our children will be looking at trees in books because we will have finished cutting down all the trees. So we all need to get up now and get involved.
Many thanks for joining us on News Now at this time.
Protest in Lagos.
Thank you for joining us today on the newsroom. The State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be
one Hojuma and
the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies.
The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
Hello there, thanks for joining me again for your Sorry Sports Business Show, Sport Exchange. My name is Jude Olano. Thanks for being there always. And today, it promises to be another exciting one because we've got some stories lined up for you, and we will be hitting our dugout segment where we'll be talking about some issues that are of interest to sports business in Nigeria and globally. These are some of the things that we have lined up on the show today. If you're ready, let's go. But that will be after this time out. Don't go away. Welcome back. Straight to the news. Premier League side Manchester United's plan to revamp Old Trafford is on hold now that the top club is up for sale, according to Daily Mail. Reports emerged last March that United was considering 3 options for upgrading their famous home. A complete teardown was believed to be on the table, though was considered the least likely option. United reportedly brought in experienced company Legends International and architectural firm Populous, responsible for Tottenham Hotspur new stadium, to assess Old Trafford. A refurbishment of the venue, including increasing capacity or a new home, was considered the most likely route. However, the plans look like they will have to wait until United's ownership situation is resolved. Last November, the Glazer family revealed they were exploring strategic alternatives for the Red Devils, including a sale. United's financial advisor, the Rain Group, is reportedly targeting a sale in the first quarter of 2023. So far, Ineos founder Jim Ratcliffe is the only person or group to publicly declare an interest. From there, we move to France. Paris Saint-Germain have threatened to relocate away from the Parc des Princes unless they can buy the stadium for the Paris City Council. The defending Ligue 1 champions have been keen to make significant upgrades to their 48,000-seater home of nearly 50 years. A report from CBS previously indicated that the club wanted to spend 500 million euros to increase the venue's capacity by 12,000 seats. Yet the club have made it clear that they will only carry out upgrades for the stadium once assuming full ownership of the venue. PSG President Nasser El Khalifi recently told Bloomberg that the club had lodged an offer to buy the stadium, which was rejected for being below the council's asking price. And to tennis, media production company Whisper has been announced as the production partner for the Wimbledon Tennis Grand Slam for 2023 and 2024. Whisper will produce the world feed, international highlights, and a creative preview film and an official film of the tournament, while it is also tasked with creating entertaining and engaging content for the All England Lawn Tennis Club and helping to amplify the Wimbledon brand. Whisper worked with BBC to help produce coverage of the 2022 UEFA Women's European Championships last summer. It was also the host broadcaster for the Rugby League World Cup in 2021. Technology giant Apple is preparing a bid for the next set of domestic Premier League broadcast rights, according to the Daily Mail. The league's current deal with Sky Sports, BT Sports, and Amazon for league games runs from 2022-2023 to 2024-2025, with the tender process for the next rights cycle to kick off later this year. The existing €5 billion pact with signed after Premier League clubs unanimously agreed a proposal to roll over the domestic deal, which saw the UK government add an exclusion order under the Competition Act 1998. That meant English soccer top flights could conclude the renewals without conducting its normal broadcast rights tender process, a move made in light of the impact caused by COVID-19. However, with the league moving on from the pandemic, the Daily Mail reports that the teams with American owners feel that the current domestic contract is undervalued and hope US technology companies can drive up the price. And finally, the European Broadcast Union and the Warner Bros. Have secured all media rights in Europe for the next 4 Olympics from 2026 to 2032. The joint bid from Public Service Network Alliance, the EBU, and the media giant WBD sees the pair acquire rights across 49 territories in Europe, excluding Russia and Belarus. The new deal with the International Olympic Committee kicks in with the 2026 Milano Cortina Winter Games and runs until the end of the 2032 Summer Olympics in Brisbane. The Youth Olympic Games are also included in the contract. The tender was launched in February 2022. And that's it for the news. We're going to break, and when I return, I'll be taking up my guests on the Dugout segment. The second segment is here, and let's quickly talk about the diplomatic row that is maybe at some point it unsettled the African Nations Cup Championship in Algeria. The defending champion Morocco couldn't make it to the championship just because of the diplomatic row that existed between Algeria, the host, and one of the participants, Morocco. Now we are faced with a crisis that could have a ripple effect on what football and its sponsorship is like on the continent of Africa. And joining me to look at this issue critically is sport journalist from Nairobi, Kenya, Francis Gaito. Yeah, Francis, how appropriate is it to allow a diplomatic row affect a sport event's participation?
It is very inappropriate because these are innocent footballers. They are unaware of the geopolitical crisis and the infractions. They don't know what's happening, and to involve them in a war that is outside their comprehension is a bit unfair. All Morocco needed to do was to hire a third-party airline to fly them there. I think the problem was using a Moroccan aircraft because the genesis of these geopolitical tiff between the two neighbors was the allegations of spying. Ones that involved an Israeli spy company who was spying on their cell phones. And so because of that, they are very aware about aircrafts landing in their country, especially from Morocco. And all they needed to do was to hire a third party airline from any other country that flies into Morocco. So it was a bit unfair for the kids who are really looking forward. They looked very excited to lose. They were looking forward to go and defend their title.
What do you think CAF and FIFA should have done to mediate in the Algeria-Morocco crisis?
They should have taken control of the knowing that there existed such a diplomatic role between the two countries. They should have taken charge of the costs, especially the logistical costs, to ensure that the staging of the tournament goes on unhampered. That's all they needed to do. They didn't do that, so they allowed the matter to escalate. They should have given directions. They should have given and then they should have been very strict on the punitive measures or on the disciplinary measures they are going to take against a team that was not going to participate. So CAF had all the leeway to exert pressure to crack the whip on any errant member, not just Morocco, on any errant member. And I believe Morocco is being treated differently. They are being treated, they are being favored because if it was another country that did that, I think the repercussions would have been severe. But Morocco, I don't know what deal they have with the CAF and the FIFA leadership. They shouldn't have been allowed, or the matter shouldn't have been allowed to escalate to that extent. CAF should have invoked all the statutes and just to get things moving.
How do you think potential sponsors will be looking at this issue now?
Yes, potential sponsors, CAF has not even been bagging any new sponsors of late because of such shenanigans. You remember even for the last Africa Cup of Nations in Cameroon last year, the decision to host the tournament was made even last minute. There was a CAF meeting right before Christmas, and you cannot put sponsors on an air of unpredictability. The sponsors are people, even TV broadcasters, even fans need to prepare early, and subjecting them to these last-minute furore. CAF has really deteriorated and degenerated into very, what can we call it? It's a pedestrian outfit. It's run at the whims of individuals. A lot should have happened before this matter got to this stage. They chose to wait it out. They chose to allow the geopolitical dynamics to play out. at the expense of the game, at the expense of the children who are innocent bystanders in this diplomatic row. So CAF is really undermining the game. CAF is not credible. Is not a credible outfit. They are not worthy of managing African football. They have shown time and again. As of last year, there were people who died in the stadium. As of now, we have a diplomatic row simply because they were fence sitting. They were just waiting for the issue to play out. And so we are headed into turbulent times in football, in African football, because ever since Ahmad took over in 2017, it's been on a downward trajectory. Everything has just been, it's in shambles. CAF is now bankrupt. It's being run like a pigsty. So the sooner that the CAF leadership, all of them, can resign, including even the EXCO members, are perhaps the most, what can we call them? They are just flower girls. They don't have a role in that CAF. So for the sake of posterity and for the good of the game, even an impotent structure like the CAF EXCO needs to be disbanded, because they have clearly shown that they are out of touch with reality. They don't have their finger to the pulse of the game. They're just clueless people they're just joyriders. So CAF, I don't even think any sponsor worth his time and salt would dare engage in such, want to associate with such dysfunction.
Anyway, thank you very much for joining me on your perspective. We want to wish them all the best, and I hope this won't affect the fortune of the game going forward.
Thank you for having me once again. Thank you very much.
That was Francis Gaito there, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, talking to me on the diplomatic row between Algeria and Morocco as it regards the African Nation Championship. That's it. Let's quickly go on a break, and I'll return for my next guest. Yes, welcome back. Still on your Saraway Sports Business Show, Sport Exchange, and the Dugout segment. On today's Dugout segment, we will be looking at how to revamp the Nigerian Football League. It was, just before the new season commenced, nobody was sure what will happen. But it started, yes, on a good note, and with some grants to the 20 teams that are playing in the Abridged League for the Nigerian Professional Football League. The Abridged League season, that's what they have for this season. And they're starting on a good note, getting a grant to start, and the interim management committee is trying to put the league on a solid footing. So, and to joining me to look at this, revamping the Nigerian Football League, is sport journalist and who has so much interest in the business angle of football as well as sport generally. Enitan Badino joins me from somewhere in Lagos, but I know Enitan is in Lagos anyway. Enitan, how are you doing? Thanks for joining me.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on your show.
Enitan, I know you have so much interest, especially when you talk about the Nigeria Professional Football League. We've shared a lot of issues, and we've shared the same passion for seeing it grow from one stage to another of a total turnaround. Let's talk about the fact that now it's looking like they are starting all over again, and the fact that they are starting with a grant. What do you think should be uppermost in the mind of those who are managing the league now, that they are starting on this note?
Oh, Thank you for having me. You see, as part of this passion that we talked about the Nigerian League, you have to understand where we are coming from and how where we are headed. That helps us to situate the new things, the news that we hear about the league. First, I'd like to clarify first, this is not the first time they are getting grants. It's just that this is the first time they are getting at the beginning of the season for participating in the league. And also, football first. That should be the theme of this league season, because a lot of politics went into having the body controlling the league, and then that basically makes it a bit difficult in a way that in putting together a proper league system. But finally, they've started an hybrid league system that they want to head in May for reasons best known to them. But not a bad start. Getting 10 million there from a sponsorship that is a bit, that is not that clear. If you ask me, if you look deeper into it, so it begs more question and answer. But at the end of the day, we want to think that our football should lead. And what a game! What an exciting week one we had in terms of result and quality of play. I watched a few of some of the games, and it was exciting to see the league back after almost 4 to 5 months being out in cold waters.
Because I feel, I must tell you, this is one of the reasons I feel we should have this conversation. Because you know that football thrives on funding. If the funding is shrouded in secrecy, I wonder what you want, how do you want to get investors? So moving forward now, they've gotten, most of the clubs have started with a 10 million grants. They're starting with a, what is going to happen at the end of the season? Do you have any inkling of what the IMC is thinking of in terms of remuneration at the end of the season?
That's another problem that we have to talk about. Thank God you brought it up, because if you remember, they had a Super 4 where they had a winner takes all. Then on second thought, they thought about, oh, let's give the second place team 30 million there and all that. Similarly, from the communication we read from the chairman of the IMC, they said the winner of the league would take 100 million, and that's it. There are no, unlike what was obtainable before, when you earn money from sponsorship based on your based on the positions you finish on the league table, which has always been the standard, and that's why most of them get their monies after the end of the season, unlike now that they are giving them take-off grants of 10 million naira. So basically, from the quality of communication that is out of the IMC, the 10 million might just be what all of them will get. As they call it startup fund, yes, that's what they should expect to get, because only the winner will get 100 million at the end of the season. And sometimes I wonder, it's not about the idea, it's the age of the idea that in modern day football, we all know that the funding encompasses all the teams. You give them a sense of belonging, and also give them a part of the profit or whatever money that is being put on the table by various sponsors for you to know. And as usual, the standard basically is before you announce a sponsor, you sit down with the clubs. You talk about the sponsor, how much you're arriving at, and of course, how the monies will be shared based on listed points in terms of, okay, this will go into administration, this will go into refereeing and all that, and then the clubs will get this bulk money. But that has been missing. And to also think that as much as they are trying to bring the league on TV, they are also spending their money to put the league on TV. Then how much will be left when apparently from what I've heard and from what I know, some stations will charge as high as 12 million naira to show your match on TV. And then we've not talked about the production angle, the people production, how much are you going to pay them? So their ideas are good, it's just that the execution is poor. And of course, because they are holding back a lot of information, it becomes problematic. How much the GTI deal said it was 250 million. And standard-wise, operation-wise, I can tell you categorically, the league needs a minimum of between 1.5 to 2 billion naira to run a successful season. 250 million in 2 billion. Let's cut it down to 1 billion because it's an average league season. Okay. 250 million over 2 billion. They are not talking to the old sponsors of their LMC because they think the LMC is illegal by virtue of their own interpretation of the Supreme Court judgment on the judgment debt that is totally unrelated. So that paints you a picture of, I don't want to say gloom, but we are not sure of what to expect because, like we concluded, the information has not been coming out, and then we are getting 100 million at the end of the season. What happens to the other 19 teams? What would they get? Is it just the 10 million there? Because those are the informations I have.
Well, finally, before I let you go, Anita, this is the question, because ordinarily, like you said, if you need to raise money, one of the ways you could raise money for the league is through broadcast rights sponsorship. And with what we've seen so far, it's still the traditional way, old traditional way of doing things. Nobody's talking about the OTT, over the top, even though that is what is in vogue. But they still want to go with the old way of doing things. And right now, you have to pay rather than getting paid. That is outrageous. What do you think?
Extremely outrageous. And you see, this is the thing. For all the flaws, and there are plenty, if you ask me, for LMC, if there's anything they got right was their plan for broadcasting the league. They knew that there are no Father Christmas everywhere. Most Nigerian media are built up in a way that they collect money than give out in the name of sponsorship. I could take you back to the days of the CAF Champions League. The particular season, Atlant and Kano Pillars made it to the semi-final. A particular TV station in Nigeria was collecting money from their state government to broadcast their Champions League games, instead of them paying to have that right. So our media houses are not structured that way. We have to be honest. So here comes the NPFL TV. If you check around the world, most of the biggest money being sold for TV rights, the NFL in America just launched their own NFL app where they'll be showing NFL matches for their fans. And guess what? Most of the bars now, it's a tradition, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football for them. Sometimes fans hang out in bars over a bottle of drink or whatever to watch the games. And the bars usually show it from the cable rights. Now, some of them are adapting their technology and the structure of their businesses to be able to show it from the app. Because NFL understands that once you own the fans that watch your league, it's another way of making money, because you have a huge bank of data to know their habits, to be able to communicate and, of course, gather enough with them. So they are killing two birds with a stone by owning the app. But we had an NPFL TV app that started that. The IMC saying they are starting afresh. And, of course, I know for a fact now that they've spoken to 2 to 3 streaming companies in Nigeria to be able to stream the game. 2 of them were comfortable with production, but one of them proposed to them that it's better they should be able to stream on, even if they are not using the app, a combination of YouTube and Facebook, where they can find ways to either make money from those platforms or monetize it for their fans. And they outrightly rejected it. So it's alarming that in this time and age, in a time where the youth population of Nigeria is so high and most of them are on their mobile phones, we cannot take our football match to where we can find them. That is the problem. You cannot stick to a terrestrial TV station that people really watch. The station they are trying to use at all costs, the platform they are trying to use at all costs, has less than 1 million people. I don't think they have the figure up to 500,000 by virtue of numbers that have been released over the years in terms of TV consumption and viewership. And that becomes a problem that the custodian of our league, the people managing our league, do not have the faintest idea to move into the future, to follow technology, to take our league matches into the hands of the future of the country, the youth, who are mostly on their phones. Mobile consumption and time spent on mobile phone for Nigeria is very high. Our internet penetration is growing every now and then. That is where the market is.
Well, Anita, I guess we have to leave it at that for now. I hope this conversation will keep it going, but I want to thank you for joining me on today's show. Thank you very much, Anita.
Thank you for having me today.
We were discussing about how to revamp the Nigerian Professional Football League, and I hope we'll get it. Well, we'll get the modus operandi very well. We'll get it well soon so that we can take the game to the next level. Anyway, that's it for the show today. Thank you very much for joining me, and let's do this again some other time. Till then, I'm yours truly today, tomorrow, and of the future in sports business, Judy Orlando. See you some other time.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 0813-222-2105, 0915-339-1309, 0908-837-3514, or send a mail to dsspr@dss.gov.ng. This message is from the Department of State Services, DSS.
Many thanks for staying with us on the newsroom. A police inspector, Ebimine Fiega, attached to the Ajah Division of Lagos State, has testified in the trial of Drambi Vandi, the officer involved in the murder of Lagos-based lawyer Bolanle Rahim, narrating events of December 25, 2022 at the Lagos High Court in Tafawa Balewa Square on Wednesday. As the second witness, Fiega told the court that the driver of the car which the late lawyer was in refused to stop when he flagged it down. Speaking further, the police inspector said he heard the sound of gunshots immediately after the car carrying the deceased and her family passed him at the checkpoint. Fiega explained that the defendant tried to abscond in a minibus popularly known as Korope when they heard the gunshot. Rahim, who was pregnant, was fatally shot on Christmas Day by the police officer attached to the Ajiwe Police Division in the Ajah area of the state. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has urged residents of Gombe State to consider the competence and capacity of candidates when voting. Obi said this on Wednesday during his party's presidential campaign rally at the Pantami Stadium in Gombe. He said voting for a candidate because of religion or tribe instead of competence and capacity won't solve the country's challenges. The People's Democratic Party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has commended the United States for imposing a visa ban on Nigerians, undermining democracy in the country. In a statement on Wednesday, Anthony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State, said the actions were taken after it was observed that persons were found complicit in undermining democracy in recent elections in Nigeria. Blinken said the bans were a show of commitment and support to strengthening democracy in the country. Two recent studies in the U.S. have shown that COVID-19 may increase the risk of high cholesterol for up to a year after infection, prompting some doctors to take a closer look at the apparent trend. Scientists have also seen increases in the risk for many conditions following COVID, including diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and kidney disease. As of Wednesday, more than 101 million COVID cases had been reported in the United States since the beginning of the pandemic. The Central Bank of Nigeria has said it disbursed 745.31 billion naira to 680 projects in agro-production and processing projects under the Commercial Agricultural Credit Scheme since the commencement of its intervention. Governor of the CBN, Godwin Emefiele, disclosed this in Abuja at the Monetary Policy Committee meeting on Tuesday. According to Emefiele, the bank also released 300 million naira to finance large-scale agricultural products under the scheme, bringing the total disbursement to 745.31 billion naira for 680 projects. In a highly anticipated decision, Meta has said it will allow former U.S. President Donald Trump back on Facebook and Instagram following a 2-year ban from the platforms over his online behavior during the January 6 insurrection. Trump was removed from Meta platforms following the Capitol riot on January 6, 2021, during which he posted unsubstantiated claims that the election had been stolen, praised increasingly violent protesters, and condemned former Vice President Mike Pence, even as the mob threatened his life. In sports, Alex to fight Tyson Fury for free in his latest swipe at the British on social media. The two heavyweight champions are expected to meet to crown the first undisputed world champion of the four-belt era, but talk seems to be stalling, judging by a Twitter update from the Ukrainian. The undefeated fighter has admitted several times that he's ready and up for the challenge against the Brit superstar, who's looking to keep making history in boxing by trying to defeat Usyk. That's it on the newsroom at this time. Many thanks for watching. I'm Simisola Adigun. Bye for now.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
My name is Bintu Saluhu Garba, IGB. From secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting, and I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aledidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from them. But I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, oh, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just assists to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get where I am today. I started teaching drawing I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there, because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting, I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio. I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent, and then you now coach him, you develop his skill. You understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults. Some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, I would like to paint. I would like, fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. For over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes. You understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano. So many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now? I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting. And alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like, though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it was something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospitals, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on, say, a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not to do. Start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can, yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But we would like government to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do. Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them. Instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release funds for agriculture, they release funds for education, they should release funds for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing and you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we are doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, you know, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. You are a client, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color you use, or acrylic color, you have so many medium.
Train from Warri to Itakpe derails. Amongst many other bad news in the last 1 week, I keep on praying may Nigeria never happen to me, because I cannot imagine being a passenger on a derailed train. We thank God for all 148 passengers who were unhurt, but the anxiety, trauma and fear of being attacked in the middle of nowhere, that's just too much of a risk. We just lost passengers last year on the Abuja-Kaduna route, and passengers kidnapped in the Edo train station. So much insecurity and confusion on this our refurbished infrastructure. What are other countries doing that we refuse to emulate? But as is our norm here, we will pray. The government will make excuses, blame everyone else except themselves. The matter will become politicized with supporters of the political party in power telling us it happens everywhere else in the world, or opponents will say it is incompetence of government agencies to reduce these happenstances to the barest minimum. I've spoken about these refurbished locomotive trains and the billions in borrowed money we used for them many times in the past. May China not happen to Nigeria, and how safety measures weren't built into the system from the beginning. You want to install old refurbished trains, yet you wanted a security budget for them approved differently. How? Why? And Minister of Transportation shrugged during the terror attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train last year, like the abductions could have been prevented if only they'd been allowed to spend extra on securing the tracks. Shouldn't that have been a part of the entire project from scratch? A few people suspected sabotage, suggesting people stole parts of the rail tracks. Hence their suggestions that the tracks be electric tracks. Some others were thankful that the tracks weren't electric, which may have electrocuted passengers. I ask, why does everything Nigerian have to be complicated? We're not the only multi-ethnic or multiracial country in the world. Where's the Nigerian dream? Some people are already suggesting that if a new party gets into government, the old establishment will frustrate them. Meaning, like Chibok abductions were used to bring down the Jonathan government, some people may actually sabotage government policies and initiatives just to say, I told you so. This your new president doesn't have the capacity to lead effectively. I shudder. Does that mean Nigeria, as constituted, may never succeed? Several analysts have predicted this, that the current constitution, even though amended, cannot bring development, as different segments of the country want different things. Will restructuring help? So each state can develop at its own pace. Won't that mean many Nigerians will migrate to the states doing well, overburdening such states? Pretty much close to what we see now, with many migrating to the big cities from our rural areas to get a better life. Will Nigeria ever succeed? I know she will. We must agree, and we have to start with a government that will lead the conversation. Don't sell your votes. Every single vote counts. If some people want to be led by religious tenets, let them agree. If others want to be led by justice, equity, and fairness, we shouldn't impose religion on them. Have you collected your PVC? This is the last week to do so. Please check the INEC portal now to be sure that you're not a ghost voter, and educate yourself and people around you on how to cast valid votes. What's with our senators voting against the use of biometric machines 1 month to elections? Do these people want the best for Nigeria, or it has to always be about them? For the first time in Nigeria's history, we're going to use machines to prevent and reduce rigging. And a few people who have perpetuated themselves in government are opposing the idea. Nigerians have tolerated Nigerian politicians for far too long. They no longer know that they are public servants. They believe they are our parents because of their ages and the ages of their ideas. 2023 is a turning point for Nigeria. It's not the time to sit on the fence or think politics is not your business. If you're 18 years today, you'll be 26 in another 8 years. Nigeria's next leader will definitely impact your life. It is therefore very important to get involved. It may seem like we've rolled back 40 years in terms of development, yet now is the right time to jumpstart Nigeria and move her forward speedily. There's no time for entitled politicians, selfish leaders, nor a docile citizenry. Nigeria will succeed. You and I will succeed in 2023.
It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. From the tertiary education tax to the excise duty hike, the Finance Bill 2022 has elicited criticism from stakeholders and industry watchers who believe the bill is a shotgun approach of the federal government to improve the state's revenue generation capabilities. Experts have also expressed concerns over the heavy taxation burden on companies and the service sector. While President Muhammadu Buhari has withheld assent to the bill to allow for more consultation, the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, explains that the purpose of the tax equity reforms is to combat tax evasion and aggressive tax planning practices that some companies operating in Nigeria are involved in. To speak more on this development, Taiwo Yedele, fiscal policy partner and Africa tax leader at PwC, joins me now. As always, thank you very much for your time. Now, increase in tertiary education tax rate from 2.5% to 3%. It is instructive also to say that the rate was only recently increased from 2% to 2.5% via the 2021 Finance Act. What do you make of this?
Okay. So thank you very much for the 2022 Finance Bill, which is meant to take effect from 1st of January 2023. Although it hasn't been signed, which means the effective date is likely going to be whenever the president eventually signs the bill. So that bill has a few broad objectives. One of it is tax equity, which means we want to treat similar transactions and similar businesses equally under similar circumstances. You have another one to do with climate change, where because Nigeria has made commitment to net zero, they're trying to make some reforms in the tax space. There's incentive reforms, there's job creation and economic growth, and then there's revenue generation and tax administration. Those are the broad objectives. So your question about the tertiary education tax being proposed to go from 2.5% to 3% will fall under revenue generation. The problem, though, is that that rate was increased only recently in the previous, just the immediate past finance bill, from 2% to 2.5%. Based on the budget presentation made by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning today, it shows that the revenue from tertiary education exceeded government budget for 2022. Now, while we all admit and agree that the educational sector requires funding, we also know that funding is not the only problem. Because over the past 10 years alone, the amount collected by way of taxes from tertiary education tax has been over 2 trillion naira. But there's very little or no accountability as to how that has been spent. We know that lecturers were on strike for almost 8 months last year. So we believe that the focus should have been more on accountability and governance of the amount being contributed before any increases. Plus, if you just increase the rate last year, why increase it again at a time when the business community and the private sector generally are struggling and they are overburdened by taxes? That also makes Nigeria's corporate income tax rate to be one of the highest in the world. When you take 30% for corporate income tax, 2.5% for education tax, you take for NASENI, that's engineering and science, there's one for information technology, there's one for police tax. By the time you put everything together, our effective corporate tax rate is around 36% and it's clearly one of the highest in the world.
Now, the federal government has said over time that it will ramp up revenue through more taxation. Do you think the Finance Bill 2022 will achieve that?
Clearly, there are provisions in the bill for raising new taxes. In addition to the tertiary education taxes, we have provisions for taxation of cryptocurrency. We also have provisions to tax gaming and lottery, but I think the lawmakers took that out. We also have provisions where government is trying to take away incentives that companies have enjoyed before, such as investment allowance on plant and machinery. Again, that is to also help government to raise revenue. We had incentives that were available to hotels before. They're also trying to take that away. In addition to instances of what they call anti-avoidance provisions on VAT, where if related parties carry out transaction and government is not happy with the price that they agree between themselves, government can increase that price and ask you to pay more taxes. There's also the excise duty tax they want to impose on all services, including telecommunication and a few others. So there are quite a number of provisions there trying to either impose new taxes or increase the rate of existing ones. I do not think that those taxes would balance the budget, because the hole in the budget, or should I call it the budget deficit, is so significant. It's about 11 trillion for the federal government about 5 trillion for states. So altogether, you're talking about close to 16, 17 trillion naira of budget deficit. When Nigeria can make revenue from will be to address the wasteful petrol subsidy. It will be to tackle the oil theft so that we can produce about 2.3 million barrels per day. And then to ensure that we use technology and and data to gain intelligence so that everybody who is doing any legitimate activity is paying their fair share. That way you can move the needle significantly rather than trying to overburden the few, compliant taxpayers around who are really eager to do the right thing, but the environment is difficult for them.
Now, speaking of the VAT, that's value-added tax, the IMF has advised the federal government to increase VAT. Is this the right step in the right direction?
Increasing VAT from 7.5 to whether it's 10, it's 12, 14 or 15%, it's not a right or wrong thing. So it depends on how it is done. Nigeria's VAT system is different structurally from most of the rest of the world. In Nigeria, when you invest in assets for your business, you cannot claim the input VAT. In other words, the VAT you pay, you have to bear the burden of it. The same thing for services. When you pay for services and there's VAT, you have to bear the burden as a business. In most countries around the world, businesses can reclaim the input VAT they pay on assets and on services. So which means the burden on businesses, even when the rate is 15%, is very low. Now, Nigeria cannot retain a VAT system where we do not allow full claim of input VAT by businesses and then just compare the headline rate and say Nigeria has one of the lowest VAT rates. That's like comparing mangoes and apples and then struggling to find the difference. So we have to then introduce comprehensive reforms that make Nigeria's VAT system structurally aligned with the rest of the world. If you do that, then increasing the rate will be appropriate. Also because based on the national tax policy, as you're increasing the rate for indirect taxes, such as VAT, you are expected to also reduce the rate for direct taxes, such as the corporate income tax. So on one hand, government cannot be increasing the rate of direct taxes and also be planning to increase the rate of indirect taxes and also not making reforms so that the burden of those taxes on businesses are less. If you do all of that, I think is the recipe for chaos. You're going to just, a lot of investments that are currently in the country are going to wind down and move elsewhere, and you will struggle to attract any new investment, whether it's foreign direct investment or even domestic investment, by the way.
Now, the finance bill also speaks on the fact that gains on digital assets, including cryptocurrency, to be specifically chargeable to tax under the Capital Gains Tax Act at the rate of 10%. How do you think this will work?
When it comes to taxation, the rules are different from financial regulation or anything else. The provisions of the law, and this is the same thing all over the world, is that for when it comes to taxation, it doesn't even matter whether the activity is legal or illegal, right? So there are countries where, for example, prostitution is illegal, but the taxman will still collect tax from you. So whatever you do that you make money, the taxman will collect his money, regardless of whether it's legal or not. But having said that, what the CBN said, CBN has no powers to make, crypto legal or illegal. They are not the National Assembly. It's only the National Assembly that can pass a law to say something is legal or illegal. What the CBN did was to stop banks from facilitating, the payment to do with crypto. They say, banks, don't do it and don't allow your customers, don't help your customers to do it. So what that means is individuals and maybe businesses that are involved in crypto are having to find alternative ways, I would say maybe over the counter or the black economy, how they're doing their crypto. Now, government has now said that they want to collect taxes from crypto. And this is also consistent with what we see in a few countries around the world, like the US, Italy, and a few other places are already taxing crypto. The problem that we're going to run to in Nigeria is because the CBN has decided to say, don't get involved, banks, don't do it, right? It means that governments would be almost unable completely to even know what's happening there. Because the way developed countries that are taxing crypto, the way they know what they're doing is that they regulate the exchanges that are carrying out those transactions on behalf of customers and the banks where they're moving the money to and from, right? So the government can then direct banks and the exchanges, including maybe even the miners, to say you must submit certain reports. So those reports will help government to know who is selling and who is buying and whether they are making gains. So in Nigeria, I think that this provision is only just as good as the paper on which it is written on, because if anybody does not declare their gains from crypto, I don't know how Nigerian government will know. Plus the timing in terms of, everybody knows that last year was a very bad year for cryptocurrency. So I don't see anybody who was making gains last year. They were making losses. So really, maybe it's a tax for the future rather than the current time.
Now, the bill also proposes a 50% tax increase from the 30% to companies involving gas flaring. How does this work?
Yeah, so gas flaring is a technical terminology that, if I want to simplify it, when you're trying to produce crude oil, for example, the crude oil is somewhere far down beneath the Earth's surface, and it's usually, there's what they call associated gas. So there's gas also in the reservoir where you're trying to get the oil from. As you're pumping the oil into the surface, the gas also will be trying to escape, right? And, if you do nothing, then that gas goes into the atmosphere and it can kill, all living things that it finds around, including the human beings. So that's not an option. So the other two options you then have is to either capture the gas and turn it into useful purposes, essentially what we call gas utilization, or you could set it on fire so that it burns away instead of going into the atmosphere to kill living things. Now, to be able to capture the gas and convert it to useful purposes, one requires two important ingredients. One is you need to make the investment because it's not like you just go there and capture it with buckets, right? Number two is that the price at which you're going to sell the gas should be commercial enough to cover that cost you've incurred on the investments you have made. Now, what has happened in Nigeria is that in these major oil production assets, Nigerian government is actually the senior shareholder, sometimes holding about 60%. Nigeria has refused to make its own contribution to the investment that is required. Number two, Nigerian government is setting the price at which gas can be sold, such that it does not make any commercial sense for any private sector to make those huge investments and then not be able to recover their money. So to then turn around as government that has not enabled this to work and then punish the private sector players by increasing their taxes by additional 20%, in my view, is a wrong policy choice, especially at this time when, because of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Europe is looking for alternative sources of gas, which means they have billions of dollars and they're looking for where to invest. These proposal by the government would discourage the investment from coming to Nigeria, bearing in mind that under the Petroleum Industry Act that was recently enacted, some of these companies will pay hydrocarbon tax of 30%. They'll pay companies income tax of 30%. When you add 20% to it, it may easily get to 80% before they start adding education tax and all the rest. To be honest, I don't see anybody who will be excited to make those investment decisions with such a very high rate of tax.
Well, Taiwo Oyedele, thank you very much for your time and contribution as always.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we'll take a breather here. Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Well, Welcome back to the program. Industry experts have predicted that the full deployment of the 5G network across Nigeria in 2023 and the implementation of the Startup Act will further drive fintech innovation, technology skills development and data application, among others. The Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, ALTEN, says the rollout of 5G services across the country in 2023 will further drive development in the telecom sector. Nigeria recorded broadband subscription growth of 84.9 million with a penetration rate of 44.49% in July 2022, and which increased to 86.94 million with a penetration of 45.55% in October. Well, for more insight, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner Blue Wave Limited, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, share with us your insight into the growth of Nigeria's ICT sector in 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. In year 2022, I mean, we've witnessed a lot of growth, and I think one of the biggest growth we've witnessed was the launch of the next generation of mobile network, which is the 5G mobile network, and I mean, the possibilities of what we can do with 5G is now here in Nigeria. And I also think that one of the other things that I think became a highlight for last year was also the launch of the Starlink. That was the Elon Musk's Starlink service in the country. So which even gives even much broader capacity for the internet services in Nigeria. So meaning wherever you are in Nigeria with a service like Starlinks, you could connect and reach out to the world. In terms of what last year holds for us, the things we've seen last year is we've seen a growth in remote work. We have more and more young people that are opting for remote work because of better and cheaper access to the internet. Okay, so we have more and more people, not just even in Lagos. We have people in Ibadan, we have people in Owerri, we have people in places across the country that are connecting remotely and doing jobs remotely and getting paid remotely. So I think it's a good phase for us as a country that we have citizens that could work globally right from here in Nigeria. And I think the other thing we are also seeing is a growth in content production. We are seeing more and more content production happening around us today. If you go online today, you see a whole lot of digital content creators online today. So I think it's also an industry that is fast growing, and we are just scratching the surface of that, okay? Because we are at a phase where those contents would evolve, and the internet would make that possible. So as we proceed and as we get better connections, and as we also have increased broadband penetration across the country, we would definitely see more diverse contents being created. And also don't forget that the music industry is also growing. And I mean, the digital space plays a whole lot of role in the growth of our music and also our videos. So today we are seeing more content on platforms like Netflix. We are seeing more Nigerian content on platforms like Amazon Prime. So we would always see more and more of this in the coming months. And I think these are some of the key highlights for last year. And also in terms of fintech, we are seeing more fintech coming up, trying to solve problems that we witness day in, day out. So all these are things we'll definitely see.
Now, what role will 5G network play in fintech innovation?
I think the first thing I would say is employment. I mean, we can't underestimate the volume of, or the rate of unemployment in the country. I mean, you can't underestimate the effect of the scale of unemployment in the country. So what it means is that if we deploy more stable and more robust internet service across the country, what it simply means is that more people will get jobs to do. Okay, more people will have things to do. And when people have things to do, for example, we've talked about remote work, more and more Nigerians will go online to connect and do remote work. Now, when they do remote work and they are able to raise money from that within their local communities, by nature, they will likely invest in their local community. So if, for example, I'm in a town in maybe somewhere in Oyo State, for example, and I'm doing a remote work, and I have a bit of disposable income with me, that I'm not spending, I could decide to invest it in a business within the community. And if I invest in that community, what it means is that I'm employing more people. And by employing more people, we are lifting more people out of poverty, okay? So employment is one of the key things. And apart from remote work, it also gives us the opportunity to empower our citizens by giving them skill sets. Skill set that up until now has not been widely available within the country. So, but now with these services, people can go online, learn new things, learn new skills, learn new, seek new opportunities. And with that, they can build new experiences, build new knowledge, and solve problems within their locality. Okay, so people can go online to take whatever courses they need to take because the services are available to them. They can go online to seek out opportunities, go online to seek out partnerships, and build new networks. New networks within themselves, and also solve global problems by the connections they create online. So that's one thing we would see. Then also we also see better government services. Yes, government is always slow to deploy networks, to deploy technology, but as more and more of these things are available, we would always see ease in how governments reach out to citizens. And a very good example is, for example, how we are able to register our businesses online these days. How you can go online today to, for example, you want to renew your passports, you can go online to book for that. So you can do a lot of things online right now with governments and whereas when you're interfacing with governments, okay? So a lot of people, for example, pay their tax online today. So as networks grow and we have more and more of these services across the country, servicing citizens would definitely get easier. And also, a whole lot of a lot of different parts of the country would also be opened up to the internet. What do I mean? We have a whole lot of culture, we have food, we have a whole lot of things that even the world does not know. But as we move forward and as we create better networks across the country, more and more people will share their story, they will share their content, and for the world to see. And I mean, the world will definitely appreciate Nigeria more as we proceed.
Well, finally, before I let you go, how significant will the full deployment of the 5G network be in Nigeria's ICT sector?
Well, it's still, you know, one thing about life is the fact that we are all reluctant to change. Like a quote I heard recently is that said that everybody wants the world to change, but they themselves don't want to change. Okay, so we want to see changes around us, but we don't want to change. Now, one of the key things we have to understand about this is the fact that I mean, it's something we've talked about. I mean, it has been on for a while now, since the COVID period. I think there's been that large propaganda around 5G and all that. But the question is, I mean, we've used 2G, we've used 3G, we've used 4G, we've used 4.5G. Now we are 5G. We are on 5G now. The question is between 2G to 4.5G that we've used all this while up until now. Have we had any large-scale radiation problems? The question is, I mean, the answer is no. Okay, so largely we've not had anything we could consider to be radiation issues. Okay, so for 5G, I think the dynamics of 5G is just the fact that it's a bit shorter than 4G, meaning that we likely have more masts and we would have more mass within a smaller space of like a smaller space. Okay, so but with that, I mean, it's radiations that has been tested, and I mean, all these things have been tested over time. And one thing you should understand is that across the world, if there would be health implications for that, government across the country would not encourage the deployment. Okay, so I mean, we've used 4G up until now without any issues, so I don't think 5G will be a problem. So I just want to say that we should embrace what we have, and let's take the opportunity that comes with it. Okay, so that we don't, because there is 5G or 4G, we don't want to, I mean, because of what we think might be an health issue or what we feel radiation might do. There's always radiation around us every day. I mean, we use mobile phones that have their own radiations. We use wireless devices. We have IoT devices that use wireless, that connect wirelessly across across today. So all the radiations are already around us. So I don't think 5G will be different, and I don't think it will make any difference than what we've always experienced. So I think the important thing is just for us to understand the qualities and the benefits that these new services bring to us and how we can maximize it.
Well, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner, Blue Wave Limited, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Well, we've come to the end of the program. To join us again next time, I am Fola Shadi. Well, green day. Bye for now.
Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has declared his readiness to issue a warrant of arrest on the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, if he fails to appear before its committee on Thursday. Gbajabiamila said instead of the House adjourning plenary till February 28 for the elections as planned, the lawmakers would reconvene on Tuesday to take an action against Emefiele and other bank chiefs who failed to show up. The Speaker, however, said Emefiele is his friend, added that he would not hesitate to demand the Inspector General of Police to effect the CBN Governor's arrest and forceful appearance before the House. The federal government has issued a warning to criminals to desist from making any attempt to break into any jail across the country. This warning was given by the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, while speaking at the 64th Ministerial Press Briefing at the State House on Thursday. According to the minister, there have been recent attempts, but many of them were repelled and such individuals killed. The People's Democratic Party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has commended the United States for imposing a visa ban on Nigerians undermining democracy in the country. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the actions were taken after it was observed that persons were found complicit in undermining democracy in the recent elections in Nigeria. Blinken said the bans were a show of commitment and support to strengthening democracy in Nigeria. Health officials are looking to secure additional COVID-19 testing kits for Jersey. The health department has invited tenders from companies for the supply of 375,000 kits so residents could test themselves if necessary. It comes after the government announced that several coronavirus measures would be scaled back at the end of January. The Central Bank of Nigeria has launched the Nigerian National Domestic Card Scheme, Afrigo. Launching the card virtually on Thursday, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, said transaction charges on all cards would henceforth be paid in Naira except for international transactions. According to him, Afrigo would be cheaper and a matter of national pride with the potential to boost financial inclusion. And Meta has said it will allow former U.S. President Donald Trump back on Facebook and Instagram following a 2-year ban from the platforms over his online behavior during the January 6 insurrection. Trump was removed from Meta platforms following the Capitol riots, during which he posted claims that the election had been stolen and condemned former Vice President Mike Pence. And in sports, Super Falcons of Nigeria striker Asisat Oshoala netted the hat-trick in Barcelona's 7-0 home win against Levante Las Palmas in the Spanish Women's League on Wednesday. Barcelona women's team are now the first in football history to win 50 consecutive league matches. Oshoala has scored 10 goals in 14 appearances in the Spanish women's top flight this season. That's the latest from the newsroom. Thank you for watching. I am Mary Kanu.
I'm trying to say that machine has beauty. Already there are many people involved with recycled art. So this is recycled art, but I'm trying to show that when the machine has lived its when a machine has lived its normal life, and you put the engine into pieces, what you see there is quite beautiful. I mean, most of the time the machines are covered up. When they run in cars or motorcycles or in planes and so on, they are all covered up. But until you dissect them, you don't actually see the beauty, When we talk about beauty now, you're talking about beauty of circles, you're talking about beauty of squares, you're talking about beauty of cross-hatching, all kind of beauty. And then when, again in the hands of the artist, those beautiful parts are combined, then you have even more beautiful thing. In other words, the artwork or the scraps or the engine has reincarnated. Some kind of metamorphosis has taken place and it has a new life. So it is that new life that I'm presenting.
Beauty and the Machine is focused on recycled art, where he makes use of waste and discarded materials to create works of art. This time he repurposes these erstwhile worthless materials into embodying art and becoming more useful. And if you look at it, these are materials that in their ordinary form as waste, they are more harmful than when actually put in use.
Art is feeling, art is reflection. When do human beings stop feeling? When do they start reacting to situations around them? They continue like that. And so it doesn't, you don't stop feeling, you don't stop reacting to things like that, and you just continue to go. Therefore, there's no kind of retirement. You can only move from one idea to the other. Move from one idea to the other. If you are, as a younger person, there were other things I was doing, there were things that interested me. As an older person, I had other things I'm interested in. But right now, I want to reflect on the environment with the materials that are recycled. Recycling is not actually a new thing, but the engine part of that brought out brings some kind of beauty, which I want to show.
This is just one of the works that you would see that particular thematic focus. And this particular work, yes, it's still each of the works in general, they aside from being byproducts of waste materials, they all have a particular story they tell. So it's not just, we are not just pushing recycled art. We also have a thematic standing, which is the focus of the exhibition too. And this particular work, yes, it has the whole trado modernism touch, and it's still Well, we could talk, it's one work where you try to go in deeper to absorb it, to fully understand it. It's a work that talks about the hunter's victories. And each of these elements, you see the rod, these are all car rods that have been welded together. You see the dancers from beadworks, you see the 3D cowries that have been reused and reused and reused. You see the PVC pipes which form the staff, which form the totem, kind of, that are all pointing to, or they are all making up these works. They are making up as the principal instrument of the works.
I am particularly struck by this shrine, where Onobrakwe has achieved this characteristic technique of being able to integrate materials from different sources to create something that has a mystical aura about it, as he has done here, for example. And by the word mystical, we are referring to something that looks mysterious, difficult to explain, but it's also fascinating. This looks like a typical Babalawo structure, but how did he manage to achieve this sense of the strange, the eerie? That's a particular potent force in his work. And then I'm also so struck by what you mentioned and what she described as shadow modernism, where he has placed metal structures along with metal structures and then replicas of chips, electronic chips, along textile forms and images he has created by his own hand. So how this idea of merging the electronic, the digital, the found materials such as an animal horn together to create one force is a demonstration of a particular motif in African let me put it this way, post-classical African art, whether in terms of literature or in terms of art. By post-classical I mean art emerging from a period whereby it's a fusion of various cultures, Western and African. In the context of Onobrakwe, he's demonstrating a particular rallying cry of the Zaria School of Art, of which he is one of the founding figures. And their concept, as described by Uche Okeke, one of their main figures, one of their main theories, is that of natural synthesis, whereby you synthesize the Western and the African to create something original.
The African art has graduated into what you might call the post-African art. So what you see there, the statement I'm making is that that is a post-African art. In other words, it still does the type of thing that the old art does, but it does more than that. It reflects the life that we live now, not the life that our forefathers and grandfathers lived. So I'm trying to say that there is a post-African art. Most people don't think that there's something like that, but there's post-African art. And what you see there is a transition between the old art and the new art, the contemporary art. So the contemporary art is really, in the country, in Africa, is a post-African art. you see the form itself looks like the form of a guitar, like a form of a guitar. It's just that the strings this time now are poles. Right. What I'm trying to, if you look at the poles, you'll find at the end you have some kind of decorations there. Take one pole apart and you see that it's like a scepter. No, so what this guitar is doing is trying to tell stories of some particular individuals who have achieved a lot. Achieved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 important things in their life. So the guitars are emblem of achievements. In our country here, we are achievement-oriented society. And every individual, just look at every individual, there is something about their life, there's something they have achieved. And these things can come out in forms like staffs like this that can be put in a place where they'll be remembered. Ladipo market is like one Nigeria, because you see every ethnic group, every ethnic group there. It's there, and life spreads around. There are all kinds of experiences. People are preaching on one hand, they are dancing on the other hand, and sometimes they are fighting, and then they are buying things. And then important people have their cars by the side of the road and they are depending. So what you see in the Ladipo market area is a very interesting form of art.
If you're familiar with Prof's works, he's a very traditional person. He's very bent towards his culture, and it's really evident in his works.
For me, Bruce is a master, and this exhibition is further affirmation and confirmation of the talent that he has come to represent, the pride of Africa. Because when you see a mind that can put from trash such beautiful artworks, then we can only just increase our admiration for him and wish him many more years in this field of making us.
The younger ones, how are you, what are you doing, to bring up young people along this line so that, when you're not here, when you're no longer around, your legacies are maintained, there are people to carry on from where you would have left off?
Thank you for that question. I answered that question a long time ago by instituting a foundation and creating an informal education setup where I train young artists. But beside that, I have young artists working with me, learning and following my footsteps and so on. I have people now who think the way I think and can carry on whenever I stop.
When we think about peacekeeping, it often seems like peacekeeping missions are failing. But if we look systematically across the record, most of the time, peacekeeping works. What I want to do today is to explain how peacekeepers do this. We have 16 peer-reviewed studies right now that all show the same thing. Peacekeepers save lives. They reduce the likelihood that civil wars will recur. They also help to achieve peace agreements. Where there's a promise of peacekeepers, we are more likely to see a peace agreement, and peace agreements that stick. If we look at the completed missions since the end of the Cold War, 2/3 of the time, peacekeepers have been successful at implementing their mandates and departing. That's not to say that in all of those cases, everything is perfect in the countries, but it is to say that they're no longer at war. This idea of using troops from lots of different countries, not to fight and win wars, but to help to keep the peace, was born during the peace negotiations in the Middle East in 1948. This idea was an innovation in human history. One of the main creators of UN peacekeeping is Dr. Ralph Bunche. Ralph Bunche was an American diplomat. For his work at the United Nations, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950. He and others came up with this idea of peacekeeping, that what troops would do is they would deploy impartially, so they would not take sides. They would deploy with the consent of the belligerents, so the belligerents would actually ask peacekeepers to help them implement peace agreements. Namibia is a country that has experienced tremendous hardship. It's had multiple colonial rulers. It's had a genocide. It's been victim of regional war, of civil war. But surprisingly, Namibia has not fallen victim to this tremendously difficult history. At the end of the Cold War, there was a complex and highly innovative UN peacekeeping mission, 40% women, and the main form of power they exercised was persuasion. Peacekeepers were there to help reform the political system. Nobody had ever voted in an election before. Peacekeepers were helping to inform citizens of their rights, of what it means to elect their own leaders.
We are very proud. This is an important moment for us, but a historic moment for the Namibian people. That for the first time in 105 years, they are able to sit down, their leaders are able to sit down together and deliberate on the future of their country.
In the complex missions in civil wars, peacekeepers are not only monitoring ceasefire lines, they are also helping to rebuild the basic institutions of the state. They're helping to demobilize troops. They help reform judicial systems, economic systems, so that when people have disputes, they don't have to resort to violence to resolve them. We know that there is a problem of sexual exploitation and abuse in peacekeeping. The UN has been taking measures to prevent peacekeepers from committing acts of sexual violence. Some people have been fired. Entire battalions have been sent home. We now have mechanisms to make sure that victims feel safe to report peacekeeper sexual abuse and exploitation. If we look at Lebanon as another example, the primary form of power that peacekeepers exercise and continue to exercise today is inducement. On one side of the border, we have the Israeli Defense Forces. On the other side of the blue line, we have Hezbollah and other armed actors. And in the midst of all this, we have thousands of UN peacekeepers.
I love my job. I have passion for mine action. One reason is to give confidence back to the community, the landowners, the stakeholders that yes, indeed, this area has been cleared. And if I can save one life, that means I succeeded.
UN peacekeepers help to keep the peace, not because anyone fears them, but they do see the advantage of having UN peacekeepers inducing people to move toward peace. I've seen myself peacekeepers in action. For example, in southern Lebanon, we often see peacekeepers patrolling on foot. They walk around the local communities. They visit the markets. They talk to people. They'll talk to the imam. They'll talk to other local leaders. They'll set up a medical clinic or provide dentistry services. They also provide a lot of employment in southern Lebanon. If we look systematically across the cases, peacekeepers are helping people in their everyday lives move from a situation where there's war and violent conflict to a situation where there's more peace.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places, the Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Many thanks for joining me on another edition of Startups. I am Abisola Adebayo. As usual on the program, we celebrate men and women who have passed the startup test, prevailed all limitations to making their dreams a reality, and are oiling the wheels of Nigeria's economy. Today on the program, we'll be talking to two startup owners who are using technology to solve several challenges in the Nigerian society. Let's find out how.
Grey Hub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry-focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech-related or tech-inclined, come around to grow their businesses. My name is Raphael, Issa Raphael, and I'm the CEO and founder of Grace of Technology.
In recent years, Nigeria's rising unemployment rate has become the center of social and economic concern. The situation is so bad that data from the National Bureau of Statistics show that 1 out of every 3 Nigerians is unemployed. Seeing the rate of unemployment, which has led to increased poverty in the country, Issa Raphael decided to establish Grace of Technologies. In 2015, Graysoft started out as a service IT company that provides technology solutions to companies. But later in that year, the company decided to change its strategy after it almost ran out of business. In no time, Graysoft started equipping unemployed individuals in digital skills, helping them gain access to the opportunities available online.
It started as a service industry. It was a service IT company. But then in that same 2015, when there was a change in government, we noticed that the economy experienced a downturn. And what we saw happen was that company began to rapidly downsize. As a matter of fact, one of our famous projects then was a preventive maintenance. That means that we service systems, computer systems for companies. And then before anything happened, so they were on a routine maintenance plan. But then as companies began to downsize, what we saw was that people were no longer willing to do preventive maintenance. They wanted it to be reactive. They're like, oh, wait, let it go bad first. And then we began to run out of business. So we immediately had to change strategy. And so we decided to pursue that one vision, help people access digital opportunity. If we know that the world is a global space and there's no barrier whatsoever, it means that I can be here and work for people in the United States. It means that I can be here and work for people in Canada and in the UK and all of that. And so we do not now talk about the availability of jobs as to a given space or time. We don't say that there's a job available in Nigeria or not. We're saying, are there jobs available globally? And the answer is yes. And we can't find enough people to do the jobs that are in those places. So we decided to go on a journey to have most people, especially Nigerians and by extension Africa, access these opportunities. Our mission now for Grace of Technologies is now to help people leverage technology for improved livelihood. So we decided to build that company to a brand where we are able to train people to acquire these skills, and also not just train them, but to help them see, recognize, and access, and finally utilize these opportunities to improve their life.
Grace of Technologies is situated in the heart of Kaduna, Nigeria's center of learning. Raphael says he made the decision to establish his company in the north-central state to help close the digital skills gap, which sadly is a luxury to a large section of its population.
I believe that the north is underserved. And you see that, as a matter of fact, for all the foreign direct investments that comes from Europe or from the West, into Africa, as it were, Nigeria swallows 70% of it, right? And of the 70% that Nigeria takes, Lagos, the south, takes about 80–90% of that. You understand? And that's because they have structure. They understand what it means to have a properly functioning service industry. They have all of these hubs that we are just recently opening and all of that. So it becomes a very viable point for investors to go to because they've already built that structure. So Kaduna, as well as other northern states, are lacking there. This is why we decided to situate here in the north to ensure that these opportunities do not always miss us. You know, so we're trying to achieve proper structure for MSMEs, trying to see that startups are properly structured, especially those of them that are tech inclined. We're trying to see that we are able to solve our own problems right here in the north using technology. The good thing is that as of now, we have a governor who is, that's a person of His Excellency Governor El-Rufai, Ahmed El-Rufai. He's Nasir El-Rufai. He's someone who is tech inclined. His tech savvy, someone who appreciates technology, and his government has done quite a lot of things that shows that yes, indeed, technology is the way forward. So as more people come into tech in the north, you know that it brings about accountability, it brings about effectiveness, it brings about transparency, and it brings about resourcefulness.
After 5 years of its establishment, Graysoft Technologies would later go ahead to launch Graysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners. Beyond skill acquisition, startups are often faced with the challenge of renting space. Other necessary expenses such as electricity and internet bills are often too much for a new company to bear. As a solution, Graysoft Technologies launched Graysoft Hubs, a conducive and state-of-the-art co-working space for entrepreneurs and tech startup owners.
GrayHub saw a bright light. GrayHub now becomes an innovative hub and co-working space, as well as a creative industry-focused center where people come to do their works, where startups come around, especially startups that are tech-related or tech-inclined, you know, come around to grow their businesses. You should really understand that when startups are starting, their greatest challenge, one of their greatest challenge, of course, will be to rent a facility. They don't even have money. They're just starting, right? And they can't recruit the proper team that they need at that level. They can't afford to pay salaries. When you come to they can't buy 24-hour electricity, neither can they buy 24-hour internet service. So when you come to this place for a very small token, right, you have access to GrayHub, which is the co-working space. You know, I think our smallest package is about 15,000. You know, so you can have access to 24-hour electricity, 24-hour light. You can have meetings with your clients in this place. You can have access to our business incubation and acceleration programs. You can have access to our business mentors. You have access to informal teams, and that means that the next person sitting by your side is just able to answer the next question that you're looking for someone to do for you. You want to design a logo or you want to do some digital marketing, the person on your side could do it for less than you could have paid someone. That's GrayHub.
Poised to be a one-stop shop for everything digital technology, the company has other sections. The Gray Tech section that services technology needs of companies, Gray Create that helps creatives leverage on technology to produce content, and then Gray Funds that assist entrepreneurs improve their income.
Now, Gray Tech is all that surrounds the whole idea of technology. We have an internal team where we build applications, we serve other clients, and build you know, solutions to various problems that people can afford to pay for and use to you know, solve their challenges. That's everything that has to do with Gray Tech. All right, Gray Create is everything that services the creative industry. And that's from local content or cultural creations to filmmaking, to music, as it were. And it will amaze you that we see things differently here. Music here is not just seen as an entertainment like it is seen in most places. At Gray Create, we see music as a therapeutic tool. And we see that even dance, as it were, are things that people can use to exercise themselves instead of just for entertainment. That music also is also seen as a tool that is used to calm the mind sometimes. So we try to engage these things from this point of view. And of course, Gray Fund, like you said, finally, is a sort of trading, forex trading we're trying to put together but to mainly serve the Grey Soft community. As for people who are subscribed to us, we try to put a funding, a sort of a fund for them where they can get professionals trade for them to help them improve their income. And this is also so that they might not necessarily even look forward to paying next month's subscription, depending on what they've invested. Depending on the profit that they make from the Grey Fund, these profits can cover for their next subscriptions, and then they also make something in return. This is just seeing that the community is able to serve them and to give back to them.
Raphael says even though funding was an initial challenge for the organization, Greysoft has been able to overcome this challenge through its focus on empowering people.
Our major challenge so far, since we started in 2015, of course, was funding, and that's why we stopped at a point, and the various government instability as per policies that came on, the taxing policies and all of that put together. But of course, as it is now, with the hub coming through, and as our vision begins to come clearer and centers more around people, we have decided to concentrate and focus solely on empowering people. And since that's our main target, you see a lot of people coming around to learn stuff here for free. Of course, there are some premium courses, but then you see a lot of people coming here to learn stuff for free. And because of the things that they are able to learn, they also want to give back to also stay and train more people. And of course, that now reduces the number of people that you want to pay for, because they have learned for free, and they're also willing to train other people also for free. So funding, as it were, is no longer a problem for us, because we have a culture where money as it is not what drives us here. We seek after creating value.
The advent of the global coronavirus pandemic has drawn focus to the importance of supporting entrepreneurs with technology. This has helped Greysoft contribute to its success story. Among other things, the company is now a certified Certiport authorized testing center, licensed to give certifications for digital skills worldwide.
As a matter of fact, Greysoft is a certified Certiport authorized testing center. So we are licensed to give professional certifications for courses, Microsoft related courses, IBM, Adobe courses, and all of these professional standard courses. Very much recently, I'd even tell you that we, on our launch, we executed a memorandum of understanding with the Kuka Center, where Bishop Matthew Kuka himself was here. And that is the whole essence of that MOU is to sponsor an award series for young Africans. I'm talking continentally, young Africans who are doing exploits in the ICT industry, so that we can use that to encourage young people abroad, to come back to Africa, come back from diaspora, come back to Africa and strengthen their own countries.
For Raphael, the big plan is to make a global impact by empowering entrepreneurs across the country that would empower others to build businesses across Nigeria and Africa at large, with the belief that the domino effect can generate revenue for Nigeria's economy and drive down its unemployment index.
Well, just like Raphael said, the world is now a digital space that we have no choice but to adjust to the new normal. And Wabi Nigeria in Lagos couldn't agree more. They are helping local retailers adapt to the new normal by bringing them on board in the digital space.
Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola. Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. My name is Omolara Adagbodo, and I'm the country manager at Wabi, Nigeria.
Nigeria's informal retail market is currently worth over $100 billion and continues to grow by the day, significantly contributing to the nation's economy. But this promising sector is plagued with the challenges of poor logistics, as retailers and traditional stores who dominate the market have issues getting goods from the distributors and wholesalers. They would have to go through the stress of visiting the market, search for products to buy, and even transport them to their stores. This process is usually time, energy, and resources consuming. Seeing this challenge, Wabi decided to open a country office in Nigeria to digitize the existing traditional trade channels and allow wholesalers and distributors in the FMCG space sell their product directly to the traditional stores online.
In Nigeria, we have two parts of the business that we will be working very hard to grow: Wabi 2B and Wabi 2U. Today, Wabi 2B is live. And Wabi 2B is that section of the business that helps these retail outlets order products from wholesalers that are around them. So imagine someone who's used to going into the open market to ask for prices on products, moving from one shop to the other, getting to a point where they can order all the products they need on one platform in the comfort of their shops. We see that the traditional trade channels are being left behind in the digital mode. So what is happening, and what we see going on, is that digital commerce, e-commerce as it were, is building giants even in the space of selling groceries and daily needs. So it is important to make sure our traditional trade channels are able to play in the digital world to be prepared for a great digital move, as we have seen is going on. Now they see the need to go online. Now they have incentives to make them want to buy online, because they see that, why do I need to stress to go to the market, right? Somebody is going to give me the products I need at the best prices, and I can get everything I need in one place. So it becomes easier for them to transact.
Wabi 2B is a digital platform where wholesalers can sell directly to retailers. On the platform, retailers can compare their prices, which gives them the opportunity to buy at the best price, and as a result, they make increments in sales.
Really, the key thing we're offering is convenience for our retail outlets, helping them be in a digital space, play alongside the big boys, and also be in a position where they can enhance their trade. So it's easy to know which products people are selling from which products people are buying, basically. So our retail outlets, when our field sales guys would go out to them, they would be the ones to say, we want this particular product, or we want this particular brand. Why don't you have this particular brand? Then we source for those products. Because when we first launched, we launched with Coca-Cola products, and then we started going out to other companies to bring their products on board. And like you said, there's over 5,000 SKUs in Nigeria today. How to narrow it down is to know what our customers are purchasing. And to know what the end consumers will purchase is from what the retail outlets are asking for. So we take their feedback and we'll continue growing. And this is how we maintain good pricing as well. Because sometimes, you know, a wholesaler will say, I'm selling this product at this particular price, and the retail outlet will tell you that, no, I bought it 2 days ago in the market at this price. So we can challenge the wholesalers with those and make sure we keeping the best prices on the platform.
The startup is a brainchild of Coca-Cola Company, which is an international beverage distributor. Country manager of Wabi Nigeria, Lara Adagunodo, says, although Coca-Cola's reputation eased Wabi's transition into Nigeria's FMCG sector, getting the company started is not a walk in the park. Getting customers on the platform was one of the early challenges the startup had to tackle.
We do have leverage, to be honest, in the sense that Wabi is a brainchild of Coca-Cola. So we do have that leverage in the name that we work with, Coca-Cola, but it hasn't really stopped the challenges and the issues we'd face around getting people to want to actually do business online. Imagine a sales rep goes into a shop of Mommy Titi to say, oh, I want to put you online, you can now buy and sell online. They're suspicious immediately, right? Like, you want to defraud me, get out of my shop. And our guys did get that a lot in the beginning. And after that, we also had issues, you know, with retail outlets, wholesalers, not even wanting to go online at all because they believe that transacting online meant they were using their data. And they were very, very guided about their data. The greatest challenge we've had has been around logistics. And logistics is a challenge, not only for e-commerce businesses, but also for FMCG businesses in Nigeria. So this is a daily challenge that we work with, and we keep finding creative ways to solve.
Wabi's mode of operation is simple. To get the local retailers on the platform, sales representatives, who are referred to as Wabi hunters, go into communities, interact with local store owners on the convenience they enjoy when they register on the platform and place their orders.
So we have retail sales reps, as I mentioned earlier. They go directly to the shops. We have a specific number of sales reps who are assigned to certain areas, and they go directly to those shops and try to bring them on board. So they convince them with offers, deals, show them the platform, and then get them to register whilst they are there. For that crop of customers, we found that the best way to reach them is through one-to-one communication. So we have invested a lot in having field sales reps all across Lagos, speaking to them, bringing them on board. Once they bring them on board, the engagement starts, right? Then the retailers are able to place orders, and the retail sales reps, you know, continue to speak to them, getting what they need, getting feedback for the company, and then sending this straight to us.
Since its launch in April 2021, the company has garnered over 10,000 retailers on the platform, with over 100 field sales representatives constantly engaging customers and gathering feedback. The company is set to launch Wabi to You, a platform that allows the local retailers they service sell to final consumers online.
Coronavirus time and the economy at hand currently. It's very tough for businesses like us because we play in the FMCG game, and if you are familiar with the FMCG game, you will know that it's just a game of numbers. You know, we just keep chasing targets, and little profits, you know, at the end of, you know, the whole quarter. But since Chimeze introduced Wabi to us, I remember I think we started in June. I was very reluctant. I'm like, this sounds stressful. That's, you know, because for example, I would paint an instance to you. We buy from Macedo, we buy from Nestle, we buy from Caraway, we buy from GB Foods. We have stipulated targets to meet at the end of every quarter. We forget the reason why we're in business, which is to make profit. Wabi has actually changed the experience for us because, for instance, if I buy my cowbell or my peak milk, I'm selling to the customer buying from me at cost price. You know, I'm sure you'll be wondering how we're making profit, right? But since we joined Wabi, we've been selling profitably, to be honest. I think in June, we recorded about 26,000, thereabouts, very small. In July, it was going, like she said, incremental sales. It was going up. You know, last month, we did 7 million naira sales. It sounds small still, right? But the profit on the 7 million is more than the businesses I've been doing with all my suppliers in the past. I don't need to say too much. Wabi is just the way to go. Wabi is the future. For instance, I sit at the convenience of my office, comfort of my office. The app pops up. Okay, I have 4 orders from Shomolu. I have 4 orders from Ikeja. I have from, So they keep opening up more spaces for me in Lagos to make sales. So that has been very, very wonderful. Right now, the sales is very overwhelming. As I'm speaking to you now, we are looking for more vans to be able to accommodate the order. It's not easy, to be honest, but they have created this niche for us wholesalers to be able to reach out to retailers that would originally or naturally not reach out to.
According to the International Labour Organization, the retail sector employs at least 142 million people in developing countries. Given the importance of the retail industry, services that startup like Wabi Nigeria offers is exactly what the economy needs to achieve economic viability.
That's all we have for you on this edition. It's been a pleasure having you on the show. Thank you for watching.
My name is Collins Abinoro Aporode, and I'm an artist. I create sculptures, lots of mixed media arts as well, lots of drawing, but mainly I'm well known with my stainless cutlery sculptures. Well, professionally, I graduated 2012, and I immediately graduated. I started out into full-time studio practice because I've actually made up my mind from an early age what I wanted, and it wasn't difficult finding my feet or making the decision on where to begin, on how to start, or what I wanted. Immediately I left school. So as soon as I left school in 2012, I started out professionally. My stainless spoon sculptures, I actually started, my first piece was made in 2011 as a student in one of my exploratory courses, metal constructions. I stumbled into the material, and I never stopped creating since that time. As a child, I'm fascinated by life, the beauty of life, the beauty of creations, birds. I grew up in a rural environment, so I was largely inspired by the rural life. You know, we used to do a lot of bird hunting as a child. And I guess that started out my passion and interest in creating a lot of bird sculptures earlier on. I still do a lot of them till now anyway. To have evolved into more engaging pieces in terms of conceptualization and material usage and all that. So I guess my interest in the things that happens around me, my environments, natural phenomena, politics and all of that, part of the things that made up my interest in art. And of course, family life were part of the things that inspires everything I do. As a person, one of the things that actually struck me growing up, where I used to always ask myself the question, why do we think the way we do? Why do humans behave the way they behave? Why do the certain kind of people act in a certain way? Why are people having interest in certain things? So these puzzling questions are things that have resonated in my mind growing up as a child, and they are things I still constantly explore with my work. Trying to understand human nature, trying to understand the spirituality behind our behavior, behind our temperament, behind who we are, what we aspire, what we think, why we act in a certain way. So there are a whole lot of things. That's why I could actually sum it up that say life is everything that inspires what I create and what I do. Growing up, the only art I think I saw earlier on were pieces of beaded clothing that were made by my mother. I think I grew up seeing about 2 of such clothes that she made as a young lady at that time. But apart from that, there were no other artistic background. But actually, when I had a conscious and realization that my mom did crafts like that, you know, as a young lady, I think my energy was born out of her. I guess somewhere I had contacted the gifts from her. But apart from that, there were actually no artistic backgrounds growing up as a young person. Basic challenges when I started art were, you know, I'm a sculptor. As a sculptor, it's a bit more complex or a little bit more difficult for the sculptors to begin their career because they need a little bit more complex space, you know, secluded space to be able to create whatever they want to create, especially as metal sculptors. You know, the painters could actually make do with a small room, or a metal sculptor will require a secluded environment because of the hazardous nature of the materials, machines that they work with. So one of the basic challenges that I had was getting a studio space was a huge challenge for me, you know, but nature has a way of always making things happen. You know, I found help somehow by meeting some older friends who were able to guide me to introduce me to 1 or 2 persons that assisted me out to use a studio when I moved into Lagos, especially, you know. Then the second challenge I faced were fun. I had lots of materials that I want to explore, a lot of ideas that I want to work on, but having funding was a major challenge. But when you have you have dreams, you always will find a way around to make use of every opportunity or access to materials that you can find at that point in time. So I scaled through those early stages, you know, and I've kept evolving. Sourcing my materials ain't so difficult. All I needed to do was of course, the first challenge was because I buy a lot of my materials, the cutleries, in bulk, in large quantities. You know, it's difficult a lot of time to find where to get them in the large numbers that I would get. Because some of my pieces would take 2,000 pieces of spoons, and some are over 3,000 to 4,000 pieces of spoons. So it was initially very difficult. Being able to find a place where I could get the large numbers of the material that I wanted. But over time, I was able to stumble upon a couple of places where I can source for most of the material that I wanted. Then, of course, because my materials are welded, they are metal, stainless metals, they are all welded together. You know, so one of the most important things, apart from having a material, is lights, power. You know, and power is still a challenge. You know, because it's always not there where you need it. You know, and art not being an engineering or a mechanical process, you know, it's more of an artistic drive or intuition. Sometimes it comes where you least expect, when you least expect it, you know. So it was difficult because there were no lights. Sometimes we had to wait till when you have power to be able to work, you know. So that would slow down my work process a lot of time, you know. But somehow, I've been able to make do with the generator, you know, an alternative, you know, to the national grid. But still, power is, you know, not just was, but it's still a challenge, you know, to the work pace and how quickly you could achieve some things. the only thing I can always say to the system is get the system working, you know. And I usually would believe that why some persons will believe that young people or Nigerian youth are lazy, but I've looked around me. I'm a young person. I look around me a lot of time, and I don't find anybody that is lazy. I only find people that are limited, whose hands are tied. They want to do things, they want to get things done, but their hands are kind of tied. Same people whom are supposed to be lazy leave this environment and they become something else. They are transformed, you know. So it's not the young people that have the problem. It's a system that has been designed, you know, to reduce or to weaken the strength of the young people, you know. So once the system is working, once the facilities are working, every other thing will fall into place. My smallest pieces will take 3 weeks. Some pieces will take 3 weeks. There are some that takes up to 2 months, 3 months. I've had a piece that ran through a period of almost about 7 months, depending on the complexity of the piece. You know, not just the practical work, the studio work, but there are a lot of thought processes that goes most time before the work is done. Because it's one thing to create a beautiful bird, but it's another thing to be able to evoke into that piece what people can connect with, you know, because art is not just the visual representation of an image, but it's about passing out messages. It's about encoding messages into these pieces that people can connect with. After the creation of my first spoon sculpture, which was incidental, you know, as a result of exploratory classes that we had, where we were pushed to try to think beyond the conventional mediums that we were familiar with at that time as students, you know, I kind of fell in love. I fell in love with the pure nature of the material, you know, and it's kind of having its effect in my work as well, where I fall in love naturally with materials that are stainless feel, you know, because they have this pureness of spirit, that this pureness of their soul, you know. So I naturally will connect, and it's difficult for me to think out of it, you know. Of course, when you're in love with anything, you want to go miles, 1,000 miles with them. I'm a highly visual person, highly pictorial person. And every day of my life is lived flipping through pictures, either hard copies or mentally, you know. And because it's become a thing that is embedded into my soul, it's difficult not to live any moment without having a flash of informations. I call them flash of informations because they are materials that constantly will come into my memories. Some can be visible, almost visible sometimes to me, you know. And because it's something that I constantly think about, when I look at my visual concepts or ideas, you know, I can almost literally see my materials on the sketches, on these ideas. I can almost literally see it, you know. And when I work, it's almost, I literally will see how the material should be manipulated. I literally will see it. I could feel it on my hands. I hold my materials and it almost tells me what to do. You know, how to twist, how to manipulate. You know, how to create a bend or create a movement or a form. You know, so it's something that you know, life is an embodiment of energy. You know, and whatsoever that will make a part of us, that we receive into us. You know, we exchange informations. You know, so I've been able to create that sort of network, that connection between myself and the material, that I can literally create anything with it. The most difficult part of my work is the thought process. The creative process right now, it's really not difficult. You know, what I see in my process when I begin to transform from the mental picture into a visual picture are basic challenges. You know, basic challenges which can be sorted out with a little bit of your technical know-how. You know, so once the mental process is defeated, the real thing, transforming from that mental process into the visual process, ends really a problem for me at this moment. Earlier on, there used to be problems because there are times when I create to certain points and I realize I'm in form into what I have wanted, and I have to break down and do this and do that. Or because I've been able to conquer a certain level, you know, of my creative process, you know, transforming into visual form ends really much of a process of a problem. My dealings at the moment is being able to create a stronger mental picture of my work, being able to create arts that will speak more to people, that will connect more to people, that would say the right things, that people will see and kind of connect stronger with them. Limelight. I'm really not at my peak. I've not hit the level that I want, you know, because I'm constantly pushing myself. You know, the world is an open place now, so you cannot be limited to what you see around you. You know, I'm just this one person that is never satisfied with myself. I could achieve a feat today, and I open my eyes, I close my eyes and open them again, and it's like I've not done much, I've not done anything. You know, and there's still so much I want to achieve. So I think I've done a lot, I've achieved so much. I've been able to set new standard for people, for artists, for creative people, and challenge a lot of people. But I've still not hit the level that I want to hit. I still create to be, if you're counting artists in the world, I still want to be counted among the top 10. You know, I still want to be top in Africa. You know, still want to be able to push the stories of Africa into the global scene. So there's still so much, you know, that I want to do. A lot of people have constantly used spoons, but not at the dimension that I'm working with them. It's, I think it's basically breaking barriers and creating new design patterns with the material. You know, most of the early pieces that I came across were basic designs with the material, which a lot of them are really not detailed forms and characters, you know. But I've been able to take it beyond just that basic level of making beautiful patterns with the spoons into more like having a signatory right to the medium, where I can almost achieve anything. Human forms, animal forms, abstract forms, almost anything with the medium. So it's basically shifting it from where I think I saw some people work with the medium into where I want to see people would take it further, maybe from where I've been able to get to. Currently, there's massive interest in my work. You know, one of the challenges that I faced growing up as a young person when I made the choice to want to do art were the questions from my parents about if I would be able to make a living with art. You know, but I have a family. I run a studio. You know, I do stores. So that tells that I can make not just more than a living. with art, you know. And because my works are unique, there is a lot of interest in my work. There are a lot of people who want pieces. So the response I'm getting from my work right now is mind-blowing. And of course, there's still so much more. Basically, at the beginning of my career, I actually could not cope dealing with galleries at the start of my career. So I relied massively on social media to expose my work. You know, and from there I've been able to connect with a large audience, you know, from people not just from Nigeria but outside the shores of Nigeria. So social media was a major tool to getting exposure, you know, and of course meeting people one-on-one, and there are people who will see my stuff on different spaces and they will connect and place a call through. There are people who will recommend, you know, my work, having had an experience before, you know. So, but one of the major tools that brought me into good light was social media. When I moved to Lagos, of course I created a piece, and I wanted to connect to a couple of galleries to try to sell. And my first outing, I never liked the response that I got. You know, I am passionate about what I do, you know, and one of the first things I look out for is not just to buy the art, but to be able to create a dream with it. I want to do stuff with people that can push me beyond my limits. People who are able to dream, that share bigger vision from what I do and for me than I think, never less than my own dream, you know. So I actually didn't feel comfortable with the experience, the first outing. And there that day, I made the decision never to take my work out again, to try to sell in a gallery, you know. And I think it was the beginning of good things for me. I think it was the right choice for me, though it was, I went through a tough time because I was new in town, and I never had any clients base at that point in time. So it was difficult, you know, selling. Clients weren't coming because I wasn't known at all. And of course I had bills to pay. But somehow, now I look back and I'm happy that I made that choice, that decision that day, you know. And that has also helped a lot to create a sort of, my works are rare to come across. You hardly go to certain places and find my work in lots of galleries. And I've come to realize that people like it when they are rare, but you always can find them everywhere. I actually don't like to use the word training, but I prefer to use the word mentor people. You know, like I said earlier, one of the challenges I had was being able to access studio as a sculptor. You know, so what I basically do at the moment is to have my space open to a limited number of people yearly. You know, because I presently do not have the massive space to accommodate a higher number of people. So yearly I run programs for university students who are doing internship, you know, for a short period of time, you know, and the highest I can do at the moment yearly is 3 to 4 students every year. And of course, I do a lot of mentorship program for artists via social media. There are people who are distant from me, but they still want this information, they still want to learn, they still want to grow, you know. So I do a lot of entrepreneurship program online as well to people who desire to grow, but distance is a challenge. So, and of course, there are huge dreams for the future. You know, about being able to have space to impact my information or my knowledge to the younger generation. One of the images that is strongly in my mind right now, which is something I keep telling myself, is being able to have my work sold in the global art scene, global auction houses, you know, Saturday, Boham auctions, you know, the global auction houses, and being able to show in major museums, you know, all around the world.
You look at Lagos and you'll think you're in one big dustbin, residents say, as they narrate or deals with pollution. According to the World Bank, at least 30,000 people die yearly in Lagos due to pollution, and the tales told by some residents bear witness to these statistics. This is home to over 300 families who reside in Itiresi on the Mushin local government area, a community built around the canal that has been transformed into a home recognized by the Lagos state government. Gaining entrance and a mixture of different putrid smell welcomes you. Children running around exposed to the biohazard chemical hazard, and physical hazard of living in this area.
So many years now we don't face this mess. If you can look around, you can take a cameraman to observe the area. Even you, where they talk to me, you perceive some odors. We get some small children here. She be una see us here. We dey chop here, we dey feed here. We are women being, we not Nigerians. Some days ago, one big rain will fall for this area. Small pikin for that park wey dey that side. Water carry pikin go. If you ask anybody for this area, they will tell you the story. And then they come from mosque, so as I hear the story. But today now, okay, imagine the dirty around and all that. Rain never fall. If rain fall now, all this dirty now, you go enter person house, you go enter anywhere. Cholera everywhere.
I think we know okay, at maybe 15 years. Okay.
And this area now have been dirty for so years. When I was in small self, I was seeing all this kind of thing. Talk less of now that I've already been gotten hold, and still yet the area is still like this. You understand? And I want government to come and do it so that it will be okay, so that water will not be flowed everywhere. This dirty now is not from only here. The dirty now from under side and other side too. They used to come here to come and jump hard. You understand? And when it jump hard, it affect us that lives around because the water does not flow. Assuming it's flowing now, we will not be complaining. Let them come and help us and do it so that this dirty now will not be just jump hard and be staying, so that we will not be feeling sick.
Party packs, pep bottles, feces and other forms of bacteria-carrying components are the aesthetics around the surrounding. Having lived for many years, some of the residents I spoke to say they strongly believe the state government does not care about their lives or living conditions.
We dey pray for Nigerian government to help us for the environment. To help us, make government self come look this place. Make them know wetin to do for us so that we self go live better life as a good Nigeria we will be.
Àwa rọ̀ ìjọba kan bá wa ṣe àdúgbò wa kó dáa. Kan lè bá wa ṣe environment wa kó dáa because bómi ṣe ń gbé ọmọ lọ kó dáa. Kan bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So ti yé, kan bá wa ṣe bridge bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn kó cross. Kó mi ó lè bá máa lọ because táwọn èèyàn bá ti ń lọ free. Kò ní sí pé bóyá omi ń gbọ́mọ lọ.
This place cannot take them just even though how many just a 6 months they will do it because of the corruption. Make some people, local government council, they will take off the money and put in their pocket, eat it, and why we are suffering it.
In his journey to preach about healthy living and further prevent the spread of infectious diseases, public health expert in Siabasi Ekonem joined me to this community where he says living in such an environment has long-term implications.
People are living here. There's a high level of pollution in these places such that even the air, the effluent from this place is really stinky, and that tells to air pollution. This air pollution affects people that are living here because you can see young children of under 5 years that are staying in this very dirty environment. That increases the advent of childhood diseases like cholera, diarrhea, amoebic dysentery, scabies, ringworm, dandruff, all those kind of skin diseases as a result of the contact with water from this very, very unhealthy environment. Because there is defecation, open defecation here, when the water comes up, it carries those feces and deposits them in open water sources like wells, and people fetch water from that well. This leads to waterborne diseases like cholera, like amoebic dysentery, hepatitis A and E, just all kinds of waterborne diseases.
Streets littered with waste, open defecation, air pollution and the likes are what residents of the commercial nerve center of Nigeria are faced with on a daily basis. In Lagos, environmental pollution is the order of the day. Residents deal with a suffocating mix of air pollution, improper solid waste disposal, and other forms of pollution in the city streets, leaving many residents battling with respiratory problems, flooding, and other illnesses.
The plastic waste, the rubber waste are the most dangerous because they do not decay. A lot of this plastic waste, they are not well disposed. they are not disposed of properly and they find their way into the drains. In Lagos State today, anywhere you find yourself, just open up the drains. Just open up the drainage system if it's covered. If it's not covered, it's obvious there. You know, and you see a situation where when rain falls, a particular line of the drainage system, you see that waters are not flowing along that line because it's blocked. Now we have in Lagos State, the collectors were registered. Some of these trucks can't even get to the residence of a lot of the people living in the communities. So people have to converge at a particular point. Now when they dump the waste there, it takes a while before the collectors, the trucks arrive there to pick up the waste. That's another issue, which is another environmental issue. So the collection in itself is poor. And you see some of these trucks collecting this waste. When they even collect the waste on the road, you see it's part of the waste dropping on the road.
You look at Lagos, you think that we are in one big dustbin. Some people are in a bit cleaner part of the dustbin. But it's a huge dustbin we're in. This is not a city. Which part of the city you want to tell me? Tell me, I've gone around. Is it Lekki? Is it Ikoyi? Or you want to tell me it's Ajegunle or Yanokwaja?
The way we live is also a problem. We have three important channels. We have the tertiary canals, we have the secondary canals, we have the primary canals. The tertiary canals is the one you see in front of your houses. Those ones are people called gutter in front of our houses. If that one in front of our houses is clean, the secondary canal will be clean. The primary canal, the big one, will be clean. And therefore you see a steady flow into the lagoon. But that tertiary canals in front of our houses where people dump in the dead of the night. When it is raining, they will go. When in the dead of the night, they will just go. Even people who should know better. People with full dose of Western education, you see them dropping those things inside the canal. That has been our problem. Because if the tertiary drains are okay, you won't see anything in the secondary drains. You won't see anything in the primary canals. You won't see anything in the lagoon.
While the megacity still practices the creation and maintenance of dump sites, which is situated close to the abode of residents, and with the monies doled out for the management of waste in the state, locals still suffer as a result of improper disposal of waste. These and many more prompted this investigation by TV360 Nigeria on why residents are made to deal with loss of lives and properties, and to get answers on if the state government is up to the task of making provisions for proper waste disposal and drainage maintenance.
The attitude is a problem, and Lagos spends a lot of money in cleaning the canals, dredging, constructing, that's giving it concrete alignments so that it will be easy for you to clean. There are so many of them, so we are taking it one after the other. But the problem is the attitude of Lagosians. If you are driving on the corridor, you see them dropping it from their vehicles, dropping it. Thank God we have sweepers. Well, thousands of sweepers in Lagos. By 5 o'clock, they're already on the street, taking those things. It could have been worse. So we are thinking, because we are thinking out of the box. What do? We are coming to the age of dikes. That's what is called dikes. That is using concrete wall to prevent, water from coming into the city. We're introducing pumps. And another one is to provide a kind of tunnel, a well, very deep well, where you allow this flood to go in. Thereafter, now you use pump to throw it into the lagoon.
With the increase in spate of indiscriminate dumping of waste in Lagos State, the mortality rate from pollution is set to witness a spike. In 2021, the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said his administration has spent over 2 billion naira on the rehabilitation of dump sites across the state, while another 1 billion naira is being invested to provide the necessary infrastructure for waste management. If these projects have been carried out, residents are yet to witness the results or see an improvement in waste management.
We're seeing recurrent cases of Lassa fever. Lagos is not spared. Of course, the rats go there, eat, pick jams, transfer to people and then the same thing now we're having monkeypox. So in reality, if we deal with the challenges of waste alone, I am sure that our health system will be good. Our health itself will be good. Now, when you now get to the waterways, plastic floating, dead animals floating, dead human beings floating, microplastic dropping into the water, fish swallowing them, we eating the fish. It's a scandal. It's honestly a scandal. I think the more we put attention to the challenges of the environment and how waste is handled in this part of the world, the better for us. A mega city, 25 million people, still counting, and we cannot get waste right, waste disposal right. We're not ready.
The poor waste management system and then the flooding, they go hand in hand. So I just want to ask, would you think this is a challenge for the government? Because then again, we have the rules, don't dump your waste, and every other thing that the state government puts in place, but then people do not obey this. So is this a challenge for the government? Would you say the government cannot handle its residents?
No. You know, just like every other society, you know, these things are when you are trained for a long time. When you do something, when you are trained to do something, you know, right from day one, you will comply. You will comply. We are not throwing our hands up into surrender. We are doing our work. We are not complaining, but we are doing advocacy. We are talking. We are having meetings. We go for retreats. We talk to Lagosians through radio and television. We will continue to do that until we get civilized in such a way that you cannot, when you finish your bottled water, you know, through the window. We'll get to a time when people will not do it again. We'll get to a time when you don't see, you know, plastics on our roads, you know, cellophane paper, this takeaway place, you will not see it.
Environmental pollution is not the only challenge residents face as a result of improper waste disposal. The rising issue of climate change, a resulting effect of human activities, has upset the balance of nature. Rising sea levels, extreme weather conditions and intense droughts can wreak havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. A visit to an environmentalist helps paint a clearer picture of the disaster that awaits Lagos State if nothing is done about the nonchalance of residents and the government.
In Lagos, we have a situation where dump sites are located or sited away from the community, but there is no restriction that halts urbanization to that located dump site. So, for example, there's a place called Yanoba. The place was located about 25 years ago, and it was far from city. But there was no restriction in terms of urbanization, urban development. Today, there are houses surrounding that dump site. So, health-wise, the people living around that place are not safe. That's one. The Olusosun dump site at Ojota, when it was located, houses were far from that place. You know, it's a place that in those days, because the methane, when the heat from methane starts coming out, you see smoke coming out. You think they are burning the waste. They are not. It's the methane that is reacting. All right. So you see this is from distance. But today, houses have been built around that place, such that people who are living there, they are not safe. The water system is poisoned. It's not safe. All right. Then the methane that comes out of that emits from that place, it's not safe for the humans living around there.
Lagos State generates 13,000 tons of waste daily, but not all of the waste ends up at designated dump sites. Some end up in canals, drains, and on the road.
In terms of management of the dump sites, usually in most countries, these things are kind of like privatized to companies who are genuinely involved in environmental activities, to experts who understands this thing. Right, the government cannot do it alone. The government is expected to generate, to bring up, put up legislations. You know, they are supposed to be a kind of, they try to stabilize within the private sector and the public sector, right? But they are not expected to manage the dump sites. Professionals who understands the dangers and the kind of harmful chemicals that comes out of that dump site are supposed to manage the dump site. But here, An agency was created, Loma, to manage that dump site, okay? And those dump sites are not well managed. We gathered every year to discuss the environment issues in Lagos State. You know, we call it the Climate Change Summit, where a session is dedicated to waste management. It was during that particular period we introduced this idea of having separating waste. But ever since then, the advocacy on separation of waste has been poor. It has been put aside. So waste management in Lagos State now is poor. There was a time they made it mandatory for every house, every building to have a waste bins, big bins. Then Loma produced all those things. Today, what do we have? Do we have them at all? People have to find a way to just get their waste sorted out somewhere. During the same time of Ashola, every last Saturday of the month was the Environmental Sanitation Day, where everybody in the community will meet and they will discuss and they will see what they can do. Okay, these are the issues, these are the community issues, how they dump their waste, if they are going to dig the floor, and you know, a lot of things they do. But since they cancel the monthly sanitation, what has been happening? People pay less concern in terms of what happens within the environment, especially on waste disposal.
This sight and the smell being emitted and inhaled is a regular sight and way of life for Lagosians. Dumping waste at designated dump sites located around residential areas are a breeding ground for different sorts of contagious illnesses. Despite the fetid smell, trading activities take place around these dump sites, while motorists, passers-by and residents close to the dump sites battle with the stench daily.
I'm not okay with it because I have breathing issue. Though I thank God that God is taking control. But this thing has affected me again after I got cured. So government should do something about it.
It has affected everybody around this place. Both residents, bypassers, everybody. Every living human being is being affected by this thick smoke here.
According to the World Health Organization, globally, almost 1 in 10 people are estimated to fall ill every year from eating contaminated food, while 420,000 die from foodborne diseases, which can be deadly, especially in children under 5 years of age, and out of the 420 deaths, 1/3 are children. The World Health Body also says making the environment healthier can prevent about 13 million deaths yearly and avoid 13% to 37% of the world's disease burden.
When these places have been contaminated with pollutants, with debris, it blocks the flow of water. And so because it blocks the flow of water, and this was originally a canal that would have served as a route for water to move, the water comes up and fills people's homes.
Sometimes when you see children with diarrhea, you battle and they die. You cry, you feel depressed. I remember in one of the situations, one of the instances, the baby was probably playing, a day before and got bad. The mother, they were trying to do what they like. But by the time they brought the baby, lady was bad. An emergency room, the baby died.
The revelation by the medical practitioners raised some form of concern as I proceeded to the Lagos State Primary Healthcare Board for an interview with the permanent secretary of the board, Ibrahim Akinwumi Mustafa. After an official request through a letter submitted at the office of the permanent secretary and series of calls and message exchanges with the public relations officer of the board, Olumide Filani, my continuous request for an interview with the permanent secretary was turned down with jet lag as an excuse. The request for statistics of Lagos State residents who have been treated for cholera and other diseases contracted through food or water since the start of 2022 was also turned down, as I was informed that such data cannot be easily provided to me for reasons best known to the board.
Coming from weeks back where I was told I could get the statistics or the data, it seems like a failed day.
However, according to the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, in its July 4th to 31st, 2022 report, citing routine case-based data and outbreak line lists retrieved by the National Cholera Technical Working Group, Lagos had 47 suspected cases of cholera, with 1 death. Also, the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control states that as of July 31st, 2022, a total of 3,610 cholera cases, including 91 deaths, were reported from 31 states in Nigeria, and that as of September 16th, 2022, 1,087 suspected cholera cases, including 13 deaths, were reported in Nigeria. A sit-down interview with a public health expert on the way forward is next on the agenda as Dr. Akanem narrates the poor living condition of Lagosians and its side effects.
I have managed a number of patients who had cholera. Some had hepatitis A, some had amoebic dysentery, and others had diarrhea. And of course, there are clear symptoms of this condition, like vomiting, stooling, of course, like abdominal pain, and many other symptoms that are characteristics of cholera or amoebic dysentery or hepatitis A. I've practically seen cases where people also have their food stuff, their fruits and other things they sell, edible commodities, fall into gutters, fall into flood water, and they still pick it up and sell it to Lagosians. These are some of the things that are causing the myriads of diseases that we see in Lagos year in, year out. Have you wondered why Lagos is the epicenter of disease infection across the length and breadth of Nigeria? It's because of the poor drainage and the poor disposal of waste. Unfortunately, these are the things that we are experiencing in Lagos. This must stop, and for this to stop, we must improve our sewage disposal, we must improve the disposal of waste materials, and we must limit air pollution as much as possible.
Taking a walk around the surrounding of the health expert's residence, and you can tell the reason behind his passionate call for a cleaner Lagos.
I stay in Lagos, and I can tell you that in my location where I stay in Lagos, waste is not properly disposed. The gutters are very dirty, and there's no conscious effort to ensuring that Lagos is clean. We pay our dues as at when due, but unfortunately, the waste management agencies are not doing their work.
In July 2022, an unprecedented 2-day rainfall claimed the lives of 3 children of the same parents and 4 adults at the Mercy of Christ Apostolic Church in Lagos State. This is one of the many incidents that have transpired in the state, with many living in fear during the rainy season.
On the 8th day of that continuous rainfall, which was on a Sunday, the entire Lagos was flooded. And I have a personal friend who works with a bank who was called to come restore funds in the ATM machine. He went there and he was coming back with the wife, and they got their vehicles got taken over by the heavy flow of water, and they dumped them in the wide drainage around Bagada. And after 3 days, that was when they saw their bodies, and this person I'm talking about happens to be my account manager at the GT Bank as at then. So that's my own experience. There are a lot of experiences in Lagos that we have experienced, even in other cities as well. Drains, even in other cities outside Lagos State, where flooding has been responsible for, unnecessary and loss of life, and so. And that wasn't the only experience. In that particular year, about a total of 21 people died across Lagos State in different communities.
May we not have the kind of flooding we have in other climes, which will lead to the deaths of hundreds of people. There's one that almost 1,000 people died, I think, either in Pakistan or so. First, government will sympathize with the people. That's just a natural thing that we cannot prevent. You sympathize, show empathy.
The National Emergency Management Agency says flood has claimed the lives of over 300 people in 2022, with the figure on the rise as bad roads and blocked drainages have led to increased flooding. A World Bank publication, Cost of Pollution in Lagos, estimates that illness and premature deaths due to ambient air pollution caused losses of $2.1 billion in 2018 representing 2.1% of the state's GDP.
For the government, the environmental challenges residents face is no fault of theirs, but mainly that of the residents. Nigeria's commercial hub and former capital was ranked 171 out of 172 countries in the list of the world's second least livable urban area and worst city in Africa, leaving the city with its economic, political and security challenges to also dwell in a heap of waste. Mary Kanu, TV360, Nigeria.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Hello and welcome to the program. I am Deji Badimasi. There's no question that Nigeria has recorded enormous success in the fight against the Boko Haram insurgency in the past 5 years or so. Today, even though the insurgency is not completely dead, the insurgents have been largely decimated. They no longer actually have the capacity to carry out daring attacks and hold on to territory like they used to in the past. Now, thousands of the insurgents have surrendered to the military and continue to do so. IDP camps have been closed one after the other and people have been resettled back to their homes. But the success against the Boko Haram insurgency has come at an enormous cost, both in human and material resources. Thousands have lost their lives in the insurgency, sadly. And talking about the material cost recently, President Muhammadu Buhari earlier in the week revealed that this government has spent $1 billion so far to acquire weapons to carry out sustained operations against the insurgency since 2015. Now, that is the amount of money spent on weapons alone. We're not talking about other expenses. This is, of course, excluding what the previous government spent in fighting the insurgency as well. According to the president, on assumption of office in 2015, Boko Haram held about 2/3 of Borno State, half of Yobe State, and a couple of local government areas in Adamawa State. He said through the military operations, Nigeria has been able to retrieve territories now seized by the Boko Haram terrorists, adding that Nigeria will continue to engage partners to comprehensively win the war against the Boko Haram insurgency and other related terror groups through kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. Joining me now to discuss the cost of the insurgency further, especially on Nigeria, is the chairman of Header Resource Center, Lanre Suraj. Lanre, thank you very much for joining us on the program. When you hear the president say so far, since this government came to power, that it has spent $1 billion just to buy weapons alone to fight this insurgency, what do you make of that?
What I would make of that is the fact that we have also, to a very large extent, glamorized just mere statement making in terms of providing accountability. And unfortunately, the insecurity situation and the budget for security has become a kind of a cesspool for so many forms of corruption. And unfortunately, that this government was not totally free from those allegations and also culpability. If you look at especially the service chiefs that were removed before the current one that also got into office, part of which was where you would have an immediate, chief of staff running for governor in Bauchi State, chief of air staff, including what that will be the cost of anybody running for governor in this country. You have what was also recovered from someone associated with the former chief of army staff, Buratai, by the ICPC, where the guy was arrested. Bulletproof vehicles were also recovered, and some large sums of foreign currency. So unfortunately, the National Assembly has also not been up and doing sufficiently enough to hold the security apparatus and the same thing at the military chief to account, and that is where the challenge is. But when you want to look at it critically, like you have said, with the amount that is just been mentioned by the president compared to what was spent by the previous government, and when you now compare that again, I think what we have on record was way beyond about $5 billion that was spent under the previous government, and we had, even with that amount, Boko Haram, taking over local governments and some states, to the extent that the chief of defense staff at the time had his house invaded by the Boko Haram, had to also evacuate his family from Adamawa State. And that, compared to what we have now, I think we can still be talking about some measure of value for money. But that is not totally where we want to be in terms of accountability for what we spend on security. And also for me, it will be enough for Nigerians and those who would also sometimes, in terms of, without realizing it, subtly encouraging some of these characters who are involved with insurgency, with insecurity, with kidnapping, with breakdown of law and order, including even in the southeast, to understand how much we are losing at the expense of some of these insecurity situations.
Because I can just imagine, say for instance, let's even take this $1 billion we're talking about now. Imagine what difference the $1 billion would have made if that money was spent on, say, development projects, for instance.
Now, even if that is plugged enough to our university lecturers who are perpetually on strike, you can imagine what we would have had in the educational system. And that obviously won't be a situation where we would have the lecturers going on strike. $1 billion is, even at the official rate, over 400, almost 450 billion naira. is what is just been said. If even for us to use that in providing security support for the police, for appropriate and adequate policing of our system, the petty stealing, the petty robbery, and the rest of that possibly wouldn't be the situation, because the police will be more motivated, there will be more equipment and also support for them to actually work. And that is not also to compare what that would do in terms of providing health services for the people and also the country, or rebuilding some of our roads that are collapsed over the years. And I think it is not just only about the government. It is more critically and more importantly about some of us and also what we do.
And absolutely. Now, you did talk about accountability, and that is quite important. But why is it so difficult? So difficult to you know, to say, should I say, audit now? Audit what is spent, for instance, by the military? What has been spent on this war? Because just as you said, this is just the president now saying, this is how much was spent, $1 billion. We're not talking, you just talked about the previous government, and we know what the previous government would have spent would be in excess of that. But why is it so difficult to audit and account for what is spent on the Nigerian, especially when it comes to issues of security? Why is it so difficult? Because I'm asking this question in light of this issue we call the security vote as well, where we understand there's usually no accountability for it, for how the money is spent.
I mean, because accountability is not part of our virtues again anymore in the country. It's very simple and straight. I mean, it's very easy for people to start pointing fingers, but that is not the situation. The situation currently is that we don't practice, we don't believe, and we don't even promote, accountability. Go to the National Assembly. It's just a function of providing that you're able to give back to those who are expected to do that, then to do the oversight function of promoting accountability and transparency, then you're good to go. I mean, you can steal as much as you can, as you want, and that's why many of the ministers and the service chiefs are getting away with blue murder, and everybody is seeing that for you to easily escape the prying eyes of the assembly is the ability for you to get across some of the pegs to those of them in the chamber. I mean, so that completely has totally failed. Go to the judiciary. People who are convicted or even having weighty allegations of corruption, overwhelming evidence against them, are even freed by the judiciary. Some of the judges that are accused of corruption that were suspended. You saw what happened recently with the former judge of the Federal High Court, Ajumogobia, the same thing to Ndangiwa. These were judges that were indicted of misconduct, of corruption on the bench, and the judiciary have found them and returned them back to the bench to go and start presiding over cases. And when you also come to the ordinary citizens, we're also looking for an opportunity. Many of average Nigerians are just aspirants to the opportunity. So we don't query. Like I said, look at what happened with the APC candidate for Bauchi State, who was the former chief of air staff. Nobody is asking. You were a public officer, and now you want to be governor, and you have that level of resources to dispense, for you to be governor. How did you get to that? I'm not seeing that in the media. Nobody's asking that level of question. I mean, even the law enforcement agencies and the anti-corruption agencies should have also, without being prompted, made that a case for them to investigate and check. But who is going to do that? I mean, for us already, it's been there. It has entitlement to those resources. Even if it doesn't say it, the people, it doesn't get.
The question is, the question now is there an unwritten rule that money is meant for security cannot be accounted for?
Oh, it is almost like an unwritten rule. That is what I was going to go to the state governments. You have state governors who are getting on the average of about 1.something billion on a monthly basis as security votes in this country. And you don't have anything. So even some of them, they would have to promote insecurity in the system in their states to allow them for justification for collection of that security. But the houses of assembly, I mean, everybody knows in Nigeria, we don't have any house of assembly that is in any way interested in promoting any form of accountability in any of the states. It's just the governor. They are usually in the pockets of the governors, and the ones that are not are also getting a fair share of the cake, from the state. So there is more or less an unwritten rule that the security votes, the security expenditure are not subject of any form of accountability, transparency, or even, public scrutiny. So it is becoming almost like the norm already now that you're not going to get anything.
So what do you think needs to change? What do we need to do to change that? What needs to happen?
Immediately that needs to change is our mindset, is our perception of, our public officers. It's about raising questions. And I have said it clearly over time, and I will reiterate it. Politicians will not change our situation and system. It is the people, it is the media, it is the civil society, it is the citizens that will change it. I mean, the politicians are usually always benefiting from the rot in the system. It is not only in Nigeria, it is the same thing all over the world, but other people are rising up to challenge the status quo. The people are also voting those that they can hold accountable into office, and not the ones that are going to be potential demigods when they get into office. So the mindset of the people about public funds, public resources, public utilities would have to change. And the same thing goes to when we vandalize, public utilities and public assets and public resources. That is also the same thing that applies to those who are in public office. You are not different if you are stealing, the railings of the bridges and the rest of that. You're not almost the same thing with the corrupt public official. That mindset would need to change. And what also needs to happen is that the civil society and the media needs to start holding even our parliamentarians accountable. And the same thing goes to the judiciary. We can't afford to have such compromised, arms of government when we want any change to happen in the system. Without those two arms rising up to the challenge, understanding the importance of their work, and at the same time holding accountable the executive, it's going to be difficult to have any change in the system.
Well, I mean, on paper, you would say that the law is specifically, the law is quite clear. For instance, members of the National Assembly are supposed to carry out oversight functions, not, on the executive, even on the military. You have committees now, various committees now that should oversee the military. And the reason for that is to ensure that budgeted amounts are spent on what they're what they were actually budgeted for. Why do you think it's always difficult for these oversight functions now to be carried out properly? And then, year in, year out, when it comes to budgeting, you see almost the same line of budgeting. I mean, the same subheads, if you like. So what you budgeted for last year, you see it appearing in the budget of, the following year.
Yeah, I mean, it starts from the appointment and confirmation of some of the appointed service chiefs. So when they go to the National Assembly, you go and check the screening of the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, of these appointees, and then you will tell clearly that the National Assembly currently, as it is constituted, particularly the Senate even worse, is more or less like a rubber stamp when it comes to those situations. So the chief of staffs already assume that status, both in their minds and in operation, that there is no basis for accountability. And
you mean the service chiefs?
The service chiefs, yeah. So when they are called to even defend their budget, you're not even there to see what the budget defense is all about, except the recent one where we saw the interesting macabre dance of where some amount of money, the level of the situation has gone terribly bad, such that the budget padding is not even limited to recurrent and also some obscure agencies. It's gone even to the Ministry of Defense, where some amounts found their way from nowhere into the defense budget for consideration by the National Assembly, which actually did not emerge both from the military or even from the presidency. So the situation is almost near total collapse in terms of accountability and scrutiny. And when the people are already compromised, it becomes extremely difficult for you to challenge, the status quo. When you've also shown your lack of independence, like we're seeing with the National Assembly, then people don't get to take them seriously. So they can summon some of those service chiefs, directors and civil servants, and they ignore or discountenance the summon of the National Assembly. And it's a function of how you present yourself that you're just being accepted by those who are expected to respect you and operate under your guidance.
But in the final analysis, this insurgency is costing Nigeria so much. And if the insurgency is costing us so much, then I can imagine, what the cost is to us on even other security challenges that we're dealing with, whether it's kidnapping, whether it's the crisis the banditry you have, the problem in the southeast and all of that. So the point is we need to come to the realization that, look, this is costing us so much.
We need to actually also move our focus from the federal government to the states. We need to know what is it costing each of our states for the so-called response to security, which includes the security votes, the support to the police, because it's very convenient for quite a number of the governors to continue pretending to support the police, in addition to the national budget that goes to the police. Have we justified the amount going to the police? Do we have sufficient, accountability coming from what is going to the police from the federal allocation, in addition to now what the states are complementing? So, because sometimes you just see dual, multiple, fictitious support emerging from the states without even accountability from the federal. And that is not the way to go with security. This is why, for me, we have the excessive state of insecurity in the country. The governors, the local government chairmen get security votes, but we don't have justification for those votes. And we don't have any evidence with the state of insecurity in the country.
And that's quite true, because we seem to forget sometimes that local government chairmen too are supposed to get security votes.
Not supposed they get security votes. Not supposed. Some of the speakers of the parliament are also getting security votes now. So it's becoming just the trend for lack of accountability on the part of the public officers.
Lanre Suraj, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for talking to us.
Always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria has joined Ethiopia, India, Yemen, Indonesia, and Pakistan on the list of countries with reported cases of diphtheria, a serious bacterial infection caused by a bacterium that affects the nose, throat, and sometimes skin of an individual. The diphtheria outbreak first occurred from February to November 2011 in Kimber village and its surrounding settlements now in Borno State, northeast Nigeria. But fast forward to Friday, January 20th, the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC, announced it had responded to reports of diphtheria cases in Lagos and Kano states and is monitoring the situation in Osun and Yobe states, where cases have also been reported. The NCDC disclosed this in a public health advisory signed by its Director General Ifedayo Adetifa amidst the outbreak of the disease in the country. So far, at least 25 persons, mostly children, have died as a result of the diphtheria disease outbreak in Kano State, northwest Nigeria. The NCDC says in addition to clinically suspected cases, there have also been laboratory confirmed cases, and it is working with state ministries of health and partners to enhance surveillance and response to the outbreak. In light of this development, the health agency has advised healthcare workers to maintain a high index of suspicion for diphtheria, and that individuals with signs and symptoms suggestive of the disease should isolate themselves and notify their local health authorities. The symptoms of the disease have been identified to include fever, red eyes, runny nose, sore throat, cough, neck swelling, and in severe cases, thick gray and white patch on the tonsils or the back of the throat and associated with difficulty breathing. To shed more light on the disease, I'm now being joined by the chairman, Chidikon Medical Center, and public health expert, Dr. Philip Njamanze, who is also a professor, by the way. Doc, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Could you just help to shed more light on this disease? Why are we having this outbreak now?
Well, diphtheria has always been around, I must say. In fact, we have in our vaccination calendar diphtheria. So the fact that we have not been observing it very common breaking out is just because the vaccine has been pretty effective, and until now, I think there are lapses in the vaccination, and then you have this resurgence. It is a pretty dangerous bacterium, Corynebacterium diphtheria, and as you rightly said, it actually affects mainly children, and of course affects adults. So I think there has been paucity in the strict administration of the vaccine calendar. As it will present with, it's a respiratory infection, so you have aerosol particles when they spread, and those living in close contact will contract the illness. And then, of course, they will manifest with cough, fever, they have sore throats and cracked voices. Sometimes ulcers will manifest, and this can keep on developing into a very serious condition in which it will block the airway, you know. So it is a serious condition. However, as I said before, the vaccine is very, very effective, and they bear the same type of name. There is Tdap vaccine, that is the tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. Pertussis is whooping cough. So it's a kind of triple vaccine. Then you have DT, that's diphtheria and tetanus, and you have DTaP, which is diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. And they have a specific calendar. From 0 to 6 years, you have the childhood vaccines. And then preteens, 11 to 12 years, you get that vaccine. And as an adult, it's supposed to be repeated every 10 years. You get the TTAP vaccine. And I think there has been a lot of paucity and laxity, I will say, in the administration of this vaccine. And we have seen a resurgence of the disease. And I think what needs to be done...
Could this laxity, sorry to interject there, could this laxity now be responsible... could this laxity be responsible for this high rate of death we have seen in Kano State? At least 25 persons have been reported dead now from this disease.
Exactly,
most of them children.
Because it's exactly, and you know, these are pretty unvaccinated victims of this infection. So I think we really have to go back to the basics and then start the administration of the vaccine strictly across the states, and then of course do the preteen vaccination and then adult vaccine in those places where at very high risk can be administered. I think the basic truth of medicine is that viruses and bacteria are always with us. These things are not new. But we have learned over the years to use either vaccination or even just primary prevention. And then when we keep our guards down, and then there is a major resurgence. And I think the NCDC has given the appropriate alert. I hope the state health systems and then the national or federal health system will now kick in to start administering these vaccines as soon as possible.
Yeah, because it's quite a surprise. This is, I mean, you're quite right. From what I have read, too, it's not a new it's not a new bacteria. It's not a new disease, but you know, it's a long time we heard of an outbreak of this disease. So I'm just wondering. So other than we failing not to take the vaccine and probably some other reasons, what else could be the reason why we're having this resurgence now?
Well, actually, this is the weather for it, I would say. So the natural environment now, it actually promotes propagation of the infection. So it's not really a surprise that you will have it at this time of the year. However, I still think with the rise in traffic of people and then the non-strict adherence to the childhood vaccination calendar, these things are just a perfect breeding ground for bacteria to spread with such virulence. And that's exactly what happened.
Finally, before I let you go, Doc, what exactly is going on? I mean, especially from 2020 to this period, we've just had outbreaks of too many diseases now. Not to mention Ebola. We've had COVID-19. We've had Lassa. We've had cholera. We're still dealing with all of those, and then now we have to deal with diphtheria. I'm just wondering, do you think our health system will be able to cope with all of this?
Actually, Nigerians and the entire health system have shown very great resilience. In fact, while around the world we observe what is happening in China, what happened in the United States and in Western Europe, their whole system crumbled just by the resurgence of COVID. And you could see that the health system was only planned to when everything works well. Okay, so when they have such an outbreak as we really routinely had, we've had Lassa here, we've had Ebola before, we've had these infections before, and we still have them. The one, even just the malaria has been with us persistently. Cholera has been around, but our health system, regardless of what people say, has shown enormous resilience. And our people, the immune system of our people really shows that regardless of how virulent these bacteria and the viruses that we've had also have been, but our people have shown very good defense system. Now, it does not mean that we should let our guards down and pat ourselves on the back. We must continue to improve. But what it shows me, because I've been to over 46 countries and I've practiced medicine in 5 continents, so I really know that what it really shows us is that we are not that bad compared to the very advanced countries in our health system. What we need is some fine-tuning, some proper organization that we need in order to get streamline our systems. And we have really shown very good resilience in the face of these multiple infections.
Now, other than vaccination now, is this disease treatable?
Well, it's very, very treatable. We treat it in the hospital, so most doctors are familiar with the procedures. They are very, very susceptible to antibiotics that are around, so it is possible to treat. There are some preventive measures which our listeners can actually, viewers can really practice. You put on your face mask, and I think I told people at the beginning of the COVID vaccine, that face masks are here to stay, really. And because this is an aerosol infection, and put on your face mask when you suspect that you are going into an area of high contagiosity. So I think you can help yourself with very, very primary things, and don't touch sores with your open hands, because you might see a sore on a baby or somebody, and you start touching it. You do not know whether it's a diphtheria sore, because you can also contract the infection just by touching the sores that develop.
Okay. Well, we want to thank you very much, Doc, for shedding more light on this disease. Let's just hope we're able to deal with this as quickly as possible. 25 persons now dying. It's something very serious, and it's really serious that 25 persons will die before action is taken in Kano State. So I'm just surprised. But let's just hope we deal with this as quickly as possible. Chairman, Chidikon Medical Center and Public Health Expert, Dr. Philip Njamanze, thank you very much for talking to us as usual, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, we'll take a short break now, and we'll be right back. Stay with us, don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has asked the federal government to release the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, to him, saying he is prepared to serve as a surety for the IPOB leader. Now, a court of appeal had last year acquitted and ordered the release of the IPOB leader, but the government says it has not exhausted its case against Nnamdi Kanu and has appealed against the judgment while detaining him. The government contended that the Court of Appeal erred in law when it struck out the pending charges against Nnamdi Kanu. But the Anambra State Governor now says he would formally write to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice to allow him stand as surety for Kanu to facilitate his release. Whether the government will accept that is another question altogether. In May, the governor visited the IPOB leader at the facility of Nigeria's Secret Police, the Department of State Services in Abuja, explaining that the visit was part of, quote, his wider consultations with critical stakeholders to ensure lasting peace and security in the southeast of the country. The federal government, through the Attorney General of the Federation, Malami, has repeatedly excluded any commitment to the release of the separatist leader from custody as ordered by the Court of Appeal. Joining me to discuss this some more is Libros Oshoma, who is a legal practitioner and a political affairs analyst. Libros, thank you very much for joining us on the program. Do you think, let me start by asking whether a governor can actually stand surety for someone being detained?
I don't think legally, I doubt if a governor would be able to stand as surety for somebody who is detained because of the immunity the governor enjoys. Because if that person jumps bail, you cannot arrest or prosecute the governor in his stead. So the governor, legally speaking, cannot stand as surety for a person who is standing trial. But I think Nnamdi Kanu's case is beyond, just standing as surety. So we also need to understand it from that point of view. So this is more like an intervention, between the governor Nnamdi Kanu and then the federal government. In the sense that, look, I'm not standing in for him as a surety, strictly speaking, but I'm requesting that you release him to me, and I will. Even though those are the conditions of the shorty anyway.
But that is not what. That's not the way. That's not the way the governor has put it.
Yeah, the governor is saying, release him to me. I will produce him anytime you want. You know, because if you look at it, I think the governor is trying to find a political solution to this, you know, quagmire and to this problem, especially given the uprising of the insecurity in the southeast and people using the continued incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu as an excuse, you know, to consistently paint the government bad and cause mayhem. So the governor is I think this approach is about let's eliminate the Nnamdi Kanu angle of it, and then now look out for truly where the troubles are coming from. But in doing that, I think the governor also needs to have the complete buy-in of Nnamdi Kanu in this, because Nnamdi Kanu, remember, once was on bail, and you know, the terms and conditions of the bail was that he shouldn't grant press conferences and should not grant, you know, the interviews and all of those campaign rallies, not political campaign rallies, but hold one of those is rallies, gathering. Of course. But he flaunted those orders.
Yes.
You know, consistently held those rallies, and until the Nigerian army allegedly frustrated that bail. So against that backdrop, I think also in discussing this peace and finding a leeway out of it, also the governor also needs to have Nnamdi Kanu's buy-in, you know, complete buy-in, so that, you know, both parties can truly now begin to pursue peace.
Do you think the governor could be speaking for Nnamdi Kanu here? Can we say that he probably has the buy-in of Nnamdi Kanu? Because we've not heard anything from the camp of Nnamdi Kanu. They've not come out to oppose the governor's suggestion, so to speak. And this same governor actually met with Nnamdi Kanu sometime last year in Abuja at the DSS facility.
Yes, I think before he would make this request, the governor is somebody who is well learned and he understands the implications. So I think before he would have made this request, he would have also reached out. I want to believe that he had reached out to Nnamdi Kanu, either through Prozis and or through his legal team, because also the legal team had not opposed this. And then, especially given the fact that the Court of Appeal has quashed the charges against him, even though the federal government had appealed, you know, that judgment. And so, in the eye of the law, even though there is a stay of execution pending appeal, but in the eye of the law, the position of the law today is that there is a subsisting judgment that had been stayed, and that subsisting judgment says there are no charges against him. So the lawyers also will want to pursue any peace arrangement that we see to his release, you know, from incarceration. So, because also the lawyers also of Nnamdi Kanu had not raised objection to that, and some leaders of thought from the Southeast also had consistently called on the federal government to toe that approach. But even though the federal government has said he's a flight risk and, you know, and all of those arguments from the federal government side. But considering seriously the approach of the federal government to the Boko Haram, alleged repentant members of the Boko Haram, you know, rehabilitating them, you know, there can also be cried by some members, you know, stakeholders and leaders of thought in the Southeast that if you are rehabilitating people who are known killers in the North, why don't you also find a way of also at least opening a stream or a window of dialogue with Nnamdi Kanu and you know, his people? But the government also does not want to be seen as a weakling, you know, in that regard, so that people cannot just take up arms against the state and then compel the government to begin to negotiate with them like they did with Niger Delta militants. So that's where the matter become a little bit dicey, and then there need to be a balance, you know, on both sides, so that, you know, the peace will not be that piece of a graveyard.
Now, do you think the release of Nnamdi Kanu would bring peace, so to speak, to the southeast of the country? Because as we speak today, there are quite a number of groups there that have sprung up. Even IPOB itself, somehow you could say is split. You have the Simon Ekpa faction that continues to dish out orders almost on a daily basis. I'm just wondering, do you think his release could bring some kind of peace and quiet in the southeast?
Let's look at it from this prism. Yes, a lot of other factions would have definitely has sprung up, and some other people also would want to elevate themselves to the position and the level that Nnamdi Kanu enjoys today. Also, you had the Samuel Ekpa faction, who was alleged to be a deputy to Nnamdi Kanu, and then also there are some criminal elements also who are using the Nnamdi Kanu's incarceration and the name IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu also to foment trouble. Remember, also flowing from the Governor Soludo's interview, that most of the people they arrested, as regards this insecurity in Anambra State, are people from majorly the southeast, and then a lot of them from Anambra State also. You have a lot of jobless people, and then you have people also who also are disgruntled, who feel Nnamdi Kanu, it is their time to take a pound of flesh, not just from the society, but from people, the rich people, the big politicians in the society, who they feel had consistently shortchanged them. Just like the case of Asari Dokubo and co. The release of Asari Dokubo from incarceration did not bring peace, the desired peace to Niger Delta, until the other steps were taken, amnesty, even the amnesty till date did not end kidnapping, So that's why I'm saying that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will not, so we'll not deceive ourselves, will not just, it's not like the magic wand that once you release him, then the whole of the Southeast will automatically enjoy peace. No, there are persons who enjoys these criminal activities. There are also persons whose grievances are different from Nnamdi Kanu's own. There are persons who have been looking for such opportunity to hide under the Nnamdi Kanu to continue to foment trouble. But I think that eliminating the Nnamdi Kanu angle, that seemingly seems to unite, a lot of the stakeholders, as though that, this is a voice shouting for freedom, shouting for equality for the Southeasterner, and is under incarceration. And so they seems to be sympathetic to his cause. So if you eliminate that Nnamdi Kanu's angle, say all of them who had maybe, raised those issues of, what if we begin to talk about this piece? What happens to Nnamdi Kanu? So all of them might be able to come under one umbrella and now say, look, let's fish out the miscreants amongst us. So there's still a lot that needs to be done, even though Nnamdi Kanu is released. But his release would be a first step towards truly, achieving that peace that is so much desired in the Southeast.
You see, part of the reasons why I asked that question is because, most of the things that Nnamdi Kanu, most of the demands that he has made of the government, I would say none of them has been met. And chief among them, of course, is that a referendum should be held to determine the fate of the Southeast. So I'm just wondering, that's the reason why I asked if you think releasing him would solve, the bulk of the problem. So if these demands are not met, what difference do you think his release would make?
No, there are some persons even who think that, having an Igbo presidency, having an Igbo president would even give them, a Biafra, even though that is a practical impossibility. Even though that is not so, that is to tell you the level of illiteracy, that permeates the length and breadth of Nigeria. There are some persons whose mindset is, if we get Igbo president, then it will be an easy way to get in Biafra. Even if we don't get it, the agitations will continue. And then, that's why I also said that Nnamdi Kanu's buy-in, the governor also must have Nnamdi Kanu's buy-in, so that tomorrow you don't release Nnamdi Kanu and he says, on our demand, we stand. It is also not a constitutional provision in the 1999 Constitution as amended. A referendum is not a provision in the 1999 Constitution as amended. So you can't just call for a referendum. What will be the modalities for the referendum? Under which law will you be calling for a referendum? So all of this need to be taken care of before you begin to talk about a referendum, whether anybody wants to go exit from the entity called Nigeria or not. So the provision for referendum is not in the Constitution, and the president cannot dictate it or by fiat just call for it. The National Assembly will have to amend the Constitution to accommodate it. And we know the provision, the cumbersome provisions of amending our Constitution. So all of these are not what even a negotiating team can fulfill. So, but like I said, the governor needs to all have, and his team need to explain all of this to the team on the other side to say, look, what we are looking for. A lot of people are using your name. Because, mind you, Deji, this destruction is not happening in Abuja. This destruction is not happening in Sokoto or Kaduna states. It's not happening to Lagosians. It's not happening to people from Edo. It's not happening to those in Kogi. It is happening to people from the southeast. It is happening to people in Anambra. So it is like a man sitting on a branch of a tree and cutting off the tree with a saw. So it is going to affect the people there. It is the insecurity, the challenges. It's affecting those at home. And it will also affect the economic activities entirely of that region. And that's why it beholds on the elders and the leaders of thought, including the governor, to say, look, we can't fold our hands and wait for federal government to come gift us peace. It beholds on us to give ourselves peace. And also, mind you, the allegations from some persons in the southeast that you have some persons, from the federal government who are agents of the federal government who are, infiltrating some of these boys to cause mayhem. There are other allegations also. So, but releasing Nnamdi Kanu will also help in a long way. If they have his buy-in, will help in a long way in talking to some people who also owe allegiance to him, who listens to him, who see him as the Messiah. And if you have that buy-in, those people, just like you are rehabilitating those in the north, you can also find a way of rehabilitating them and now use them as the civil defense people to also now begin to point out those people who do not want peace in the region. Mind you, remember those days in Aba, you had the Bakassi boys. You had some of these people who you had the Osisikankus who consistently caused mayhem. But until the people, the citizens, the indigents, decided that enough was enough, they sat down, decided to go around this place and fish out the bad eggs, even though they themselves eventually now became a lord unto themselves. So, in finding this thing, we have to use the experience, the precedent, and the experience from our past to navigate the future.
The future. All right. I think we just have to leave it there. Libros Oshoma, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for joining us in the program.
My pleasure.
Well, that's how much you can take on the program this week. We thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. The Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said there's going to be one Voduma and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers Lagos East.
My name is Ali Shedu. I'm from Kogi State. I live in Abuja. I'm a fashion designer tailor. On that last year, October 2020, early in the morning, I fetched water for my wife. After my praying, I fetched water for my wife. Around 6, I went to go to my working place for Central. And when I reached junction for police somebody here, I see crowd. Everywhere was blocked. I tried to find my way. I cannot find my way. I went back to house again. Around something 10 to 11. I said, make I find my way to go work. I get family. My daughter is a 2 month that time. I can't find my way. I just stand. They leave people where they protest. I'm not a protester. I'm a fashion designer. I tailor where they hustle up and down to feed my family. After then, police just came. They shoot. The next thing when I see, I just see my leg. They call. I'm not carry my leg again. Where would it get? They thought they'll do everything. They clean my body and my laps. They clean everything. We go and do another X-ray again to see how the inside be. Where we did the X-ray after then, the doctor charged us 400 and something. But since then, my brother actually not have much like that. So maybe they carry me go Gogolada hospital, general hospital for Gogolada. One doctor waiting for the hospital come bring one number. Said na youth where they in charge of this NSAS. Anything will happen to somebody like this, they feel help. Actually, we try the number. By God's grace, the person where they pick the call. I'm talking to them, I don't even know the person where pick my call, whether a woman or a man, I don't know. He and the doctor speak. She transfer the money to the doctor. They start the treatment. People Nigeria they can do money from almost like 60,000. One day, all they hear say I don't hear that say all panel, the people where panel, where government choose for this thing, anything where this thing affect, they help, they make the report. We go to National Human Rights for inside town. We almost like 5 or 6 people. The guy where the parent where they kill in children for where bullet hit for chest. They follow us go that time. Where we reach there, we stay for gate. Now we they sing. Now one person come call us and make one of us or the person where they in charge make it enter inside, make go meet the people they there. After they meet the people, they come and say make they come tomorrow. The next day, almost like 3 days, my brother called them. They say the people never answer them very well. That the government they bring up black paper and they need to bring white paper if they want to do better thing for people this thing affect. But today I never hear from them because this thing, this police don't make this life tire me because this my leg now, no feel and do anything. Even the bullet is still there on my leg. The place where the bullet the doctor said they don't remove one for now because they the way the vein there. Now here in there, they will not remove one for now. Let the bullet come out that place where in there. If they want to remove one, they could come enough harm to my leg. Even like this, my leg not remove one like this. But I try to move like this, I feel plan. If I want use and do work self, but if I want try to use and do work, make I use and do exercise. Not feel use and do work, but I use industrial machine. But you can press machine like this, the thing to carry and come back, I'm not feel carry and come back. I just need help from Nigeria government, need help from police, please. They don't scatter my life. I'm not, all this will happen to me, I'm not be expect. Since almost a year now, please stay for house. How are you they feel now? They got another question, I don't know. But my brother always try for me. But I don't feel like on my brother forever. Just thank God I see their life because my time now reached. Now let God know how it takes in my life. Me, I don't even know if that bullet you hit me for tail or hit me for head. I don't know how God even do me a miracle, how it takes in my life. I don't know, sure. But I thank God for everything. I just thank God for everything. Let God save my life.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
On the news tonight, House of Representatives threatened to issue arrest warrant on CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele over redesigned Naira notes. Bomb blast kills 28 herdsmen in Nasarawa State. And 159 Nigerians renounce citizenship in 2022. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here on News Now. I am Folashade Ogrinde. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has threatened to issue warrant of arrest against the Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele if he fails to appear next Tuesday. Femi Gbajabiamila's threat was in response to another letter from the Central Bank intimating the House of his inability to honor the invitation sent on the latest cashless policy. In a statement read on the floor of the House, the Speaker said he would not hesitate to invoke relevant sections of the Constitution to force the CBN governor's appearance. The House had invited Emefiele and the bank directors to give reasons for the ongoing failure to adequately disburse the redesigned Naira notes before the expiration of the January 31, 2023 deadline.
Requested that we respectfully convey his inability to honor the invitation of on the scheduled date. The governor regrets this and requests that the chairman and members of the committee be informed accordingly. The refusal by the CBN or managing directors to heed the invitation by the House of Representatives is evidence of a blatant disregard for the well-being of the Nigerian people who are their customers. It is also an insult to the authority and prerogatives of the People's Parliament. Therefore, if by the end of today there is further disregard to the summons of this House, I will, without hesitation, and pursuant to the authority conferred by Section 89(1)(d) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Order 1921 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives, not hesitate to issue a warrant to the Inspector General of the Nigerian Police to compel the attendance of the CBN and or managing directors who fail, refuse, or neglect to respond to the summons by the House of Representatives. This matter will be concluded, must be concluded today. Unfortunately, gentlemen, please, it is a sacrifice. We're supposed to, the Senate has gone on break yesterday. We're supposed to close the House today so that everybody can go and prepare for elections in 4 weeks. But we may need to make a day or a couple of days sacrifice. So instead of adjourning this House till the February 28th today, just to make sure we resolve this issue, we might need to come back Tuesday morning.
Well, for more insight into the development, legal expert Evans Ifeli joins me now. As always, thank you very much for joining us. Now, the back and forth between the House of Representatives and the CBN governor has gone on for a while now, basically. But give us a legal perspective now into the threats to arrest the CBN boss.
Well, by Section 88 and 89 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, the National Assembly is empowered to have oversight function on all aspects of the Nigerian state. Everything that happened in Nigeria, the National Assembly have powers to oversight these issues and all that. And on this new Naira notes, the National Assembly, first of all, the CBN has appeared before the upper house, that is the House of the Senate. Now the House of Representatives have summoned Emefiele, the current governor of CBN, and repeatedly he has not been able to honor that invitation. So the House of Rep is of the view that it will issue a warrant of arrest, because the truth is that by law, even the president of Nigeria can be summoned by the House of Representatives, the House of Senate, or both chambers sitting in plenary can summon even the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I don't see any reason why Emefiele, the CBN governor, have not honored that invitation. It is important that he honors that invitation, otherwise he truly will be arrested. And we should note this, that the CBN governor does not have immunity under our laws. The people that have immunity under our laws, there are about 76 or thereabout of them in Nigeria. The president, the vice president, the governor, and the deputy governors of each of the 36 states of Nigeria. Those are the only persons in this country that have immunity, okay, that cannot be arrested while during the pendency of their office, the tenure. So the House of Representatives is not out of position and law by making that pronouncement that it will. In fact, under the law, the House of Representatives need not even inform the public or inform the CBN governor. It has the power under our laws to go ahead and issue that warrant of arrest and have him arrested and prosecuted according to law for that disregard, okay?
So
sorry to interrupt you there. You know, this is not the first time, an official would basically ignore the summon of either the House of Representatives or the Senate. Now, is this a cultural thing? Like, is this a Nigerian thing? Or what exactly is going on? Why do we have these issues coming up over and over again?
You see, everything rises and falls on leadership. And that is why we say that leaders should lead by example. You see, this thing that is going on here was, first of all, it was President Muhammadu Buhari who flouted the orders of the National Assembly when he was invited. When he was summoned, sometime, I think in either 2019 or thereabouts, he refused to honor the invitation. And unfortunately, the weak National Assembly, some of them went behind to plead with him, to beg him for forgiveness or whatever that means to them. I mean, the power of parliament, okay, because it's not just Emefiele or the general public that should be blamed here. Even the National Assembly itself do not even know the extent of their powers under the law. Because if they had summoned the president before and he refused to appear, I believe that is what is also influencing, because everything rises and falls on leadership. That may be what is also influencing the way the CBN governor is treating the National Assembly, or the House of Rep in this case. So, I mean, by Section 88 and 89 of the 1999 Constitution, it is an express provision that empowers the National Assembly, for which the House of Rep is part of it, to oversight, the power of oversight function. So, to oversight all activities of the country. And this issue of currency is a very sensitive one that the CBN governor ought to have appeared as someone to come and give explanation as regards what the strategies of the CBN are and what the CBN is doing to ensure that there is provision for these funds, given that he has said repeatedly that there will not be extension. Now, if there will not be extension and then the currency is not available in the country and it's creating panic and the economy is being overheated as a result of that, it only calls for reason that the CBN governor should honor that invitation and make that explanation to the National Assembly so that the necessary steps can be taken. But where he declines it, then he is due for arrest and prosecution.
Well, indeed, legal expert Evan Sufeli, thank you very much for your contribution and the analysis. Thank you. Well, at least 28 herdsmen and hundreds of their cattle have died following an explosion in Doma, a community between Benue and Nasarawa states. The Nasarawa State Commissioner of Police, Mekayaki Mohammed, who confirmed the incident to newsmen, explained that herdsmen were returning from Benue State on Tuesday with their cattle after retrieving them from the forest guards who had seized them when the ugly incident happened. Speaking on the incident, Abdullahi Sule, governor of Nasarawa State, said security agencies and relevant stakeholders in the state are making efforts to salvage the situation. When asked about the development during the bi-weekly briefing on the operations of the military and other security agencies, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Danmadani, refused to comment on the matter.
We are not going to join issues. Like I said, we're not going to join issues with anybody on that. The chief executive officers of those states have spoken on the issue, and we will leave it as such. Whatever is the outcome of it as it comes, as things continue to unfold during the course of the week, you will get to know.
Speaking on the security challenges in the southeast ahead of the 2023 elections, the military spokesperson assured that the military remains apolitical and will offer assistance to the Nigeria police to ensure credible and violence-free elections.
The issue of operations in the southeast. Operations are already going on in the southeast, and new operations are being rejuvenated to be conducted in the southeast. Like I told you, it's not just kinetic operations that are going out in the southeast. There are equally non-kinetic operations that are going on in the southeast. I can assure you that during the last election, what is happening now was the same thing that happened in the southeast. An election went on in the southeast region. Nothing happened. The same thing is going to happen during this 2003 election. We cannot rule out there are not going to be one or two incidences. That one we cannot rule out down. But election is going to happen in the southeast region, like any other region in the country.
A total of 309 Nigerians have renounced their citizenships in the last 16 years. Speaking at the 64th Ministerial Press Briefing at the State House on Thursday, the Minister of Interior, Ralph Aregbesola, explains that out of the 309 Nigerians, 150 renounced their citizenship in 2022 alone. Aregbesola, the ministry has deported at least 70 foreign nationals for various infractions in the last 2 years. According to him, the majority of those deported were from the Democratic Republic of Korea, Egypt, and Sri Lanka, among others.
In November last year, we had a total number of 286 new Nigerians, out of which 208 were by naturalization, while 78 were by registration. Registration meaning spouses of Nigerian citizens who now have become Nigerians. However, going further, the Advisory Committee on Nigerian Citizenship will sit on the 7th of February to consider another 350 applications for naturalization, after which the successful applications will be sent to meet the President in Council for approval. Now down to those Nigerians who renounce their citizenship. So far, we have registered a total of 309. Between 2006 and 2021, 150 Nigerians renounced their citizenship. In 2022 alone, 159 Nigerians renounced their citizenship.
And here in Lagos, chaos broke out on Thursday when fire gutted a 3-story building housing warehouses with clothes and shoes in the popular Balogun Market on Broad Street on Lagos Island. According to witnesses, the fire started from one of the shops of the textiles and shoe building at about 12:45 a.m. The Southwest Coordinator of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, told newsmen that firefighters encountered some challenge gaining access to the building because of the iron bars. He, however, said the fire was brought under total control without spreading to other buildings. The traders say the estimated cost of goods destroyed to the fire ran into millions of naira. Operatives of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, have arrested Dibu Ojerinde, a former registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board JAMB. According to reports, Ojerinde was arrested in Abuja on Thursday at the premises of a federal high court. The ICPC had arraigned Ojerinde on July 6, 2021 on 18-count charge bordering on alleged misappropriation of funds to the tune of 5.2 billion naira. The commission alleged that the former registrar committed multiple frauds while held in JAMB and the National Examination Council, NECO. Ojerinde pleaded not guilty to the allegations and was granted bail to the sum of 200 million naira. Now to politics, the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Dumebi Kachiku, has said the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has no business being in the presidential race. Speaking to reporters in Abuja, the ADC presidential candidate expressed dissatisfaction with the performance of INEC in the build-up to the general elections. Kachiku also warned the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, against the conduct of a sham election.
Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu has no business being in this race or continuing this race. He has said it is his turn, and I agree. it is his turn to do the honorable thing and withdraw from this race. I call on his family, his party, the APC, and President Buhari to prevail on him to do the right thing. I also call on INEC to wake up from their slumber. We can't continue to be known as the nation that conducts sham elections. INEC can't continue to pretend not to see the voter inducement that takes place at rallies all over the country. What of the primaries? Has anyone been indicted, sanctioned, or punished? There's too much at stake in this election for Nigeria and Nigerians. An INEC that willfully disobeys court orders has already rigged the elections. Nigeria can't afford any other heartbreak. It is a tragedy that amounts to the presidential elections. The myriad issues that plague have not been debated by the presidential candidates. How do we fix our economy other than just saying from consumption to production? Produce what, where, and when? We can't continue to deceive our youths and the generality of Nigerians with cliches and nice-sounding phrases.
We'll take a break here, but still to come. Oshola bags hat-trick as Barcelona women win 7-0, creates new record. Details of this story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the president of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has threatened to issue warrant of arrest against the Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele if he fails to appear next Tuesday. Femi Gbajabiamila's threat was in response to another letter from the Central Bank intimating the House of its inability to honor the invitation sent on the latest cashless policy. We also told you that at least 28 herdsmen and hundreds of their cattle have died following an explosion in Doma, a community between Benue and Nasarawa states. The Nasarawa State Commissioner of Police, Mekayaki Mohammed, who confirmed the incident to newsmen, explained that herdsmen were returning from Benue State on Tuesday with their cattle after retrieving them from forest guards who had seized them when the ugly incident happened. Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletin, for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. Health officials are looking to secure additional COVID-19 testing kits for Jesse. The Health Department has invited tenders from companies for the supply of 375,000 kits so residents could test themselves if necessary. It comes after the government announced that several coronavirus measures would be scaled back at the end of January. We'll take a breather now and return with more stories and business. To stay with us. Welcome back. Mary Kanu now joins us for more updates in business. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you, Folashade. Hello and welcome to Business News. The Central Bank of Nigeria has launched the Nigerian National Domestic Card Scheme, Afrigo, aimed at creating a more robust payment system that will drive financial inclusion in the country. Launching the card virtually, the governor of the Emefiele said the transaction charges on all cards would henceforth be paid in Naira except for international transactions. According to him, Afrigo would be cheaper and will be a matter of national pride with potential to boost financial inclusion. Southern Business, a coalition of civil society organizations, has advised Nigerians to deposit their old Naira notes for new notes before the expiration date on January 31st, 2023. The spokesperson of the group, Basi Etuk, gave the advice on Thursday when he led a door-to-door sensitization campaign in Abuja. Etuk explained that the sensitization campaign is to enlighten the public to comply with the deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria to phase out the old notes and alternative ways of transacting as the deadline is fast approaching.
CBN has mandated all banks that they should desist from putting old Naira notes into the ATM machines. When you go to ATM machines, what you find now is the new Naira note. And that is why CBN has come out so boldly to tell all Nigerians that the deadline for you and I to return all old notes is January 31st, which is next week, Tuesday. Nobody should take any advice from anybody apart from what CBN has said. Go to your bank, approach your bankers to provide you the new Naira note.
We'll take a break and return with stock market report. Making a rebound from previous day losses, the NGX closed positive amidst buy interest and sell-offs as the bourse dominated proceedings and drove up the broad market. The all-share index appreciated by 0.29% to close at 52,752 basis points. In the same vein, market capitalization grew by 84 billion to close at 28.7 trillion naira. The uptrend was caused by gains recorded in large and medium capitalized stocks such as Geregu Power and Wapik Insurance. Market sentiment was positive as 25 stocks gained relative to 7 losers. Now, at the close of trading, 139 million stocks were traded in 3,549 deals. Let's switch now to the global scene. Investors got their first read on fourth quarter economic growth, and this affected trading as we see the Dow Jones and Nikkei trading down. Well, that's the stock market report. Falashade, back to you.
Thanks, Mary, for that update. And on the foreign scene, in a highly anticipated decision, Meta said it will allow former U.S. President Donald Trump back on Facebook and Instagram following a 2-year ban from the platforms over his online behavior during a 6 January insurrection. Trump was removed from Meta platforms following the Capitol riots on 6 January 2021, during which he posted claims that the election had been stolen, praised increasingly violent protesters, and condemned former Vice President Mike Pence, even as the mob threatened his life. And in sports, Super Falcons' Cesar Shola scored our first hat-trick of the season yesterday as Barcelona Femenil hammered Levante Las Planas 7-0 to set world record of 50 straight league wins in the Spanish Primera Liga 1. Now, Shola lasted the entire duration of the game, increasing a goal tally to 10 in the league this season. With an assist with 95 goals, the Nigerian becomes the fourth all-time highest goal scoring in the club's history. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Thanks for joining us on News Now at this time. Thank you for joining us again on the newsroom. Lagos State Emergency Management Authority has said for those media school, one Vojuma, and the rampant illegal spectrum frequencies. The banks took over the wheels on the Nigerian stock market today as sellers eased.
We are here today to celebrate my exhibition, for people to see what I've been doing for the past 10 years or so, because majority of the works that you are seeing on display are 10 years or 12 years old, because they are transformative in nature. Because over the years, I've been building on them idea-wise, according to what is going on within the country, what is going on in my environment, what is happening to me. So those are the things that informed whatever you are seeing on display here. The exhibition is more or less like the artist is doing his birthday, whereby people will come, wish you well. Some will come, pass one or two comments, compliment-wise or the otherwise. But majorly, exhibition in the life of an artist is more or less like an exposition, whereby people come to see what you have been doing over the years, and they want to interact with what they are seeing. Probably that will inform some questions, reaction, observation, and reservation. I pick out 35 works out of about 100 that I have in the studio. I pick out 35. And those 35 were carefully chosen for people to see for the past 10 years how far I have been moving. You understand? Because I started my journey from the Polytechnic to Universal Studio of Art to University of Benin, to Obafemi Awolowo University, Kunle Adeyemi Studios. So when all these places that I mentioned, you will see the reflections in the works on display. Because when you are looking at the print, you should be reflecting at Kunle Adeyemi Studio. when you are looking about some of the expressionist work there, we should be talking about Ife. When you are looking at the landscape, we should be talking about Universal Studios of Art and some other things. It is not an easy feat, but the truth of the matter is this. As an artist, let me take it from this angle. He who God has given talent, God has given problem. Every artist will face one challenges or the other, especially when you are at the point of a creative, when you are creating the work. Creating the work is one thing, but when the idea hits you, how do you bring it forward? Bringing it forward is always a challenge. Most of the time when you visit the artist studio, you see piles of works that are unfinished. Not that the artist cannot finish them, but the original ideas that the artist is having probably is unable to connect or reconnect with it. So that is the reason why every artist will have one challenge or the other, especially in the area of bringing out your ideas. The area of the fund, materials, everything, that one is a general thing for everybody. Because for the artist, you have to source for your materials. And me as a painter, I have to look at the reactions of my materials, the colors, and every other thing. For the sculptors, they have to look at the materials they are going to use. Is it going to be wood carving? Is it going to be cold cast? Is it going to be bronze or any other thing? So we have challenges here and there. On the other hand, some artists, they have studio challenge. Where are they going to work? Probably the studio is not big enough. The studio is not conducive enough. For an artist, the challenge is very, very diverse. What inspires me most is life in itself. Life generally. Your day-to-day activities is one of the major things that challenge every artist. Every artist will draw inspiration from what is happening around us, your personal life, your environment, the political situation in the country. Those are the areas that we draw inspiration from. This is more or less a surrealistic expression of me trying to look at what is going on in the country. You understand? I merely use the lizard as a metaphor of what is going on in the country. I use the calabash more or less like a globe. That is the Nigeria. That's why you can see green, white, and green. You understand? And the general populace entirely. So I'm using this lizard here to represent Mr. President, because I titled it the flag bearer. Is the one that everybody will be referring to as Mr. President. And that is the chief of staff up there, the person in charge of the administration of the presidency or the governor office. And every other lizard there, you can see that we still have some other citizen, other lizard in green, white, green, here and there, you understand? And you see other lizard clouded in flag of other nations. This is Israel, this Germany or so, this is France, this is Brazil, this is Ghana, UK, China, sorry, this is Japan, and that is China. So I use all this lizard to suggest other nations that are benefiting from Nigeria. And you see the ministers, I use all these other lizards as the ministers, the governor in the country. You understand? So majority of our political leaders, they are under dealing. You understand? They are the one more or less eating the fruit of the nation without Mr. President knowing anything about it, because Mr. President is up there, you understand, discussing with the world power. Meanwhile, the commissioners, the ministers, the governors, they are down here trying as much as possible to milk the fruit of the nation. So now you can see this one here. This one have succeeded in going up, discussing with Mr. President in itself. So Mr. President is here, and this is China. Because when you look at everything that we are using today, from our phone to our road construction, everything, China are already taking over. So the Chinese are already discussing with Mr. President, while the commissioners, the ministers, every one of them are under dealing at the background. That is why some ministers are more richer than the president, some governors are more richer than the president, even some local government chairmen are richer than the governor. So if we are unable to solve these corruptions going on here, it is going to lead us to that place where we have the other work there. That other work is what I title civil action. That if you are unable to solve the problem here, the country is likely going to go in flame, whereby we are going to have massive protests. And if at that point we are unable to solve that problem of that massive protest, it will lead us to the third work, whereby the nation will experience outright war. So you can see here, so that is why I titled this work Premonition. Premonition is that what I am more or less predicting what is likely going to happen if this issue of insecurity, corruption, nepotism, tribalism, if we cannot solve all those problems at this stage, by the time we get here, there is going to be massive unrest in the nation, whereby you see people will come all over. All Nigerians will come from wherever they are, and they are going to have massive protests in Nigeria. So if we are unable to solve that problem here, then we are going to move. That will lead us to the total breakdown of law and order, whereby the country will go in flame. You understand? The country will go in flame, whereby we are going to have outright war. As at that time, the issue of negotiation will not be there again. So at this point, if we are unable to still resolve it, then the country will disintegrate. You can see that at this point, the green, white, green is gradually fading off. So we have the fourth one that is suggesting that if at this point we can still not get it right, that the country will break into pieces, whereby everybody will go their different ways. So that is the political angle of this exhibition. So we still have the other aspect that deals with our cultural landscape, our day-to-day activities like the market scene that you can see there. That is our day-to-day activities that is happening around us. So that is the motive of this exhibition, to translate messages to people. Possibly, the artist might not have the right words to really categorize himself, to really explain himself better than those people who are really looking at them. The artist have done his job. It is left to the journalists, the writers, the art historians, for them to digest it and bring out whatever they think they are seeing. So for any artist to critically analyze or want to explain all that he has done, he or she will be doing a kind of injustice to him or herself. Art is inborn. Though we have some persons that they will go and learn how to draw, but as an artist, once you call yourself an artist, it means it is inborn. So whatsoever you are going to create will come naturally, either in the area of sculpture, painting, graphics, ceramics. It will come naturally. So the reason why the artist will go to school is for artists to be refined. Every artist at the tutelage, we are more or less like a crude oil. When you tap crude oil from the ground, it will have to go through refining process, whereby you get some other valuable materials from the crude. So from the point, your entry point into the school, you are crude. You go through the school for you to be refined. So when you are refined, that is when you either become a painter, a sculptor, a graphic artist, a cinematographer, or any other thing. So at that point, that is when you say that I'm a professional, I'm an artist, I'm a painter. But at the point of when you enter the school, you are nobody. How did I start painting? The journey was rough. It was rough, smooth, bumpy, but we are here today. I just want to cut it short.
Olojo is not a hidden phenomenon in the visual arts. He's been there, he's been paying his dues, and so whatever that's going to happen, particularly in the area of exhibitions or in the area of research in art, you can always trace it, to some few individuals who are making it work in this climb. So Olojo particularly is not a hidden name in visual art, so he's actually a very famous artist, so we must hear what happens sometimes when he's having a show like this. I have seen, just like the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, I have actually seen him breaking boundaries, into the areas of paintings, the area of media, mixed media. From the title of the exhibition, Entreaties, he has actually entered into so many areas of visual arts. Printmaking, deep etching, painting, mixed media, and of course almost a three-dimensional work in just one exhibition. So you see a body of work that is very rich, and the subject matters are very, very contemporary. And of course, they're very cultural. There are things that are in this environment, they live with us in the environment, and we take for granted sometimes, but the artist does not take it for granted. And so that is the way this exhibition is. You can actually see the artist that is conscious of lines, the artist that is conscious of the elements of design, the artist that is conscious of the principle of design. So some of these things are put together, and we can actually see that in this exhibition. As a matter of fact, he is actually well cooked. That's what I'm trying to say. The importance of exhibitions like these are very, very numerous, but I would be able to tell you some few ones. Well, the artist in his studio or in his studio is actually making research, working, using different materials to put down his vision or visual into form. And so importance of exhibitions like this is to show an expose of what the artist has been doing over time. And like I said initially, body of work. So the artist is not a busybody person, but he's actually busy, focused on his work, and from there he's able to, over time he will grow. And that is what we are able to see in this exhibition. So exhibitions like this measure the growth of artists. Exhibitions like this is able to let us know the type of research the artist is working on or he has actually put there. Exhibitions like this propel the younger ones, particularly some of us that are in pedagogy, some of us that are in education. Exhibitions like this propel the students, to be able to see that if a guy is working this way, I think I will do better, or I think I will work harder. So it's actually a form of encouragement, to the younger ones, particularly the students of art. And more importantly, again, is a means of value or a measure of value to the clientele. How do I mean? A collector buys your work, you have been able to expose this, and a collector is interested in your work, and at the end of the day, it becomes a value to him. If for instance he buys this work in a primary market this way, and then later on in life takes it to the secondary market, it becomes a value, And so some of these things are things that we should be able to expose our people to, particularly in the area of exhibitions. I have actually come and I have seen some good things, some of the standards that Olojo is trying to preach. These are very good standards. 1, the works are of standard. 2, the presentation of standard. 3, the gallery is a standard gallery. And 4, people that I've seen so far, they are actually quality people. We have collectors around here. We have dignitaries, particularly the artists that have actually matured, and we have the emerging artists that are here, and we have the students that are here. So it's all encompassing, it's all combined. And so I think it's a successful show in the area of, the viewing public. So it's a good show.
Very, very happy. The Yorubas will say, when your child is growing big, you feel happy. I am very happy. I taught him as a student. We were colleagues, and now he's rising up. So I'm happy with the progress he's making. The thematic contents are large, beautiful. Starting from the masquerades, you go to landscape, you go to portraiture, you go to still life, and the composition. He has been able to show the dexterity of a good draftsmanship. And when you see the works, you know that this man understands what art is all about. His colors are art colors, very, very rich. Well, somebody said it long ago, we don't document things. Olojo has been able to document so many things for us to see. And this is going to be for prosperity. You will wonder why the European countries don't pride themselves in their technology, but the art. Why? It's because art lives forever. According to Papa Hima, he said a country erodes and the dust blows away, and nothing matters. 1,000 years makes silly science. Only those who practice art live forever. You'll be surprised the way Egyptology, the Greek art, and the old ones, are making waves. And the same thing with old art, okay?
So what Olojo is doing is recording them for prosperity. And then in years to come, you will know that, oh, somebody has passed through here.
I'm excited, really gladdened. I'm happy with myself that I'm able to make it to this exhibition, yes. Without any doubt, the collections that we have here are a true definition of the several years of efforts that the artist exhibiting, Prince Olojo Kosoko, has put into his exploration of his art. It's a total definition of his transition, yes. Splendid. If one goes round, one could see how much he has evolved over time, and it's quite commendable. I'm impressed, yes. It is to bring to the society the consciousness that is responsibility of artists to bring to consciousness, calling the society into what a society should be. Art is a medium of expressing the happenings in the society. Our environment, our culture, our general being. And when the artist comes up with an array of works that expresses this whole gamut of our life, is to bring us to consciousness of what is happening around us and help the society to reevaluate itself and then forge a way forward. Yes, that's the purpose of art exhibitions, for us to get to know ourselves, where we are coming from, where we are now, and what we should be projecting forward.
I did IT in his side, like industrial training in his studio. And he has been saying a lot about doing a solo exhibition, so I'm happy to witness the solo exhibition because he has been saying this since, so I'm very happy to be one of the witnesses. I'm inspired. Just one word, I'm very inspired because I see forms, landscape, this mixed media. I'm just informed because he's like exploring he's touching almost every part of this painting, line of painting. So landscape but I really know him as a very strong landscape painter because Mr. Olojo, when he handles landscape, he just I've been a witness of it when he was doing landscape painting. He starts a painting from just one theme and he just creates an entire scene just from his head. I don't know how he does that, but maybe through experience and travels and all those stuff. So he's just really good at it. Actually saw some works, and the title of the work though, I've seen so many works, like 3 or 4 works that I want to do something about it. Not really doing like in my own way. The title just inspired me, like, okay, this is like one of them upstairs it says polygamist. So it just inspired me, and I see so many the shapes and colors, the flow of everything. It just inspired me.
COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by a new coronavirus introduced to humans for the first time. It is spread from person to person, mainly through the droplets produced when an infected person speaks, coughs, or sneezes. These droplets can land in the mouths or noses of people who are nearby. These droplets are too heavy to travel far in the air. They only travel approximately 1 meter and quickly settle on surfaces. This is the reason person-to-person spread is happening mainly between close contacts. The exact time that the virus can survive on surfaces is not yet known. So it is wise to clean surfaces regularly, particularly in the vicinity of people infected with COVID-19. Hands touch many surfaces, which can be contaminated with the virus. You should therefore avoid touching your eyes, nose, or mouth, since contaminated hands can transfer the virus from the surface to yourself. When coughing or sneezing, cover your mouth and nose with the bend of your elbow or use a disposable tissue. If a tissue is used, discard it immediately into a closed bin. The most effective way to prevent the spread of the new coronavirus is to clean your hands frequently with an alcohol-based hand rub or soap and water. This will eliminate the virus if it is on your hands. Stay healthy and prevent the spread of COVID-19.
On the news tonight, House of Representatives threatened to issue arrest warrant on CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele over redesigned Naira notes. Bomb blast kills 28 herdsmen in Nasarawa State. And 159 Nigerians renounce citizenship in 2022. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here on News Now. I am Folashade Ogrinde. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has threatened to issue warrant of arrest against the Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele if he fails to appear next Tuesday. Femi Gbajabiamila's threat was in response to another letter from the Central Bank intimating the House of his inability to honor the invitation sent on the latest cashless policy. In a statement read on the floor of the House, the Speaker said he would not hesitate to invoke relevant sections of the Constitution to force the CBN governor's appearance. The House had invited Emefiele and the bank directors to give reasons for the ongoing failure to adequately disburse the redesigned Naira notes before the expiration of the January 31, 2023 deadline.
Requested that we respectfully convey his inability to honor the invitation of on the scheduled date. The governor regrets this and requests that the chairman and members of the committee be informed accordingly. The refusal by the CBN or managing directors to heed the invitation by the House of Representatives is evidence of a blatant disregard for the well-being of the Nigerian people who are their customers. It is also an insult to the authority and prerogatives of the People's Parliament. Therefore, if by the end of today there is further disregard to the summons of this House, I will, without hesitation, and pursuant to the authority conferred by Section 89(1)(d) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Order 1921 of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives, not hesitate to issue a warrant to the Inspector General of the Nigerian Police to compel the attendance of the CBN and or managing directors who fail, refuse, or neglect to respond to the summons by the House of Representatives. This matter will be concluded, must be concluded today. Unfortunately, gentlemen, please, it is a sacrifice. The Senate has gone on break yesterday. We're supposed to close the House today so that everybody can go and prepare for elections in 4 weeks. But we may need to make a day or a couple of days sacrifice. So instead of adjourning this House till the February 28th today, just to make sure we resolve this issue, we might need to come back Tuesday morning.
Well, for more insight into the development, legal expert Evans Ifeli joins me now. As always, thank you very much for joining us. Now, the back and forth between the House of Representatives and the CBN governor has gone on for a while now, basically. But give us a legal perspective now into the threats to arrest the CBN boss.
Well, by Section 88 and 89 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, the National Assembly is empowered to have oversight function on all aspects of the Nigerian state. Everything that happened in Nigeria, the National Assembly have powers to oversight these issues and all that. And on this new Naira notes, the National Assembly, first of all, the CBN has appeared before the upper house, that is the House of the Senate. Now the House of Representatives have summoned Emefiele, the current governor of CBN, and repeatedly he has not been able to honor that invitation. So the House of Rep is of the view that it will issue a warrant of arrest, because the truth is that by law, even the president of Nigeria can be summoned by the House of Representatives, the House of Senate, or both chambers sitting in plenary can summon even the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I don't see any reason why Emefiele, the CBN governor, have not honored that invitation. It is important that he honors that invitation, otherwise he truly will be arrested. And we should note this, that the CBN governor does not have immunity under our laws. The people that have immunity under our laws, there are about 76 or thereabout of them in Nigeria. The president, the vice president, the governor, and the deputy governors of each of the 36 states of Nigeria. Those are the only persons in this country that have immunity, okay, that cannot be arrested while during the pendency of their office, the tenure. So the House of Representatives is not out of position and law by making that pronouncement that it will. In fact, under the law, the House of Representatives need not even inform the public or inform the CBN governor. It has the power under our laws to go ahead and issue that warrant of arrest and have him arrested and prosecuted according to law for that disregard, okay? So
now, sorry to interrupt you there. You know, this is not the first time, an official would basically ignore the summon of either the House of Representatives or the Senate. Now, is this a cultural thing? Like, is this a Nigerian thing? Or what exactly is going on? Why do we have these issues coming up over and over again?
You see, everything rises and falls on leadership. And that is why we say that leaders should lead by example. You see, this thing that is going on here was, first of all, it was President Muhammadu Buhari who flouted the orders of the National Assembly when he was invited. When he was summoned, sometime, I think in either 2019 or thereabouts, he refused to honor the invitation of the National Assembly. And unfortunately, the weak National Assembly, some of them went behind to plead with him, to beg him for forgiveness or whatever that means to them. I mean, the power of parliament, okay, because it's not just Emefiele or the general public that should be blamed here. Even the National Assembly itself do not even know the extent of their powers under the law. Because if they had summoned the president before and he refused to appear, I believe that is what is also influencing, because everything rises and falls on leadership. That may be what is also influencing the way the CBN governor is treating the National Assembly or the House of Rep in this case. So, I mean, by section 88 and 89 of the 1999 Constitution, it is an express provision that empower the National Assembly, for which the House of Rep is part of it, to oversight, the power of oversight function. So, to oversight all activities of the country. And this issue of currency is a very sensitive one that the CBN governor ought to have appeared as someone to come and give explanation as regards what the strategies of the CBN are and what the CBN is doing to ensure that there is provision for these funds, given that he has said repeatedly that there will not be extension. Now, if there will not be extension and then the currency is not available in the country and it's creating panic and the economy is being overheated as a result of that, it only calls for reason that the CBN governor should honor that invitation and make that explanation to the National Assembly so that the necessary steps can be taken. But where he declines it, then he's due for arrest and prosecution.
Well, indeed, legal expert Evan Sufeli, thank you very much for your contribution and the analysis. Thank you. Well, at least 28 herdsmen and hundreds of their cattle have died following an explosion in Doma, a community between Benue and Nasarawa states. The Nasarawa State Commissioner of Police, Mekayaki Mohammed, who confirmed the incident to newsmen, explained that herdsmen were returning from Benue State on Tuesday with their cattle after retrieving them from the forest guards who had seized them when the ugly incident happened. Speaking on the incident, Abdullahi Sule, governor of Nasarawa State, said security agencies and relevant stakeholders in the state are making efforts to salvage the situation. When asked about the development during the bi-weekly briefing on the operations of the military and other security agencies, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Danmadami, refused to comment on the matter.
We are not going to join issues. Like I said, I'm not going to join issues with anybody on that. The chief executive officers of those states have spoken on the issue, and we will leave it as such. Whatever is the outcome of it as it comes, as things continue to unfold during the course of the week, you will get to know.
Speaking on the security challenges in the southeast ahead of the 2023 elections, the military spokesperson assured that the military remains apolitical and will offer assistance to the Nigeria police to ensure credible and violence-free elections.
The issue of operations in the southeast. Operations are already going on in the southeast, and new operations are being rejuvenated to be conducted in the southeast. Like I told you, it's not just kinetic operations that are going on in the southeast. There are equally non-kinetic operations that are going on in the southeast. I can assure you that during the last election, what is happening now was the same thing that happened in the southeast. An election went on in the southeast region. Nothing happened. The same thing is going to happen during this 2003 election. We cannot rule out there are not going to be one or two incidences. That we cannot rule out down. but election is going to happen in the southeast region, like any other region in the country.
A total of 309 Nigerians have renounced their citizenships in the last 16 years. Speaking at the 64th ministerial press briefing at the State House on Thursday, the Minister of Interior, Ralph Aregbesola, explains that out of the 309 Nigerians, 150 renounced their citizenship in 2022 alone. Aregbesola also disclosed that the ministry has deported at least 70 foreign nationals for various infractions in the last 2 years. According to him, the majority of those deported were from the Democratic Republic of Korea, Egypt, and Sri Lanka, among others.
In November last year, we had a total number of 286 new Nigerians, out of which 208 were by naturalization, while 78 were by registration. Registration meaning spouses of Nigerian citizens who now have become Nigerians. However, going further, the Advisory Committee on Nigerian Citizenship will sit on the 7th of February to consider another 350 applications for naturalization, after which the successful applications will be sent to meet the President in Council for approval. Now down to those Nigerians who renounce their citizenship. So far, we have registered a total of 309. Between 2006 and 2021, 150 Nigerians renounced their citizenship. In 2022 alone, 159 Nigerians renounced their citizenship.
And here in Lagos, chaos broke out on Thursday when fire gutted a 3-story building housing warehouses with clothes and shoes in the popular Balogun Market on Broad Street on Lagos Island. According to witnesses, the fire started from one of the shops of the textiles and shoe building at about 12:45 a.m. The Southwest Coordinator of the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, told newsmen that firefighters encountered some challenge gaining access to the building because of the iron bars. He, however, said the fire was brought under total control without spreading to other buildings. The traders say the estimated cost of goods destroyed to the fire ran into millions of naira. Operatives of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, have arrested Dibu Ojerinde, a former registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB. According to reports, Ojerinde was arrested in Abuja on Thursday at the premises of a federal high court. The ICPC had arraigned Ojerinde on July 6, 2021, on 18-count charge bordering on alleged misappropriation of funds to the tune of 5.2 billion naira. The commission alleged that the former registrar committed multiple frauds while held in JAMB and the National Examination Council, NECO. Ojerinde pleaded not guilty to the allegations and was granted bail to the sum of 200 million naira. Now to politics, the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Dumebi Kachikwu, has said the presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has no business being in the presidential race. Speaking to reporters in Abuja, the ADC presidential candidate expressed dissatisfaction with the performance of INEC in the build-up to the general elections. Kachikwu also warned the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, against the conduct of a sham election.
Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu has no business being in this race or continuing this race. He has said it is his turn, and I agree. It is his turn to do the honorable thing and withdraw from this race. I call on his family, his party, the APC, and President Buhari to prevail on him to do the right thing. I also call on INEC to wake up from their slumber. We can't continue to be known as the nation that conducts sham elections. INEC can't continue to pretend not to see the voter inducement that takes place at rallies all over the country. What of the primaries? Has anyone been indicted, sanctioned, or punished? There's too much at stake in this election for Nigeria and Nigerians. An INEC that willfully disobeys court orders has already rigged the elections. Nigeria can't afford any other heartbreak. It is a tragedy that a month to the presidential elections, the myriad issues that plague our nation have not been debated by the presidential candidates. How do we fix our economy other than just saying from consumption to production? Produce what, where, and when? We can't continue to deceive our youths and the generality of Nigerians with cliches and nice-sounding phrases.
We'll take a break here, but still to come. Oshola bags hat-trick as Barcelona women win 7-0, creates new record. Details of this story and more right after this break.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
President must see himself as the President of the Federal Republic.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it. Use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now here is a recap of some of our top stories tonight. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, has threatened to issue warrant of arrest against the Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele if he fails to appear next Tuesday. Femi Gbajabiamila's threat was in response to another letter from the Central Bank intimating the House of its inability to honor the invitation sent on the latest cashless policy. We also told you that at least 28 herdsmen and hundreds of their cattle have died following an explosion in Doma, a community between Benue and Nasarawa states. The Nasarawa State Commissioner of Police, Mekayaki Mohammed, who confirmed the incident to newsmen, explained that herdsmen were returning from Benue State on Tuesday with their cattle after retrieving them from forest guards who had seized them when the ugly incident happened. Well, in case you missed any of our news bulletin, for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria. On Facebook, we are TV360 Online. Health officials are looking to secure additional COVID-19 testing kits for Jesse. The Health Department has invited tenders from companies for the supply of 375,000 kits so residents could test themselves if necessary. It comes after the government announced that several coronavirus measures would be scaled back at the end of January. We'll take a breather now and return with more stories and business. To stay with us. Welcome back. Mary Kanu now joins us for more updates in business. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you for that, Shadi. Hello and welcome to Business News. The Central Bank of Nigeria has launched the Nigerian National Domestic Card Scheme, Afrigo, aimed at creating a more robust payment system that will drive financial inclusion in the country. Launching the card virtually, the Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, said the transaction charges on all cards would henceforth be paid in Naira except for international transactions. According to him, Afrigo would be cheaper and will be a matter of national pride with potential to boost financial inclusion. Still in business, a coalition of civil society organizations has advised Nigerians to deposit their old Naira notes for new notes before the expiration date on January 31st, 2023. The spokesperson of the group, Basi Etuk, gave the advice on Thursday when he led a door-to-door sensitization campaign in Abuja. Etuk explained that the sensitization campaign is to enlighten the public to comply with the deadline set by the Central Bank of Nigeria to phase out the old notes and alternative ways of transacting as the deadline is fast approaching.
CBN has mandated all banks that they should desist from putting old Naira notes into the ATM machines. When you go to ATM machines, what you find now is the new Naira note. And that is why CBN has come out so boldly to tell all Nigerians that the deadline for you and I to return all old notes is January 31st, which is next week, Tuesday. Nobody should take any advice from anybody apart from what CBN has said. Go to your bank, approach your bankers to provide you the new Naira note.
We'll take a break and return with stock market report. Making a rebound from previous day losses, the NGX closed positive amid buy interest and sell-offs as the bourse dominated proceedings and drove up the broad market. The all-share index appreciated by 0.29% to close at 52,752 basis points. In the same vein, market capitalization grew by 84 billion to close at 28.7 trillion naira. The uptrend was caused by gains recorded in large and medium capitalized stocks such as Gary Power and Wapik Insurance. Market sentiment was positive as 25 stocks gained relative to 7 losers. Now, at the close of trading, 139 million stocks were traded in 3,549 deals. Let's switch now to the global scene. Investors got their first read on fourth quarter economic growth, and this affected trading as we see the Dow Jones and Nikkei trading down. Well, that's the stock market report. For Lashadi, back to you.
Thanks, Mary, for that update. And on the foreign scene, in a highly anticipated decision, Meta said it will allow former U.S. President Donald Trump back on Facebook and Instagram following a 2-year ban from the platforms over his online behavior during a 6 January interaction. Trump was removed from Meta platforms following the Capitol riot on 6 January 2021, during which he posted claims that the election had been stolen, praised increasingly violent protesters, and condemned former Vice President Mike Pence, even as the mob threatened his life. And in sports, Super Falcons' Sisata Shola scored our first hat-trick of the season yesterday as Barcelona Femeni hammered Levante Las Planas 7-0 to set world record of 50 straight league wins in the Spanish Primera Liga 1. Now, Shola lasted the entire duration of the game, increasing a goal tally to 10 in the league this season. With an assist with 95 goals, the Nigerian becomes the 4th all-time highest goal scoring in the club's history. And that's the size of our news bulletin. Many thanks for watching. I am Fola Shadi. Have a great day. Bye for now. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. I am Folashade Ogurinde. From the tertiary education tax to the excise duty hike, the Finance Bill 2022 has elicited criticism from stakeholders and industry watchers who believe the bill is a shotgun approach of the federal government to improve the state's revenue generation capabilities. Experts have also expressed concerns over the heavy taxation burden on companies and the service sector. While President Muhammadu Buhari has withheld assent to the bill to allow for more consultation, the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, explains that the purpose of the tax equity reforms is to combat tax evasion and aggressive tax planning practices that some companies operating in Nigeria are involved in. To speak more on this development, Taiwo Yedele, Fiscal Policy Partner and Africa Tax Leader at PwC, joins me now. As always, thank you very much for your time. Now, increase in tertiary education tax rate from 2.5% to 3%. It is instructive also to say that the rate was only recently increased from 2% to 2.5% via the 2021 Finance Act. What do you make of this?
Okay. So thank you very much for the 2022 Finance Bill, which is meant to take effect from 1st of January 2023. Although it hasn't been signed, which means the effective date is likely going to be whenever the president eventually signs the bill. So that bill has a few broad objectives. One of it is tax equity, which means you want to treat similar transactions and similar businesses equally under similar circumstances. You have another one to do with climate change, where because Nigeria has made commitment to net zero, they are trying to make some reforms in the tax space. There's incentive reforms, there is job creation and economic growth, and then there's revenue generation and tax administration. Those are the broad objectives. So your question about the tertiary education tax being proposed to go from 2.5% to 3% will fall under revenue generation. The problem, though, is that that rate was increased only recently in the previous, just the immediate past finance bill, from 2% to 2.5%. Based on the budget presentation made by the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning today, it shows that the revenue from tertiary education exceeded government budget for 2022. Now, while we all admit and agree that the educational sector requires funding, we also know that funding is not the only problem, because over the past 10 years alone, the amount collected by way of taxes from tertiary education tax has been over 2 trillion naira. But there's very little or no accountability as to how that has been spent. We know that lecturers were on strike for almost 8 months last year. So we believe that the focus should have been more on accountability and governance of the amount being contributed before any increases. Plus, if you just increase the rate last year, why increase it again at a time when the business community and the private sector generally are struggling and they are overburdened by taxes? That also makes Nigeria's corporate income tax rate to be one of the highest in the world. When you take 30% for corporate income tax, 2.5% for education tax, you take for NASENI, that's engineering and science, there's one for information technology, there's one for police tax. By the time you put everything together, our effective corporate tax rate is around 36% and is clearly one of the highest in the world.
Now, the federal government has said over time that it will ramp up revenue through more taxation. Do you think the Finance Bill 2022 will achieve that?
Clearly, there are provisions in the bill for raising new taxes. In addition to the tertiary education taxes, we have provisions for taxation of cryptocurrency. We also have provisions to tax gaming and lottery, but I think the lawmakers took that out. We also have provisions where government is trying to take away incentives that companies have enjoyed before, such as investment allowance on plant and machinery. Again, that is to also help government to raise revenue. We had incentives that were available to hotels before. They're also trying to take that away. In addition to instances of what they call anti-avoidance provisions on VAT, where if related parties carry out transaction and government is not happy with the price that they agree between themselves, government can increase that price and ask you to pay more taxes. There's also the excise duty tax they want to impose on all services, including telecommunication and a few others. So there are quite a number of provisions there trying to either impose new taxes or increase the rate of existing ones. I do not think that those taxes would balance the budget, because the hole in the budget, or should I call it the budget deficit, is so significant. It's about 11 trillion for the federal government, about 5 trillion for states. So altogether, you're talking about close to 16, 17 trillion naira of budget deficit. When Nigeria can make revenue from will be to address the wasteful petrol subsidy. It will be to tackle the oil theft so that we can produce about 2.3 million barrels per day. And then to ensure that we use technology and and data to gain intelligence so that everybody who is doing any legitimate activity is paying their fair share. That way you can move the needle significantly rather than trying to overburden the few, compliant taxpayers around who are really eager to do the right thing, but the environment is difficult for them.
Now, speaking of the VAT, that's value-added tax, the IMF has advised the federal government to increase VAT. Is this the right step in the right direction?
Increasing VAT from 7.5 to whether it's 10, it's 12, 14 or 15%, it's not a right or wrong thing. So it depends on how it is done. Nigeria's VAT system is different structurally from most of the rest of the world. In Nigeria, when you invest in assets for your business, you cannot claim the input VAT. In other words, the VAT you pay, you have to bear the burden of it. The same thing for services. When you pay for services and there's VAT, you have to bear the burden as a business. In most countries around the world, businesses can reclaim the input VAT they pay on assets and on services. So which means the burden on businesses, even when the rate is 15%, is very low. Now, Nigeria cannot retain a VAT system where we do not allow full claim of input VAT by businesses and then just compare the headline rates and say Nigeria has one of the lowest VAT rates. That's like comparing mangoes and apples and then struggling to find the difference. So we have to then introduce comprehensive reforms that make Nigeria's VAT system structurally aligned with the rest of the world. If you do that, then increasing the rate will be appropriate. Also because based on the national tax policy, as you're increasing the rate for indirect taxes, such as VAT, you are expected to also reduce the rate for direct taxes, such as the corporate income tax. So on one hand, government cannot be increasing the rate of direct taxes and also be planning to increase the rate of indirect taxes and also not making reforms so that the burden of those taxes on businesses are less. If you do all of that, I think it's the recipe for chaos. You're going to just, a lot of investments that are currently in the country are going to wind down and move elsewhere, and you will struggle to attract any new investment, whether it's foreign direct investment or even domestic investment, by the way.
Now, the finance bill also speaks on the fact that gains on digital assets, including cryptocurrency, to be specifically chargeable to tax under the Capital Gains Tax Act at the rate of 10%. How do you think this will work?
When it comes to taxation, the rules are different from financial regulation or anything else. The provisions of the law, and this is the same thing all over the world, is that for when it comes to taxation, it doesn't even matter whether the activity is legal or illegal, right? So there are countries where, for example, prostitution is illegal, but the taxman will still collect tax from you. So whatever you do that you make money, the taxman will collect his money, regardless of whether it's legal or not. But having said that, what the CBN said, CBN has no powers to make, crypto legal or illegal. They are not the National Assembly. It's only the National Assembly that can pass a law to say something is legal or illegal. What the CBN did was to stop banks from facilitating, the payment to do with crypto. They say, banks, don't do it, and don't allow your customers, don't help your customers to do it. So what that means is individuals and maybe businesses that are involved in crypto are having to find alternative ways, I'll say maybe over the counter or the black economy, how they're doing their crypto. Now, government has now said that they want to collect taxes from crypto. And this is also consistent with what we see in a few countries around the world, like the US, Italy, and a few other places, are already taxing crypto. The problem that we're going to run to in Nigeria is because the CBN has decided to say, don't get involved, banks, don't do it, right? It means that governments would be almost unable completely to even know what's happening there. Because the way developed countries that are taxing crypto, the way they know what they're doing is that they regulate the exchanges that are carrying out those transactions on behalf of customers and the banks where they're moving the money to and from, right? So the government can then direct banks and the exchanges, including maybe even the miners, to say you must submit certain reports. So those reports will help government to know who is selling and who is buying and whether they are making gains. So in Nigeria, I think that this provision is only just as good as the paper on which it is written on, because if anybody does not declare their gains from crypto, I don't know how Nigerian government will know. Plus the timing in terms of, everybody knows that last year was a very bad year for cryptocurrency. So I don't see anybody who was making gains last year. They were making losses. So really, maybe it's a tax for the future rather than the current time.
Now, the bill also proposes a 50% tax increase from the 30% to companies involving gas flaring. How does this work?
Yeah, so gas flaring is a technical terminology that, if I want to simplify it, when you're trying to produce crude oil, for example, the crude oil is somewhere far down beneath the Earth's surface, and it's usually, there's what they call associated gas. So there's gas also in the reservoir where you're trying to get the oil from. As you're pumping the oil into the surface, the gas also will be trying to escape, right? And, if you do nothing, then that gas goes into the atmosphere and it can kill, all living things that it finds around, including the human beings. So that's not an option. So the other two options you then have is to either capture the gas and turn it into useful purposes, essentially what we call gas utilization, or you could set it on fire so that it burns away instead of going into the atmosphere to kill living things. Now, to be able to capture the gas and convert it to useful purposes, one requires two important ingredients. One is you need to make the investment because it's not like you just go there and capture it with buckets, right? Number two is that the price at which you're going to sell the gas should be commercial enough to cover that cost you've incurred on the investment you have made. Now, what has happened in Nigeria is that in these major oil production assets, Nigerian government is actually the senior shareholder, sometimes holding about 60%. Nigeria has refused to make its own contribution to the investment that is required. Number two, Nigerian government is setting the price at which gas can be sold, such that it does not make any commercial sense for any private sector to make those huge investments and then not be able to recover their money. So to then turn around as government that has not enabled this to work and then punish the private sector players by increasing their taxes by additional 20%, in my view, is a wrong policy choice, especially at this time when, because of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, Europe is looking for alternative sources of gas, which means they have billions of dollars and they're looking for where to invest. These proposal by the government will discourage the investment from coming to Nigeria, bearing in mind that under the Petroleum Industry Act that was recently enacted, some of these companies will pay hydrocarbon tax of 30%. They'll pay companies income tax of 30%. When you add 20% to it, it may easily get to 80% before they start adding education tax and all the rest. To be honest, I don't see anybody who will be excited to make those investment decisions with such a very high rate of tax.
Well, Taiwo Oyedele, thank you very much for your time and contribution as always.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we'll take a breather here. Money Matters returns shortly. To stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Industry experts have predicted that the full deployment of the 5G network across Nigeria in 2023 and the implementation of the Startup Act will further drive fintech innovation, technology skills development and data application, among others. The Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, ALTEN, says rollout of 5G services across the country in 2023 will further drive developments in the telecom sector. Nigeria recorded broadband subscription growth over 84.9 million with a penetration rate of 44.49% in July 2022, and which increased to 86.94 million with a penetration of 45.55% in October. Well, for more insight, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner Blue Wave Limited, joins me now. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, share with us your insight into the growth of Nigeria's ICT sector in 2022.
Okay, thank you very much. In year 2022, I mean, we've witnessed a lot of growth, and I think one of the biggest growth we've witnessed was the launch of the next generation of mobile network, which is the 5G mobile network, and I mean, the possibilities of what we can do with 5G is now here in Nigeria. And I also think that one of the other things that I think became a highlight for last year was also the launch of the Starlink. That was the Elon Musk's Starlink service in the country. So which even gives even much broader capacity for the internet services in Nigeria. So meaning wherever you are in Nigeria with a service like Starlinks, you could connect and reach out to the world. In terms of what last year holds for us, the things we've seen last year is we've seen a growth in remote work. We have more and more young people that are opting for remote work because of better and cheaper access to the internet. Okay, so we have more and more people, not just even in Lagos. We have people in Ibadan, we have people in Owerri, we have people in places across the country that are connecting remotely and doing jobs remotely and getting paid remotely. So I think it's a good phase for us as a country that we have citizens that could work globally right from here in Nigeria. And I think the other thing we are also seeing is a growth in content production. We are seeing more and more content production happening around us today. If you go online today, you see a whole lot of digital content creators online today. So I think it's also an industry that is fast growing, and we are just scratching the surface of that, okay? Because we are at a phase where those contents would evolve, and the internet would make that possible. So as we proceed and as we get better connections, and as we also have increased broadband penetration across the country, we would definitely see more diverse contents being created. And also don't forget that the music industry is also growing, and I mean the digital space plays a whole lot of role in the growth of our music and also our videos. So today we are seeing more content on platforms like Netflix. We are seeing more Nigerian content on platforms like Amazon Prime. So we would always see more and more of this in the coming months. And I think these are some of the key highlights for last year. And also in terms of fintech, we are seeing more fintech coming up, trying to solve problems that we witness day in, day out. So all these are things we definitely see.
Now, what role will 5G network play in fintech innovation?
I think the first thing I would say is employment. I mean, we can't underestimate the volume of or the rate of unemployment in the country. I mean, you can't underestimate the effects of the scale of unemployment in the country. So what it means is that if we deploy more stable and more robust internet service across the country, what it simply means is that more people will get jobs to do. Okay, more people will have things to do. And when people have things to do, for example, we've talked about remote work, more and more Nigerians will go online to connect and do remote work. Now, when they do remote work and they are able to raise money from that, within their local communities, by nature, they will likely invest in their local community. So if, for example, I'm in a town in maybe somewhere in Oyo State, for example, and I'm doing a remote work, and I have a bit of disposable income with me that I'm not spending, I could decide to invest it in a business within the community. And if I invest in that community, what it means is that I'm employing more people, and by employing more people, we are lifting more people out of poverty. Okay, so employment is one of the key things, and apart from remote work, it also gives us the opportunity to empower our citizens by giving them skill sets that up until now has not been widely available within the country. So but now with these services, people can go online, learn new things, learn new skills, learn new seek new opportunities, and with that they can build new experiences, build new knowledge, and solve problems within their locality. Okay, so people can go online to take whatever courses they need to take because the services are available to them. They can go online to seek out opportunities, go online to seek out partnerships, and build new networks within themselves, and also solve global problems by the connections they create online. So that's one thing we would see. Then also we also see better government services. Yes, government is always slow to deploy networks, to deploy technology, but as more and more of these things are available, we would always see ease in how governments reach out to citizens. And a very good example is, for example, how we are able to register our businesses online these days. How you can go online today to, for example, you want to renew your passports, you can go online to book for that. So you can do a whole lot of things online right now with governments and whereas when you're interfacing with governments, okay? So a lot of people, for example, pay their tax online today. So as networks grow and we have more and more of these services across the country, servicing citizens would definitely get easier. And also, a lot of different parts of the country would also be opened up to the internet. What do I mean? We have a whole lot of culture, we have food, we have a whole lot of things that even the world does not know. But as we move forward and as we create better networks across the country, more and more people will share their story, they'll share their content, and for the world to see. And I mean, the world will definitely appreciate Nigeria more as we proceed.
But finally, before I let you go, how significant will the full deployment of the 5G network be in Nigeria's ICT sector?
Well, it's still, you know, one thing about life is the fact that we are all reluctant to change. Like a quote I heard recently is that said that everybody wants the world to change, but they themselves don't want to change. Okay, so we want to see changes around us, but we don't want to change. Now, one of the key things we have to understand about this is the fact that, I mean, it's something we've talked about. I mean, it has been on for a while now, since the COVID period. I think there's been that large propaganda around 5G and all that. But the question is, I mean, we've used 2G, we've used 3G, we've used 4G, we've used 4.5G. Now we are 5G. We are on 5G now. The question is between 2G to 4.5G that we've used all this while up until now. Have we had any large-scale radiation problems? The question is, I mean, the answer is no. Okay, so largely we've not had anything we could consider to be radiation issues. Okay, so for 5G, I think the dynamics of 5G is just the fact that it's a bit shorter than 4G. Meaning that we likely have more masts and would have more masts within a smaller space of like a smaller space. Okay, so but with that, I mean, it's radiations that has been tested, and I mean, all these things have been tested over time. And one thing you should understand is that across the world, if there would be health implications for that, government across the country would not encourage the deployment. Okay, so I mean, we've used 4G up until now without any issues, so I don't think 5G will be a problem. So I just want to say that we should embrace what we have, and let's take the opportunity that comes with it. Okay, so that we don't, because there is 5G or 4G, we don't want to, I mean, because of what we think might be an health issue or what we feel radiation might do. There's always radiation around us every day. I mean, we use mobile phones that have their own radiations. We use wireless devices. We have IoT devices that use wireless, that connect wirelessly across today. So all the radiations are already around us. So I don't think 5G will be different, and I don't think it will make any difference than what we've always experienced. So I think the important thing is just for us to understand the qualities and the benefits that these new services bring to us and how we can maximize it.
Well, Adedeji Adedoyin, ICT experts and managing partner, Blue Wave Limited, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. Well, we've come to the end of the program. To join us again next time, I am Folashade Ogurinde. Bye for now.
Nigerians, elections are here again. Let us shun violence. Let us play the game according to the rules. Do not be a thug. Say no to violence. Let's rise and defeat violence, crime, and sabotage against the peace of our nation. Nigeria is the only country we have. We must do everything to keep it united. We must avoid any act that promotes hate and disintegration. Say no to separatist movement, terrorism, fake news, hate speech, religious bigotry, and any act that tends to divide us as a nation. Watch out for strange gatherings and suspicious movements. Restrict access to sensitive documents and data, the disclosure of which may damage national security. Educate your staff and family, particularly on measures to safeguard information and report security breaches. Apply relevant legal security guidelines to protect yourself and your neighbors. Due to misinformation and wrong choices, some idle persons resort to vices in their greed to get rich quick. They resort to kidnapping, killings for rituals, and other heinous crimes. Avoid wrong use of the social media. Before you broadcast that false message, think twice. Ask whether it will promote peace or violence. For safety at home, still be security conscious. Educate your household on safety tips. Report all suspicious movements and persons to the security agencies nearest to you. Be a good citizen. Be patriotic. To pass security information, please call 081